A crew of adventurers huddles at the ancient dungeon's entrance, and this place famous for dangling easy riches to the greedy swallows them with deadly traps the moment they step in. Some of them are so deadly that nobody should even think about stepping in, but the crew doesn't back down. And the disciple keeps her cool as she questions her master about what comes next. In a dark chamber packed with snarling creatures, a young man with a stone-cold stare flashes a subtle smile and barks the order to chase the intruders out. His presence alone crushes any doubt, and the monsters tense up and get ready to obey, because nobody is getting in where they clearly don't belong. This is the tale of an alchemist who got kicked out, yet instead of fading away, he rose like a legend and stormed the world to become the most powerful dungeon master alive. Al-Raj's royal capital sprawls beneath perfectly lined rooftops, where bustling streets never slow down and the whole city hums with motion. A wild rhythm pulses through the night, and suddenly rumors start flying as everyone in the local tavern leans in to talk about something big. In a loud, lively tavern, everyone throws cheers at Alan and his crew because they just tore through the fearsome Ouroboros dungeon. Amid cheers, and clinking toasts, they hail him as the perfect hero, straight-up living legend material. Even with all that fame and those miracle feats, a quiet comment cuts in and reminds everyone, yeah, they're not flawless either. In a lab stacked with bottles and worn-out books, an alchemist grins while he works like a madman, and the cauldron starts bubbling like it's alive. Then he chuckles, totally sure his mixture will hit. Suddenly, the potion starts boiling on its own, shooting up a burst of steam, and he frees his eyes locked on every detail of what he just unleashed. Young alchemist Rick Ellard can't hold it in. He cheers like crazy over his brand new potion finally working. He makes alchemical items that help adventurers survive savage missions, even though he wears a laid-back, carefree front. His role is the difference between wiping out in dungeons and pulling off the win for the whole group. Alan, the country's pride, and the man who's crushed dungeon after dungeon, storms into Rick's lab, a sword master and living legend whose strength and wins are talked about everywhere. Rick bursts in with an excited grin, proudly showing off the potion he just brewed. But Alan, stone-faced like always, cuts in, telling him he's got something important they absolutely have to talk about. No more wasting time, let's get straight to the point. Alan coldly declares that Rick is kicked out of the group. Just as the alchemist proudly presented his brand new potion, breaking news slammed into him and threw him off guard instantly. Confused out of his mind, Rick can barely move as that sudden decision hits. He sputters, asking if this is all some kind of joke, but Alan answers with a dead-cold tone that shuts the idea down instantly. He blurted that every single group member voted to kick him out, and when Rick heard it, desperation hit like a truck, disbelief on his face as he screamed, "That's a lie!" Because he couldn't wrap his head around how they all turned their backs on him. Still trying to wrap his head around what happened, Rick blurts out, "Why did they kick me out?" Alan shoots back with ice in his voice, saying he already found a better alchemist. Then he introduces Dorma Gregane, and she strolls in with ironclad confidence, acting completely unbothered. Alan shuts it down cold. Dorma has no ties to Rick, and this replacement is set in stone starting that very day. She's taking Rick's room. Even when the alchemist looked stunned, he shot back that it was only natural to clear out after being thrown out, swearing the room was never his, just lent to him. Stunned and hurting, Rick reels over all those years living with Alan and Victor, desperately trying to figure out why everything shattered so suddenly. Finally, Alan snaps and blasts Rick, saying he's dead weight for the group. An idiot who's so obsessed with research, he just keeps getting in the way. Without even flinching, he flat out snaps that Rick was never team material. And when those brutal words hit, Rick just swallows it all silent, desperate to choke down the sting of rejection. Even after getting kicked out, Rick still barges in with a revamped potion, begging Dorma to see he's worth more than just his mistake. Still stunned, she admits she expected him to be good at this after all. He's in the heroes group. She snaps her attitude like a blade, smugly bragging she can brew the exact same potion and sneering that he's utterly beneath her, then swats away his offer with pure contempt. Rick storms off, furious and crushed, while Alan just shrugs at his exit with pure disdain, saying he doesn't care about incompetence. Then he tells Dorma to get ready for the next dungeon, treating Rick's expulsion like it's no big deal. Dorma acts like she gets it, then snaps that it's pathetic because the guy used to be one of them. Alan, stone-faced, doubles down. Rick never deserved to stand beside a hero. And in the end, Then he hands all his hopes to Dorma, and Dorma flashes that confident smile like, "Don't worry, I'll never let you down." Alone in the forest, Rick drops to the ground, crushed and shaking, still trying to believe he really got expelled. He remembers every time his potions saved Alan, even when he got hurt doing it then. He forces himself to move forward, sells those potions for cash, and grits through the sting of betrayal that still burns. Strolling through the forest, Rick spots an elf sprawled among the flowers, injured, barely alive, and unconscious. Blindsided by what he saw, he rushed over on instinct. Stunned by the mysterious woman's battered state, Rick bolts over to the fallen woman as her weak voice begs for help. Staring at her wings, he realizes she's not human at all, and the young woman steps in, introduces herself as Yuri. A dungeon spirit got absolutely blindsided by the revelation. Rick realizes way too late that he's up against something far bigger than he ever imagined, and his jaw drops when he sees the truth. Dungeon spirits aren't just stories, they have humanoid bodies. Yuri, all pale and coughing, blurts out the truth. She's running out of energy and she's going to die unless someone understands what she's about to say. She has to strike a deal with a desperate human. So she reaches out and begs Rick right there in the middle of the forest to form that bond with her. Rick jolts back as a werewolf materializes in front of him, growling like it owns the night, then it lunges and attacks. Rick doesn't even get time to think. He tries to dodge, but a brutal hit slams him and flings him far away. Rick is busted up and has just 2 weeks to get back in shape to face that werewolf solo. But when the creature closes in, doubt hits him like a punch, and he hesitates. Seeing Yuri teeter on death's edge, he makes a choice, no clue what it truly means. But he shoots his hand out and signs the contract with her on the spot, ready to burn down his whole future just to save her. The second Rick signs the contract, a blinding light engulfs them both. Yuri exhales in relief, smiling wide as he announces, "The bond is complete." Right away, everything shifts. The werewolf in front of them swells and slams into a rapid transformation, while Rick freezes, stunned by how wild and unexpected the creature's reaction is after that pact. The second the contract locks in, a black energy sphere lunges forward and swallows Rick whole. He jolts, screams, and gets yanked inside before he can even catch his breath. When he snaps back to consciousness, he's floating in some eerie, unknown void, and before he can even process it, he drops straight down into nothing. Thrown into the shock of that sudden transition, Rick jolts awake inside a huge, unknown structure he's never seen before, confused, terrified, and completely lost. Right there, Yuri spots him watching and bursts in with a grin, shouting that the dungeon is finally done. Then it clicks in his head that the contract made a brand new one appear. And now, he's the master. Rick shoots a quick, "Yuri, you okay?" And Yuri lights up, thanking him for the contract, calling him master, or maybe dear, like she's teasing him on purpose. Just as the moment heats up, the werewolf comes crashing back alive, enraged and demanding payback. Yuri darts forward and hurls something straight at Rick, yelling that the enemy is still a threat. Rick snatches a mysterious book out of nowhere, only to open it and realize it's a full-blown dungeon catalog. She leans in, hyping him up to build a monster. And then she drops the truth. Since he's the new dungeon master, he's got full control of the whole place, shaping creatures and rewriting the rules however he wants. Rick snatches the catalog and makes his move. Then he summons 5 monster eggs, burning through his dungeon points to make it happen. One by one, the eggs start cracking open in front of Yuri and Rick. Then the werewolf barrels closer, snarling like a nightmare because Rick's creatures are about to be born any second. Eggs explode with a brutal crack, and to Rick's shock, goblins spill out of the shattered shell right into action. They swarm the werewolf instantly, overwhelm him before he can even react, and slam him with repeated strikes. Rick watches stunned to see it happen, while Yuri flashes a satisfied grin, loving how perfectly their new ally just cut loose. When the goblins finally crush the werewolf, Yuri steps forward and drops the truth. She spent 9 years hunting for her master, and dungeon spirits don't stay alive unless a contract is signed within 10 years. She's already out of time. Emotional tears in her eyes, she admits she feels like a total failure. But still, she sincerely thanks Rick for accepting her. Shaken by her honesty, Rick stays silent, blindsided by how raw and vulnerable she really is. Rick swears he'll do his absolute best and forge an awesome dungeon, even though he has no clue yet what he's truly capable of. So yeah, that hits hard. Yuri leans in, tells him she'll stay by his side forever, and hangs on every word he speaks while she squeezes him in a fierce hug. And even the goblins straighten up, swearing they'll protect him no matter what. Surprised and deeply moved by the bond Rick's smile carries, Yuri explains that once he becomes a dungeon master, now Rick has to rip open his defense and hold his dungeon against adventurers and an onslaught of invading monsters. She pushes him to brace for the attacks and vows she'll guide him through that exact moment. Rick finally grasps what's really happening. Now he's officially marked as an enemy of humanity, and Alan and the former companions who turned their backs on him are coming, no matter what. With a straight face and a deadly sincere stare, Yuri lies back and tells Rick she'll do anything at his command, then begs him to let her stay by his side forever. Rick, completely thrown off, gulps hard, caught in the moment and not knowing how to react. Yuri keeps staring, panting hard and fully thrown off. Rick stays icy calm, rattling off exactly what he needs: a copper distiller, a scalpel, and a boiling pot. Then the goblins bolt into action and snatch everything up fast. Yuri fretted over the pile of tools and chemicals, his fear spiking as he demanded, shaking. "So, what are you planning to do with all of this?" Rick can't stop replaying what just happened, and the whole mess hits him in the gut. He didn't plan it at all somehow. Fate handed Yuri the contract, and that's how it happened. Staring at her, he realizes she's basically an ordinary girl, wings and ears aside. And even as he fights the thought, he can't deny it. Yuri is totally adorable. Yuri stares at Rick with worry and blurts, "What's wrong?" Rick scrambles to rein in his thoughts, telling himself over and over that he only helped her because it was the right thing, and that he'll never let her charms get to him. Blushing, he snaps his gaze away and blurts that it's nothing but inside. He already knows the truth. Once they're linked, they're stuck together forever. Yuri tells them the dungeon's power isn't counted in anything normal. It's measured in dungeon points, DP. Rick can burn his points on the catalog to summon monsters, set deadly traps, and craft all kinds of gear, and when he finally tries it, he realizes he can crank out both everyday items and legit adventure equipment. He's so hyped he starts picturing his own workshop. But Yuri snaps him down fast. "No way, that's not allowed." Still, Rick can barely hold his excitement back when the possibilities are this huge. Yuri lays it out. The dungeon drinks vital energy, mostly from wild monsters and adventurers, turns it into dungeon points. And yeah, it uses treasures like bait, but the assaults never stop. Just like that werewolf that showed up earlier. She tells Rick to lock in on defense-spawning monsters and laying traps to stop the invaders before he dares to spend a single point on anything he wants. Rick admits the setting is perfect for an alchemist, but right now his one mission is pure: protect everything as the dungeon master. Yuri tells him the truth right now. Rick only has the monsters he made back then. Goblins and slimes rank G, the absolute bottom of the food chain. Rick asks if monsters are spit out completely at random, and Yuri nods, yeah. It all comes down to luck. Then he hears the brutal truth. Landing 5 straight rank G monsters is a long shot, yet it still happened. Rage flares in Rick as he realizes one thing: banking on luck alone won't keep his dungeon safe. Rick stares at his last points, tempted to level up the dungeon, then freezes because it's a gamble. Yuri pushes him to fight on his own, but Rick shuts it down, refusing her idea and thinking. He calls the whole plan crazy, insisting he's an alchemist, not a warrior, yet his gut tightens at the thought of enemies crashing toward him in waves. And when he asks if he even looks strong, Yuri meets his eyes and promises tenderly that no matter how weak he feels, her love for him will never shift. Rick blurts out a wild idea the moment he remembers something. He double-checks with Yuri that monsters forged with dungeon points follow their master to the letter. Finally, once he hears her confirm it, determination snaps into his grin, and he tells her to get everything ready for him. Then, the story cuts to the royal capital of All Raj, and you can feel Ida's plan is about to burst out of the dungeon and go bigger than ever. In the royal capital, Alan Cole, the hero, shows up to a meal with his crew already seething, snapping at the air like the food insulted him, and even when a companion tries to lighten the mood, he won't hide his irritation. Despite the feast and the company, it's obvious something's crawling under his skin, and the whole table feels like a loaded trap. Alan kicks things off by grilling his teammates about what went wrong on the last mission, starting by snapping at Matilda for blasting the wrong magic at an enemy that was literally weak to fire. Then he corners Fitz and demands an explanation for beating the wrong enemy, and Fitz scrambles to defend himself while Victor's tanked-up efforts try to lighten the mood. Alan keeps pushing harder, snapping perfectionism into every sentence. The whole scene lays bare that even in a team of heroes, tensions can spark, and Alan finally erupts in frustration during a meeting with his squad. He lays it all out like a verdict. Dorma's performance doesn't cut it and rips into everything, from the timing of the support to every big strategic call. Dorma gets trapped in a corner, can't get a word out, and starts apologizing with pure trembling fear. Alan's questions hit like a gut punch. Was the perfect unity he saw in his group really just a mirage? Because his brand new alliance isn't coming close to what he expected. Victor steps in and rips the argument apart, snapping at Alan to stop the attacks right now. Then he tries to cool the flames, reminding everyone that Dorma is fresh to the group, and she only joined because she truly admired the heroes. Alan irritably watches in silence for a beat, then shoots Dorma a cold, dark stare and commands her to leave, shooting the whole thing down with pure authority. After that heated talk, the team scrambles to push ahead, and then the truth hits. They admit they've been dropping the ball ever since Rick vanished, Victor finally owning up to their brutal mistakes, while everyone scrapes to calm the tension before it spirals. Dorma looks utterly shaken, and Mary, the healer, tries to lift her spirits, but the whole place stays bristling with tension. And Alan, totally fed up, slams the table in pure rage, unable to mask his irritation as his mind spirals back through everything that just happened. He insists his strategy wasn't reckless at all. He says the dungeon was just ranked G, and as a hero, he believes he has to take on SS-level dungeons, not get dragged down by frustration or the feeling that someone's trying to sabotage him. He stomps into the furniture and kicks it hard, screaming why they stopped him, and his eyes burn with fury and a hungry need to prove he's worthy. Alan flashes that unsettling smile. He really thinks he could have crushed the challenge solo if only he'd done what mattered. Instead of owning up, he blames everything on bad luck. But then the truth slips out. There was something essential he never triggered. The moment he remembers that tool, his eyes snap to the flasks and alchemical gadgets, and he blurts out in stunned excitement. Monster synthesis? Rick tells everyone that monster synthesis is basically alchemy. Even if he admits he's no expert, he's just read a few things and can't stop thinking about it. Yuri's jaw drops as he tests Rick's memory. Do you remember everything? And Rick grins, saying that's just what alchemists do. Then he estimates that if they've got the right ingredients, trying a synthesis will run them 300 DP, and the big question is, what are they aiming to create? Rick can evolve a ranked G monster straight into rank D, skipping 2 whole classes, and he's so pumped he decides to test it right away, praying it actually works. Rick kicks off the monster synthesis process. Then he starts by pouring and mixing the chemical reagents. Then he yanks the magic stone right out of the goblin's body, tosses the corpse into the cauldron, and starts stirring the brew rough, as it is. Yuri clenches her fists in fear, as he declares that the magic stone alone seals the deal. And then Rick, filthy and drained, staggers in to admit that alchemy hits way harder than he ever imagined. Rick and Yuri finish the synthesis ritual, and the cauldron erupts into wild, bubbling, bright light, blasting out like it's alive. Right after that, a massive, terrifying beast bursts out of the process, and both of them freeze in shock as the ground starts to tremble. Rick just stares, stunned by the monster he's staring at. Rick stares at the massive, freshly made, one-eyed beast, pissed and towering. The rank A Cyclops pressed to the limit by nothing but its own huge size. Rick hesitates, praying the monster will actually listen then. Even with nerves screaming, he barks the orders anyway, desperate to get it to respond. The Cyclops drops to its knees on command, then sinks down with total devotion, proving the new master has finally earned its loyalty. Rick and Yuri finally exhale when they spot no trouble at all, because this rank A Cyclops was a total jackpot with a drop rate under 2%, and now this terrifying beast is under their control. Yuri spots the Cyclops towering 6 levels over the goblins, and that's a gap that should never happen. She can't help but wonder if destiny is already pulling the strings before anyone can think another second. Yuri feels something off, spins around in panic, and yells that an intruder is inside. Yuri and the protagonist stare into a crystal ball as an adventurer creeps toward the floor they're on alone. And with his weapons and armor screaming one thing, he's got trouble coming. Yuri sizes him up and says he's stuck in B or C rank because even if you throw 10 people at him, he still won't stand a chance against the Cyclops. The protagonist reaches for the order to buy the Cyclops, but right before they commit, hesitation crashes in. He starts to doubt his own heart, wondering if, way down inside, he's really craving to hurt, maybe even kill someone. Confusion hits him for a split second, so he shoves it down and tells Yuri it's nothing yet. Doubt still claws at him as the protagonist finally barks an order, Cyclops, attack, and the beast barrels forward, smashing straight at the adventurer who barged into the dungeon. Stunned and reeling, he can't wrap his head around it. Why the hell is a rank A monster in a rank G dungeon? Before you even blink, the Cyclops smashes him with a brutal blow, and the whole confrontation ends on the spot. The Cyclops crashes a brutal strike into the adventurer, forcing him to cough up blood as he smashes hard into the wall. Dust explodes up. Then the intruder crumples to the floor, completely still. The monster stands there, towering and unshaken, like it's ready to snap to the next order the moment it's given. The boy cheers with Yuri when they rake in tons of dungeon points, but deep down something gnaws at him from the inside. Even with the joy in his chest, something nags at him. Then she asks, "What's wrong?" And he quickly lies, telling her it's nothing. While the truth hits him hard, he felt zero remorse after taking a life, and that thought terrifies him. Right then, monster eggs crack open, spilling out low-ranked creatures like fuming over his rotten luck. The protagonist finally sees the truth: only weak monsters are out there. Yuri quickly snaps in, insisting he can turn that around with synthesis and forge them into something stronger. The protagonist straight up tells them he doesn't expect lightning to strike twice with another Cyclops, and the very next moment, with a violent burst, he and Yuri slam into the ground. Then a brand new monster erupts onto the scene and unleashes a gut-chilling roar. That beastly roar slams into the protagonist's ears, and he instantly clocks it as a behemoth his shock hits, but one look tells him there's zero doubt. Yuri finally spills the truth that this is the exact payoff of his special ability. He can't believe it. He's just uncovered a rare, dangerous power inside himself. Yuri explains that her synthesis power usually spits out monsters no more than 3 ranks above the materials. But then the protagonist goes and fabricates a wild rank A behemoth using rank G monsters, and everyone knows that's insanely unusual. Still reeling, he starts to understand. He can break past the usual limits of creation and go even further. The protagonist stares in disbelief as he realizes, boom, he's got a special power. And then it hits him. Maybe becoming a dungeon master is exactly his destiny. Yuri fires him up, telling him everyone's got a spot where they truly shine. Fueled by pure drive, he jumps straight into another synthesis without wasting a second. Then he stares at the massive behemoth, eyes narrowing as memories hit hard, dragging him back to every brutal struggle he once faced with it. When Yuri presses him for answers, he waves it off like it's nothing at all. But the monster's face, and when that roar hits, you can tell the memory's still razor sharp. The behemoth barrels forward with furious momentum, slamming straight into the group, pushing the warriors to clamp down on it with every last ounce of strength. Meanwhile, now Rick scrambles like crazy to brew a potion, while his companions press him from every side. Even with everything going haywire, he shouts that he's almost done as he scrambles to put the contents together. The potion's finally done, so Rick hurls it straight at Alan the second the moment turns lethal. Alan snatches it out of the air and steels himself as the hulking beast charges in, roaring with pure fury. No hesitation. He gulps the drink down right in front of the creature, bracing for the hit, while Alan's crew squares up against a rampaging behemoth as it barrels forward. Rick slams the finishing touches on his potion, flings it to Alan, and Alan snatches it out of the air, eyes burning with pure resolve as he prepares to counterattack. He drains the drink in one gulp, then explodes forward with a crushing strike that slices the monster clean through. After the fight, the behemoth's massive body slams into the ground with a deafening crash. The team breaks into wild cheers, soaking up their hard-earned victory like it just happened to them. Everyone around Alan cheers his strength and skill like he's unstoppable, and even while the celebration roars, the protagonist just watches from a distance, his face caught in doubt. Rick bursts in, panting hard and hopelessly late for the group meeting, and then, right as he steps, he blurts out a quick apology, but they shut him down, turning out the choice. For the next dungeon is already locked in. He slams a tray packed with vials onto the table, straight up shocking everyone in the room. Rick breaks it down. He didn't half commit. He went all in, fully dedicated himself to. After the last mission, they were sent straight to the experiments. They took materials ripped from the behemoth and brewed potions with tailor-made effects. He shows the mixtures to the crew, then shoves a stamina potion into Victor's hands, one meant to help him recover faster and crank up his defense. Victor brushes it off as too much, but he still admits it's useful, then jokes that Rick is a total potion fanatic. Rick reaches for the potion to show Alan, but right when he does, Bammy gets cut off. and Alan snarls that the vial is useless and throws it back with pure disdain. Then he glares at Rick, fury blazing, and snaps that Rick needs to understand his place in the group. Rick gets blasted with sharp criticism from Alan. Someone calls him useless and sneers that he's only in the group because of those golden potions. Even while Victor tries to calm everything down, the group won't budge. They swear they've got a mage and a healer, so they don't need to rely on regular potions. Rick forces a grin as he nods, "Mua." But underneath it all, he's stuck reliving the days when his skills were the difference. Now he's finally seeing it. His place on the team is fading fast, and it's only getting worse. Rick's like, does it even make sense to keep taking these missions? But Yuri cuts in fast, telling him there are a ton of ways to help. Because even off the front lines, he could boost the item stock. Fired up by inspiration, Rick finally clicks an alchemist, doesn't just fight with power. They read the moment's needs and forge the right solution right when it matters. He tears into the teleport platform, studying every detail like it's the key to escaping reality. And in the communication paper, when they realized his value didn't stop at fighting, they saw it as skills boosted dungeon management, and his strategy made a real difference. With no adventurers in sight, Yuri leans in and asks the master if he's tired. He admits he's sleepy. Then Yuri snaps back that spirits like her don't need sleep. With exhaustion creeping in, Rick starts to think about taking a break and then wonders if he can whip up a pillow right there. With dungeon points, despite the chaos, Yuri curious, just watches as he claims he can crash anywhere, even on the floor, so long as he's got a pillow. Then he quietly skips making a bed and saves DP. When Yuri sees the master's eyes getting heavy, she suddenly offers her lap as a pillow, and Rick practically sputters, shocked, flustered, and mortified all at once. He blurts out that it feels wrong to accept, but Yuri cuts him off. She insists he can use any part of her body without hesitation. She grins and calls his name, and he just freezes stunned, totally baffled. Cheeks burning while Rick lies in Yuri's lap, visibly jittery at first, then slowly easing into calm. She asks how he's feeling, and Rick blushes harder, mumbling that he's fine, even though he sounds unsure. Trying to dodge total embarrassment, he tells them, "Next time, we're making a real bed." While Yuri begs him to close his eyes and drift off, Rick just lies there, restless and tense no matter how hard he tries to calm down. He can't shake the crushing weight of what just happened. Rick remembers the adventurer who died, and the moment he watches him get killed, he admits to himself, no guilt ever hits. The moment Yuri realizes he's awake, she jumps in to talk about what happened yesterday, but Rick is still stuck, drowning in his own dark thoughts. Rick sits there, stunned. He felt absolutely nothing, even though he wasn't the one who swung the blade and killed the adventurer. And that silence gnaws at him, because as a human, he can't shake the feeling he should have reacted. But Yuri swears it all traces back to the deal he struck with her, like sealing a pact that bound everything. Rick didn't just link with her, he synced with the dungeon itself, and for a dungeon spirit, spilling intruders' lives is part of the place's endless cycle. Rick starts to panic. What if he's not human anymore? He can't feel a thing when he kills, and Yuri tells him it might all be because of the contract she made with him. Still, she rushes into his arms and declares, no matter what happens, he's her master, the only one who can command that dungeon. Still rattled, Rick finally starts to sink into this new role. With the dungeon master badge practically burning in his hands, Rick strides into his new identity, fully sure it's his. At midnight, a lonely girl slips to a house's doorstep, clutches her hat like it's the last thing keeping her together, and pleads for help, staring with raw desperation as she calls out Rick. A fresh squad of adventurers lines up before the Rank G dungeon, led by Randall Moret's an intermediate crew packed at around Rank B. And they stare at the entrance like it just might reveal a secret no one expects from something weak. Staring at the dungeon entrance, the group starts trading uneasy theories because even though it's only a Ranked G dungeon, nobody has cracked it since it was unearthed a month ago. No one knows the monster's inner patterns, and even the most battle-hardened explorers who dared to find out never come back. Randall claims it screams classic trap for careless veterans, then boldly says the last bunch of adventurers probably bit the dust because he got careless and way too cocky. He thinks his crew will magically know exactly when to fall back, even when things go critical. The whole team nods in sync, convinced their untouchable pride blazing in every last one of them. They decide to prove they're the real deal by beating the people who let a taste of success go straight to their heads. The adventurer crew didn't see it coming. Then a brutal ambush ripped through them, and one of their own got pierced. every single one of them snaps into shock when brutal high-level monsters burst into a Gi ranks dungeon, something they swore could never happen. One adventurer, crushed by despair, clings to a promise he made to his mother, to earn respect as a real adventurer. But now terror and regret flood him as death closes in. One adventurer dares to dream of a future with a pregnant woman, then a monster ambushes him and crushes him without mercy, and the whole scene erupts into chaos. Then another gets yanked out and killed on the spot. Boom. The whole scene erupts into a massacre. The group panics. They're on a whole different level. An adventurer starts daydreaming about a quiet life, retirement, peace, no more danger, until a massive behemoth locks its eyes on her and snaps the calm away. Then, before she can even react, she gets brutally devoured, and the shock hits one of her companions like a punch to the gut, who freezes in front of the creature. Rick, watching from afar, spots the monster's dark silhouette and realizes it's the same behemoth he built. Rick suddenly realizes they've been dealing with the invaders all wrong, so when he spots a chance, he lets her slip away, because chasing and killing every intruder is only making things worse, is trashing the dungeon's reputation. The dungeon needs people to come in and earn points, but with everyone getting wiped out, adventurers keep steering clear, so he's forced to face the nightmare. If this keeps happening, nobody's going to show up, and his whole plan collapses. Rick lays out his master plan. Let the survivors slip free, and watch them flood the world with rumors about the dungeon, drawing in even more adventurers, especially rank B. They already figured out these opponents don't stand a chance against them. He wants to cash this in to stack up even more DP points, and admits he isn't trying to hold back at all, because he wants to go all out and drain every bit of power the dungeon has to offer. The dungeon crawls up to rank F, and the assistant practically beams as she congratulates Rick. So pumped about the progress, it's unreal. Then she tells him being a dungeon master is the perfect job for him. They promoted him because he chased off adventurers like it was a sport, and somehow that chaos still helped the place grow. Rick finally realizes the rank shot up to F happened because he kept stacking up a massive 10,000 DP. With the new classification, the creation catalog updates and suddenly unlocks even more items to craft, yes, even alchemy tools, and he's so pumped he can't stop dreaming about what he'll build next. Rick knows that if he lets adventurers slip away, the dungeon's real power gets exposed, and that means stronger enemies come hunting. So, he decides it's time to crank up his defenses and fully max out every resource he can get. He gets ready to kick off a brand new monster synthesis, vowing he won't mess this up or slip into negligence. On one of the lower levels of the SS rank dungeon, a brutal massacre explodes into view, leaving the adventurer group reeling as they stare at the bodies and the savage, ruthless cruelty of the creatures. Alan, the leader, stands there trembling, silent, soaked in nervous sweat, like something inside him just cracked. Even as the others try to calm him down, the weight of responsibility crashes onto his shoulders for everything they just witnessed. While part of the group starts doubting the mission's safety, one guy points out he's no match for Alan and starts talking about quitting the exploration. Meanwhile, Alan himself can't sit still. His power grows stronger the more danger hits, and the boost never kicked in. So if that's true, this place shouldn't be that terrifying. Something feels deeply wrong, and he can't figure out why his power failed again. The group's vibe flips to pure tension as the SS rank dungeon's deadly pressure keeps climbing higher and higher. Tension spikes as memories of that last mission when the heroes were forced to retreat come rushing back, and now some are doubting just how deadly this dungeon really is, while others already look shaken, regretting the choice and bracing for what's next. In this shaky, unforgiving world, one wild, unexpected idea suddenly lands in their lap. Victor pitches the idea of bringing Rick back to the crew, betting that he's the missing piece they need to lock in mission success. The crew clocks how Alan's acting totally different ever since that member swap, and Mary leans in like, what if this weird change is tied to it? But Victor figures it out anyway. Yeah, Dorma takes her time, but her potions crush Rick's. He pins down the truth: alchemists don't seem to be the reason Alan's instability is spiraling, and he can't stop wondering what's really fueling the group's chaos. After Rick's gone, the whole crew admits they've all shifted into a new kind of tenser energy, especially Alan. While Mary admits Dorma can be great, but Talon by itself still can't fix everything. Rick's absence slammed the room with tension. Some people felt like they couldn't breathe, while others stayed on edge every second. Slowly, everyone figures out Rick brought real balance and comfort, and this new lineup just can't copy that feeling. Even with their clumsy hands and non-stop potion obsession, The group starts to remember Rick with warmth and a fond, aching smile. He was always grinding, flashing that bright smile, and refusing to back down even when things got brutal. His calm presence quietly propped the whole group up and kept them from falling. Before anyone even realizes it, the truth creeps out bit by bit, until everyone admits Alan's call to push him away was a total mistake, even though Alan kicked him out for reasons he never explains. While the group looks back on everything, one scary question claws its way in. Can Alan truly find the nerve to apologize to Rick? They crave a quick fix, but the more they dig, the clearer it gets. Alan's mental state runs deeper, and it forces the truth out of him. It might only slam the brakes on his recovery, because when the talk finally ends, everyone falls silent, eyes sharp, thoughts racing, feeling the pressure in their group steadily rising. During the conversation, they admit nobody can truly explain how Alan's power kicks in, even when all the answers are still missing. They decide it's way too risky to push this right now, so they keep their eyes locked on every detail, waiting for the exact moment that lets them strike. The alchemist stands there perfectly calm, watching everything unfold. She pores over the documents, runs the tests in the lab, and can't shake the feeling that this so-called problem might not be the whole story. Something deeper is lurking beneath the surface. Certain something vital is missing. She plops a substance into a flask and kicks off another experiment, hunting for the one crucial piece she can't let slip away. Rick stands there, staring at the 3 A-rank monsters he forged: an intimidating Cyclops, a blob-like king slime, and the mysterious Arachne. Even with all that power, he realizes the group is still missing one thing: a killing blow that can end it. That hits him hard. He realizes he has to level up his combat power even more to truly shield the dungeon. And while he's thinking, Rick watches the 3 A-rank monsters he just created. That looming Cyclops, the gooey king slime, and the mysterious Arachne. Sure, they're terrifying power. But even so, he can't shake the feeling the dungeon's defense still has a gaping hole. So he steels himself to upgrade his gear and sharpen his battle tactics. Knowing his own power had to fuse with his creations, he had to lock down the whole place and keep it under control. Rick starts wondering if he can synthesize only rank A monsters, and he can't stop there. He has to know what happens next. Up to now, he's only been combining lower-rank creatures. Riding high on the idea and buoyed by his ally, he jumps to try it the moment the creation limit comes back online. But right before they can move, a brand new intruder crashes the scene and throws everything off. And Rick's jaw drops because the intruder is Mary, his former teammate. He's stunned to spot her there, and just like that, the whole mood flips upside down. The story flips hard. What used to be all about monster making suddenly detonates into a shocking reunion. Cheyenne spots Mary in the distance, snaps her eyes to her, and rushes down the stairs to confirm it before Mary gets any closer. Mary clocked her too, and the moment she did, she sprinted over with obvious relief flooding her face. Cheyenne, concerned, blurts out, "Where are the rest of the group?" Cheyenne snaps the truth to her: every one of Mary's companions, Randall, Ledok, Evan, and Barrick, is dead. Mary jolts with shock and blurts that they're dead. Again and again. Like she can't even believe what she's hearing. She remembers how the team chased a brand new dungeon near Al Raj to investigate it. Then it swallowed them in the most heartbreaking way. A whole month had passed since anyone found it, but not a single soul had any clue what waited inside. Mary tries to insist it wasn't pure luck that kept her alive while everyone else doubted her. Until she finally admits the dungeon monsters were acting way too strangely, like he was steering every step and waiting for the team to make their next move. Then, no matter how strong they were, every last one of them got wiped out. Mary's convinced she didn't just get out. Someone intentionally opened the door and spared her life for a reason that's about to matter. Mary looks back and says it all began a month ago, the moment the dungeon got discovered. She swears the monsters don't just wander, they move like they're being steered by a mind, like someone is pulling strings. Then her expression hardens. This wasn't some ordinary labyrinth. At last, she shoots Cheyenne an apology, admitting how brutal the loss has been, then begs her to swallow this painful truth. As the group huddles around a magical artifact, they stare at Mary's image flickering to life. One member leans in and blurts out, "So, why are you even here?" One look at the present and he realizes it's the healer from their old group. So he leans in, stunned and curious, and asks what she's doing here, because her arrival can't be just a coincidence. Alone deep in the dungeon, Mary stumbled forward, gasping for breath, yelling Rick's name like he was right there. Then she screamed his name again. She demands he proves it by showing himself if he can see her, and in the dead quiet, something drops right by her feet, sending her tension through the roof. Determined, Mary stakes it all on one thing. She forces the presence to show up. A towering presence looms in front of her. Rick watches her from a distance and blurts out that he wants to talk to her, and the companion next to him just stares like, "What?" The monster snaps into an aggressive rage, lunges at Mary, and yanks her heart, shattering any hope of a peaceful talk. The monster lunges away, and Mary crumples to the ground, trembling like she's just seen the end. Dazed and desperate to understand, she whips her head around, blurting questions about where she is, trying to piece together what just happened, while a mysterious figure studies her with a chilling, unreadable stare. Rick finally shows up in front of Mary, and he's not alone. There's a winged figure hovering beside him. He greets her like they've got all the time in the world, and says quietly that it's been way too long since their last meeting. Mary locks eyes with him right away, stunned for a second, then her face hardens with total certainty. When it clicks and the truth hits, she blurts out that it was all his doing from the very start. Then Rick snaps back, shocked, like, "Wait, did you know this already?" Mary tells them she studied dungeon layouts at the academy, then clocks it in seconds. The girl with Rick is a dungeon spirit and snaps all the pieces together. The dungeon shows up the second Rick peels off from the group, and of course it's only Rick who thinks letting a survivor live is the play. He tries to spin it like he figured she'd gotten away on her own, but Mary slams in, furious, and snaps that he's not being stupid. Then she confronts Rick, demanding if he can make sense of what he's doing while this tension crushes the air, she'll remember the past in a flash. The instant she was unveiled as the group's new healer. Nervously, she stepped forward, spoke with perfect manners, and swore she'd give it everything, while Rick and the others welcomed her with open hearts, and that memory slices even deeper now, because it makes her feel the full weight of who Rick has become. Mary flashes back to the beginning of the group when the companions welcomed her with open arms. They cheered that having a healer like her on their side would be a huge help, because before this, covering for each other was a struggle. Rick leans in with a soft, winning smile, and introduces himself as Rick Elrod, and Mary Shy meets his handshake back with forced confidence as she sizes up her new team. The crew pushes deeper into a rank B dungeon, convinced the next floor will be the boss room, and the tension in their bodies is so thick it feels like it could snap. Rick tells them to hold still for a heartbeat, then the monsters will never even clock. They're there, and in the meantime, he rips Alan a new one for acting recklessly, then barks at Mary to whip up a golden potion, and before anyone can blink, she snaps into action and follows through fast, proving she can stay locked in even when the pressure is sky high. During the mission, the whole crew finally realizes just how much Mary matters, and one of them straight up says, "It's all thanks to her. Our pace stays steady." Meanwhile, Rick finally chills, because he doesn't have to worry about healing anymore, while Alan's fuming over that research idiot, who just sits there waiting for orders and spitting out complaints. Even with all this, they rely on Rick's potions to juggle every attribute and buff, and when Mary catches the chatter, she keeps a straight face and accepts the truth better to be useful than to get brushed off. Mary's heart pounds as she creeps up to Rick and nervously asks, "Can I talk to you?" She greets him all formal, but he grins and tells her, "Just call me Rick." Worried sick, Mary leans in and asks, "Are you okay?" Because Alan and Victor always pile on him and she can't ignore it. Rick downplays it hard, says, "It's normal," flashes a calm smile, and insists he's okay while Mary leans in and tells Rick everything. She admits she's terrified, she's holding the group back as a healer and has no idea what to do. And Rick, with that steady calm smile, tells her none of it matters, stop panicking, and don't worry so much. He warns her that if she keeps stressing over him, she won't heal at her best and could end up putting herself in danger. Mary's heart gets warmed by his words, and she breaks into a smile as she gratefully thanks him. She clocks Rick's kindness and feels it hit her. His care is impossible to ignore. And then Rick finally lets her in, saying that he's not chasing anything else. He just wants to keep pushing his research in a cozy, safe space. He admits that the more Mary works, the less he has to push himself, so he finally gets the time to study. And yeah, it sounds selfish, but he sticks the landing anyway. He says that, somehow, he really likes things just the way they are now. Meanwhile, Mary strides forward and hands over the finished golden potion, crushing yet another mission for the crew. Mary flashes back and realizes something huge. She wanted to help Rick, but it was him who ended up pulling her out, and that kind act hits her as real kindness, not just words. With her eyes dropped to the floor, she tells herself, "This is the same Rick I knew, kind, helpful." But before she can even finish, someone calls her name. Mary's thoughts get cut off as Rick snaps back that he hasn't changed and dives straight back into his research like powering up monsters is just some accidental side quest, and Mary can't even wrap her head around how he turned on humanity. While they're still debating, it hits them what? If the dungeon spirit is messing with Rick, yanking his emotions around and steering his moves, especially that furious heat he's got toward Alan, the spirit just smirks, denies it all, and insists it's causing zero harm. Rick cracks the truth wide open. He doesn't hold a grudge against Alan for throwing him out, because he fully gets it. Alan needed that space to grow in that moment. It helped him stumble onto the one spot where he could finally prove what he was made of. So yeah, it mattered. Still, Rick declares he'll throw everything he's got into the fight if he has to clash with different ideals, because if it comes down to it, he's ready to face Alan himself. Mary's eyes brim with tears as she pleads that she still wants Rick back. But Rick shuts it down cold. Everything he's doing is for himself, not for Mary, not for anyone else. He swears this is his true desire. Even though Rick swears he feels something for her, he refuses to step down because he's not giving up his position for affection, and offers an apologetic, heart-sinking smile. Rick sprawled back, calm as stone, while the dungeon spirit loomed and came, people saying it's rude to make a girl cry, and he answers with a cold, cynical smirk like, yeah, it's too late for that, after he's already slaughtered so many adventurers. Those words don't just sting. They prove he's fully embraced the dark path he picked. Rick slams his fist down and declares, dead serious, I'm the dungeon master now, and he'll do whatever it takes to defend that place, trapped in a nightmare where monsters obey his every command. With tearful eyes, Mary stands frozen, silently gripping the crushing distance between the Rick she knew and the man he's become. Yuri watches Rick and Mary play off each other, jealousy burning in her eyes as she scrambles to hide it. Rick, baffled by her act, blurts out if he messed up. Yuri snaps back, no, trying to hide how rattled she is. But it's obvious she's fed up. Rick shrugs and says Mary was just a former teammate, and he has no clue what kind of relationship Yuri thinks they have. Then Yuri hits him with the truth. Mary must have been really close to him, because she showed up in the dungeon searching for Rick. Rick insists Mary was always kind to everyone, so he can't tell if that moment was truly special or just another twist of fate. Then he dodges the topic completely and flat out confirms that his power will kick in by the end of the day, but he needs help setting up the creation of rank A monsters, because the whole process is way more complicated than it looks. Rick admits that, even though he struck a deal with the dungeon spirit ages ago, he basically knows nothing about her, while she can't help probing his past, who he used to run with before this. They fall silent for a beat, then she cuts in, even if the contract happened in a blur. That's still no reason they can't get to know each other better. Not long after, she starts dropping deep truths about love and relationships. Like she's cracking the whole mystery wide open. He blurts that it's crazy how couples can get all worked up fast, rush into marriage, and then crash into disappointment. Rick just freezes, baffled, wondering where she even got that idea. The dungeon spirit flushes with embarrassment and scrambles to explain, claiming her last comment was off because she and Rick are stuck in a codependent bond, and they're together, plain and simple. Rick grins and tells them to start getting to know each other right from this moment on. As the monsters stare them down, they lock eyes with real meaning and make it clear there's still enough time to forge that bond even stronger. Yuri clings to Rick with all her might and finally spills the truth. She admits she was wrong, blaming it on pure jealousy, and Rick steadies her, telling her it's okay. Meanwhile, the monsters around him react like they've seen this kind of chaos 1,000 times. Then Rick snaps into action and sets his sights on the next move, synthesizing a rank A monster. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the world, a brutal battle erupts, right in the middle of the clash. One fighter's face crumples into panic as his power refuses to kick in, and he starts spiraling. Did he forget a condition, or is his technique broken? But Alan Cole, brimming with confidence and pure rage, shoves aside every doubt, sneers his way into the spotlight, declares himself the hero, and smirks as he challenges his opponent, ready to crush the fight. Alan can't stop bragging about his glorious past. He got noticed by the king, dodged death 9 times over, and somehow never once got defeated. He declares he's not scared of death at all, and that shocking truth hits like a revelation. Staring at everyone around him, He realizes how terrified they are of death, so scared they can't even look him in the eye, and that locks in his belief that he's on a different level, pushing forward with unshakable confidence, still undefeated. During the confrontation, Alan explodes in a burst of fury, bellowing that everyone around him is incompetent. His companion scrambles to calm him down, but Alan is drowning in anger and frustration. In the middle of the chaos, something gets hurled and it slams into the ground and sticks there with brutal force. Victor finally gives up after Alan nearly ruins him. Beobear trying to kill him, even with the air so tense it could snap. Victor demanded he calm down while Yuri lunged in, desperate to cut the argument off. Alan snaps at her to shut up, still seething. Then bam, she reveals that Mary has vanished, shocking Alan and everyone else. Alan tries to mask how worried he is, but the panic leaks out as he orders them to forget her, even after he admits she never vanished without warning. Yuri still scrambles to explain why she mattered so much, but a few in the group brush it off, saying other healers are nearby, and right then, a mysterious man suddenly shows up. With a smug, sarcastic grin, he taunted them who in their right mind would climb aboard a sinking ship, claiming something darker was going on and the crew was falling apart. Alan snapped, annoyed, and demanded what he wanted. The man sneers at Alan with nasty sarcasm, saying this version of him couldn't lead or conquer an SSS-ranked dungeon, forget starting any new team, later than punches harder. Even a guy as strong as Alan can be swapped out with someone else, and Alan snaps back, flipping the whole taunt on him, making crystal clear that the same doubts and cracks hit Alan too, the hero kneeling before the royal throne, staring into the weight of the hero title. Only the best of the best get to be adventurers, but even with all that prestige, he knows the king can cut him loose at any second, depending on what results he brings in. When a total stranger shows up out of nowhere, Alan freezes in shock, because the moment he speaks, it's clear this man puts his whole reputation on the line. Mary finally crawls back to the group after her disappearance, swearing she got hopelessly lost while gathering herbs, then watches the members warmly rush in to welcome her home. Alan stays ice cold, admitting he dodged the trouble of finding a replacement, but refusing to hear any more explanations. Then he snaps everyone into action and orders them to prep for the next mission. Rick and Yuri keep hammering away at their plan to forge Rank A Monsters King Slime, Arachne, the whole nightmare lineup using the same basic method as the lower ranks, but this time the materials fight back and breaking them down turns into grueling non-stop labor. Because the process will drag on, Rick grabs the extra time and starts expanding the dungeons at the same time. Meanwhile, as Yuri watches with unshakable confidence, she's certain the Cyclops can muscle through with pure brute strength. Yuri can't believe it. How did Rick end up in the heroes group? He spills the truth. It all began with a prophecy a fortune teller dropped. Rick stared at the woman as she told him, "If you go to Alan Cole, you might carve your name into history." And even if it sounded crazy, he followed her advice, and it flipped his whole life on its head. Rick stares into the past and admits it might have all kicked off with a baseless prophecy, but that hunger to reshape his life and become an alchemist lit a fire in him and made him move. He remembers. But back then, Alan carried pride without the arrogance he wears now. So, when he rolled up and accepted him into the group despite showing up out of nowhere, you couldn't help but stare in disbelief. As they stride through an S-ranked dungeon, Rick can't shake the feeling that Alan kept evolving, even after he'd mastered his own skills. During the mission, everything spirals. Alan's powers won't trigger at all, and the team instantly realizes they're completely out of sync. Tension skyrockets when one member blurts that retreat is the only way out. Then Alan snaps, refuses to back down, and goes at it aggressively, brushing off his companion's warnings as the whole team splinters on the spot. The whole crew argues over what's going on with them, and whether they'll have to square off with the dungeon master. Then one member chimes in with real fear, insisting, "We wouldn't make it out alive." Alan shoots them down with disdain, blasting the others for cowardice and for lacking the heart to push forward. Tension detonates the moment Fitz tries to warn everyone about the dangers of pushing forward, and right as the fight rips apart, a creature slithers out of the shadows. Without thinking, Fitz charges in alone to face it, leaving the rest of the group behind. Fitz charges in alone, but the monster swarms him, instantly jolting him with a barrage of fast, savage punches. As the group stares in stunned silence, Fitz's body tears open with severe wounds. Then he collapses, badly injured. The creature lunges straight at the offensive, and the brutal impact snaps everyone still for a heartbeat caught off guard by the sheer violence. Out in the middle of the field, something not right finally erupts. Weird noises crack the air and violent tremors rattle the ground. So everyone freezes, confused and panicked. Rick and the dungeon spirits stare in disbelief. Not a clue where this weird phenomenon came from, while Marion Fitz is just as shocked. In the middle of the chaos, another warrior throws insults at Fitz, hinting that now he has a perfect excuse to bail on the group. Alan stays quiet, fully rattled. Alan glares at the injured Fitz with pure contempt, then spits that the moment they're out, he'll swap him out. Fitz is done as a warrior and a member of the group. Even when a companion warns him, Alan doubles down, snarling that nobody could ever replace the leg Fitz just lost. Tension spikes, and the air turns electric. The ground gives a tiny crack, and Alan instantly clocks the truth. Fitz's physical and emotional weakness is behind it all, which means he'll never be able to keep up with the group. A mysterious woman rises out of the water like a nightmare, and Rick and his partner get blindsided by her terrifying aura. Then Alan, seething with rage and disgust, snaps that he doesn't want useless people like Rick and his crew. Right as the moment was heating up, wham, something crashes into the water, and that's when the new character finally makes their explosive entrance. The suddenly appeared girl spun around, totally lost. Then her confusion melted into a sly, mysterious little smile. Meanwhile, Rick's companion snaps her eyes wide in shock. Then her face goes pale when she realizes there's another mysterious woman standing there. Has burst into their nest, making everything worse, and that newly synthesized girl shows up acting like she has zero shame. Rick is left frozen in shock, not knowing what to do, because she looks like a flawless human, while he knows she was born as a monster, thanks to synthesis. After getting hauled up for staring at the girl, Rick scrambles to explain himself while this brand new synthesized girl instantly, magically slips into a full outfit with zero effort, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone staring. Her effortless natural charm and the way she dresses herself so smoothly is making even bigger doubts creep in about who she really is. Rick, blown away, starts wondering what kind of creature she truly is, and then he hits her with his name, Rick Elrod, the alchemist who made her. Shocked by the truth, she throws a question at the universe. Who is she really? And what is she even made to be? I just couldn't figure out where she truly came from, or why she was even here in the first place. She suddenly tumbles into an existential spiral, tearing into where she came from, why she's here, and whether the whole world around her is even real. She's trapped with zero clue why she's here, where her consciousness even came from, or what she's really made of. Meanwhile, Rick jolts in shock as she realizes this girl has something truly unusual. Yuri fires off a blunt note. Dungeon monsters never have an ego or self-awareness, so the fact that she does makes her feel totally off the charts. The girl throws herself at Rick with pure desperation, demanding answers right in his face. She demands an answer why she exists, then calls him creator, even God, convinced he can finally give her the meaning she's starving for. Under this crushing pressure, Rick goes completely speechless, unable to spell out a single clear answer, while the tension keeps ratcheting up as they even drag Yuri into the spotlight, and the mystery of this new creature's true identity and purpose gets even more tangled by the second. Yuri beams with pride, says she lives only to serve Rick, calling him her master, and then proudly explains how she helped build the dungeon with him. The new girl stays quiet, eyes locked in, and gives nothing away. Then suddenly she presses a hand to her chest as if the answer hit her right in the heart, while the whole group stares at her, holding their breath, praying her reaction will prove them right. After a little argument, that new girl, fuming for no clear reason, suddenly grabs and yanks Yuri's clothes, triggering a total embarrassment and blowing everything up in front of everyone. Just Yuri hurls herself into cover and blurts, shaking, whether Rick saw anything. Sweat slicking his skin, he flinches away from her eyes and blurts that he wasn't trying to escape the whole mess as fast as he could. Jealous Yuri snaps at Rick and starts grilling him, hinting he's been looking forward to their first night together. And before long, the argument spirals into pure chaos, with Yuri threatening to strip down just to prove her point. Meanwhile, this newly created girl stares at everything ice cold, unblinking, and dead straight. She's stuck in a nightmare she can't explain, no clue who she is, no idea where she's even standing. So the whole thing flips between laugh-out-loud chaos and dead serious existential dread, with every character caught in that wild contrast. Rick kicks off with a story about his past back Then he was just a run-of-the-mill alchemist with no real purpose, and everything flips the moment he reaches that place. There, he finally met Yuri. Then they synthesized monsters and forged a dungeon together. Right there, as it all unfolded, it finally hit him. He understood where he stood in the world, and what he was truly meant to do. Rick thrusts out his hand to the brand new girl and flashes a warm smile, telling her that time will reveal who she truly is, and until then, the dungeon is her home. He reintroduces himself with pride, claiming he's the master of the whole place. Confused but curious, the girl lets her fingers lightly meet his, and just like that, her new journey begins with them. She decides to call Rick father, swearing it's the least she can do respect for the man who created her. Then she turns to Yuri and asks, "Can I call your mom too? She helped me through it." And suddenly Yuri freezes in shock, while Rick just stands there, totally lost on what to do next. She insists she's being fair, but instead of picking sides, she recognizes both of them as her creators and acts on it. The new girl starts treating Rick and Yuri like they're her real parents. He demanded to know her name, insisting she show up with something worthy for his approval. Yuri lit up at the thought of them being a real family, then gushed about how her daughter understood everything so perfectly. Rick, caught off guard and a bit shaky, blurts out that he'd already picked a name for her. Rick locks in the name Cruz for the brand new girl he just created. He explains that he drew inspiration from a homunculus found in ancient alchemical books, and Yuri lights up, praising his pick like it's just plain kind. Cruz quietly repeats the name, staring into it as he wonders what alchemy is really for, to dig up the secrets of life itself and dare to stand against the gods' territory. As Rick breaks down what Cruz means, the girl snaps in, spotting something creepy flickering inside the magic orb. The image snatches everyone's attention. Then Cruz serious fires back, asking if they truly don't care about what's on display. Then the scene snaps to a chained arm getting sliced open, and you can feel danger charging toward them right now. Rick catches sight of it and realizes the invaders already crushed a rank A monster, shocking him, because the rumors about this place have spread faster than anyone could have predicted. Yuri warns them that the enemy is charging into a freshly carved stretch of the dungeon where rubble is scattered, and the traps aren't even set right yet. With danger closing in, Rick shuts his panic down and calls in reinforcements from another area, then scrambles to grab the communication tool before it's too late. Cruz asks Rick if she should slaughter the invading humans. And the moment she says it, both Rick and Yuri stare in shock at how ice-cold that idea is. She sizes up the enemies on the spot, and, if it's only them, she can take them, so she bolts straight into the group, fearless in her own power. Rick and Yuri watch the Cruz march out, and Yuri's worry spikes. Can she really pull this off by herself? While they sneer at her kid-like look, one enemy snaps at the others not to fall for it. Then Cruz bursts into the fight with lightning-fast, pinpoint moves, and with the very first strike, she catches them off guard. Cruz cleanly drops one enemy with a pinpoint strike, and the rest of the group freezes in total shock, like they can't believe how strong that girl really is. She glares at her opponents with icy confidence, then smirks and tells them way too casually that they're even weaker than she expected. In a glittering palace hall, two nobles leaned in and grilled each other over the hero's brutal criticism of how little he'd been putting into it. While one scoops a red apple up with total disgust, they point out the group has already crashed through the same dungeon 7 times in just that month. Now frustration is boiling over. Panic is creeping in, and the hero's reputation is slipping fast. The nobles keep circling the hero's fate. One pushes to hand him money, fretting that Senate pressure will crush him, and warning that other countries will smell this weakness and pounce. Even with all the backlash, they can't deny what the hero has already done. At the very end, they decide to gamble on him one last time to see if he can finally prove he's worth it. A brand new dungeon has sprung up and is spreading fast, grabbing everyone's attention right by the capital. It nearly wiped out an unready adventurer crew. People whisper that the monsters in there are way tougher than the dungeon's listed level, so they're lining up a face-off as the perfect way to find out what the hero is truly worth. The dungeon starts to quake, screaming that danger is about to hit, and right as that fear spikes, bam, a revelation crashes in. Turns out this newly created girl isn't just some experiment. She's a real vampire ancestor, born as one with powers that hit SS rank, way past anything the average vampire can touch. Now the big question is, will the hero actually prove he's worthy against something this terrifying? Or will the dungeon just rip the mask off and show how deadly it really is? Rick's jaw drops when he finally understands just how terrifyingly strong the brand new girl SS rank really is. He and Yuri lock eyes and realize that with a girl like her standing beside them, they can finally stand toe-to-toe with the hero no excuses. With a sharp, proud smile, she says it's all decided, then calls Rick Daddy. Right then, the whole crew feels hope ignite, and the sense that a brutal turning point is seconds away. Cruz flexes her terrifying strength and wipes out several enemies in seconds, all while she just stands there with an emotionless stare. Her strikes hit like lightning fast, surgical, and ruthless, dropping every last person unconscious in seconds. From a distance, Rick grins, stunned by what they've unleashed, because the deadliest weapon they ever built is finally theirs. Now the crew at a cozy, fully stocked base to call home, and with points piling up fast, and the teams always stepping in to help, this spot was turning into the perfect place to live. As he roamed through the rooms, he lit up with a huge grin. These new facilities were exactly what he wanted, especially with tools he never thought he'd get pulled straight from Alan's old crew. And suddenly he realized this wasn't just a comeback. It was a fresh start packed with resources, power, and wild possibilities. The protagonist grimaced as the invaders' numbers kept climbing, and he finally confessed he'd been siphoning a slice of the dungeon's resources only, the leftovers, for his own projects. The elf pitched the idea that they should move in with the crews already there. Taking on enemies felt simple at first, but every clash only cranked his unease higher. Relying on her too much could spell disaster. Even with Cruz's raw strength so brutal that heroes would still sweat, he hesitated, because he could feel the danger looming right there. Cruz lit up with pride as she bragged, "I've faced invaders my whole life ever since I was born. They never stood a chance." He swore he'd never pushed her into a thing, and reminded her that she'd always chosen to jump on missions with her own feet. Cruz, strutting with confidence, declared every enemy felt like child's play, and begged for tougher fights ahead yet. Even with all that swagger, the elf's mind stayed sharp and unsettled. She couldn't help but wonder if she was overthinking everything. And then boom, Albert Rideau shows up out of nowhere. He burst in all fired up, introduced himself with zero hesitation, and said he was thrilled Alan had called him directly then. He casually mentioned that everyone talked about Albert as Marco's group's standout attacker. While that looming, intimidating figure kept watching, the air turned suspicious, like something bad was about to snap into place, and the elf fought to stay calm even as the weird delay started to gnaw at him. Albert forced a grin like he was thrilled, but the rest of the crew looked unconvinced. Some straight up sneered. Some were already asking how long he'd even survive, like he'd been slipped in through a sweet deal. And one of them started trashing the group's performance right when the air got so tense you could feel it snap. Albert tried to keep the vibe easy, promising he'd bring fresh energy to the team, until tension snapped when one member couldn't stand his rambling anymore. The whole group felt sharp and unforgiving. Alan made it clear, "Here, your actions scream the truth, not your promises," and everyone had to prove they were worth it with real results. They announced that tomorrow morning, a brand new dungeon would open its doors and everyone had to be at full power. The group stood rigid and silent. No room for jokes, like the air itself demanded strength and crushed anyone who faltered. The group got hit with an alert. Another dungeon invasion was coming, and the protagonist just shrugged, saying the attacks had been relentless. But he stayed totally calm. The crew lit up with pure excitement and jumped at the chance to move, taking the mission on with total confidence. Meanwhile, the elf kept her eyes locked on the invader from afar, casting magic to track every move. But a strange turn in the enemy's route jerked her instincts awake. Now a thin doubt gnawed at her, and the invading group pushed deeper through the dungeon, senses tuned to the eerie quiet. One guy shouted that traps might be lurking everywhere, and the whole crew stayed locked in and on guard. While scouting the area, he demanded a golden potion on the spot, because nothing here felt safe. And even when the traps looked easy to read, the world around them still screamed, "Be careful." They figured the monsters were scarce, but the traps were everywhere, because their presence stirred up an old dungeon history that demanded non-stop focus. Cruz met the invaders with a sadistic grin and total confidence, then snapped her eyes over the group, spotting 5 enemies in an instant before she surged forward and wrecked them with brutal force, knocking one down like it weighed nothing. With a wild, crazed glare, she warned them she was here to have a blast before she wiped them all out, making it crystal clear. She wasn't defending the dungeon at all. She was savoring every second of the fight. In the middle of the confrontation, One of the invaders spotted a gap, then hurled a potion straight at the crews. The vial detonated in a blinding burst of light, washing out everyone's vision for a split second. The elf and Cruz jolted in surprise at the sudden glow, and Cruz's irritation snapped into full-blown fury. She wasn't going to let this slide. The battle's tension hit a terrifying new peak. Then the invaders kept the pressure on with coordinated strikes. One of them blasted up a wall of earth at breakneck speed, catching the Cruz off guard and slinging one of her allies flying across the battlefield. And the Cruz were furious about the constant interruptions. She lunged for a counterattack, but a brutal surprise move snapped her into an underground snare, and the whole situation spiraled fast until the enemy finally showed its true strength, and it was far worse than she ever imagined. Even with injuries and shaking hands, the Cruz refused to stop then. Right as she braced herself, a trap sprang shut with a swarm of flying creatures, catching her completely off guard. A sudden smoke blast choked the air and blurred her sight, while the invaders just stared, baffled, unsure whether she was running for safety or charging in on purpose. With tears in her eyes, Cruz confessed she couldn't see a thing, even as one enemy swore she was baiting the traps on purpose. Then everyone watched in shock as she got cut off before she could push forward. She wasn't getting beaten by the invaders at all. She was pinned down by the dungeon's own scattered traps, and while that hit them all, the enemy squad clocked the truth she was strong, but trapped right now, so they surged ahead fast. The dungeon master's nerves snapped tight as he watched the danger creep closer, terrified the enemies would slip past the Cruz and burst into the room they were guarding. As the chaos kept spiraling out of control, the protagonist snapped that the dungeon had been bulked up with traps, and those easy paths made to buy time, but the moment it sank in, he knew it still wouldn't hold, and in the dead, dark silence, he started blaming his own over-reliance on the Cruz, realizing he'd forgotten one crucial thing: a safe escape route. Tension snapped tighter with every approaching footstep, like the clock was already yelling, "Run out of time." The invaders realized the Cruz were hit by a blindness trap. Eyes useless, panic rising, and everything took a deadly turn. They pressed their advantage and moved in with total confidence, convinced she wouldn't spot them from that far, and the whole crew stayed locked together. As that thunderous roar boomed through the corridor, he braced for what was coming. Something massive was about to explode into the world, and every step the creature took sent the tension through the roof. The dungeon tore open the gates and unleashed its brutal cyclops on the invaders. One of their allies swore it would handle everything, but the dungeon master's real plan was something else. They finally realized they'd underestimated their enemies, and he snapped that leaving a cyclops to face that whole group alone was pure recklessness. Soon the cyclops charged in, only to get swarm surrounded from every side and hammered all at once until it was quickly beaten. As destruction thundered through the whole place, the Cyclops fought back with everything it had. But the invaders weren't just showing up. They were ready for war, and one of them even clocked how brutal that creature felt compared to what they expected. Yet the whole group kept their cool, because the golden potion was still coursing through them, flooding their bodies with a huge power surge. Confident to the bone, they locked arms, launched a crushing coordinated strike, and the final blast detonated right on the Cyclops, ripping it apart. Then their combined might flipped the whole fight boom. The Cyclops crumpled to the ground, shattered and badly injured, and it couldn't stand back up. Even with injuries still stinging, the enemy squad pushed through and swore everyone was okay. Then their leader admitted the fight was brutal, but they'd all held the line, and now that the way was finally clear, they were gearing up to march deeper into the dungeon. While the defenders just stared, stunned by the giant's crushing drop, her crews surged back into the brawl, even while she was still blinded, shocking the invaders with sheer grit. They were convinced they still had the upper hand, so they lunged in to strike her before her sight fully snapped back. Then, one enemy sprinted forward fast and totally underestimated Cruz. In the next heartbeat, a brutal strike detonated with a violent explosion, shocking everyone to a standstill and yanking the group's momentum to a halt. Cruz, still blinded, started sniffing the air, and she grimly said that nasty smell was awful, but unmistakably familiar. Invaders stared in confusion until it hit them too late what she was doing. By using the Cyclops' blood scent, the Cruz finally locked onto her targets and hunted them down. And the shock rattled the whole group, especially Marco, who realized she wasn't just attacking. She was steering every strike with surgical precision, relying on nothing but her sharp nose. She drove Cruz forward with ruthless precision and speed, using only the blood scent to guide every step. Her strike landed with surgical precision. Boom, down went one invader, instantly, and the rest of the group froze, realizing too late she didn't need to see to be deadly. Marco's face twisted between frustration and shock as he finally understood they'd grossly underestimated her. The girl dug, indeterminate, relentless, and still fighting uphill. And after the brutal battle, the crews stared at the wounded but unbroken Cyclops, realizing just how tough it truly was. Then she looked it straight in the eyes and poured out a heartfelt thank you, because it had just saved her life in the middle of the fight. The elf finally exhaled when she saw the Cyclops was fine, and the crews admitted they'd misjudged it. Then everyone paused as the tension eased, and that mutual respect between the dungeon defenders finally clicked into place after the showdown. The dungeon master dropped the mask, admitted every mistake, and confessed he'd leaned on his allies too hard, trusting their skills more than his own judgment. Yuri pulled him close and reassured him that leaning on others was fine, especially with him carrying the weight of everyone there. The trust hit him hard, and he realized he had to unleash his own strength, not just to keep himself safe, but to defend every single person standing by his side. Albert sprinted through the dungeon corridors like he was seconds from disaster. Reeling from one member's absolutely wild call, he instantly panicked. Then he saw the man had sprinted in alone, furious, charging straight at a pack of cockatrices, rank S monsters, and even a rookie would know that move was pure suicide because the danger was off the charts and everything felt like it had slipped totally out of control. Albert sprinted through the corridors, shouting for his missing companions in a daze-only silence answered back as he found nothing. He blinked, and there they were, a pack of cockatrices, towering and deadly, closing in from every side. And when fear finally hit, it was already too late. He'd stumbled right into the beast's ambush. Alan blurted out that he'd spotted the cockatrices moving the exact same way as Albert. Rideau snapped into alarm. But then he clocked. The truth, this whole mess was a decoy. So one guy shouted, "Forget Albert, push forward," while he said he'd hold the monsters back and keep them busy. Rado got hit with pure shock at the idea of ditching him, then snapped into action right away. He couldn't believe they were actually thinking of leaving him behind. Matilda writhed in agony, and the entire group instantly spiraled into panic. They didn't even know what hit them, but they rushed to check her right away. She swallowed cockatrice venom, and the moment it hit, everything went deadly serious. Matilda had only 6 hours to live, so the whole crew had to sprint against the clock to save her. The group huddled over just how bad it was. This toxicity was rank S, and with the resources they had, there was no way to craft an antidote. Not even Mary's healing magic could overpower it. Frustration surged, and one member snapped hard. Alan got blasted for rushing into action and dragging them into this mess. And with the tension still crackling, nobody dared face him head-on because out here, it was clear there was no real leadership among the survivors. The whole crew started fighting about how they even landed in this mess. One guy regretted Rick and Fitz being gone, because they could have stopped Alan's reckless moves, while Arito took the blame and spiraled, desperate to figure out exactly where it all went wrong. Mary pushed for the fastest move, get Matilda back to the city, before that poison finished her. And even with the whole situation still buzzing with terror, the focus finally snapped to keeping the companion alive. The air crackled as Mary faced the gut-wrenching choice to walk away without helping Albert. Then she snapped. This isn't the moment for petty leadership fights when someone's life is hanging in the balance. Through the tension, she clung to what Dorma said. She tugged at the other person's conscience, and you could feel her resolve and rage burning through. Rideau had no choice. He had to react, and with a hard, serious look, he nodded back immediately. They couldn't afford to waste another second. Not after that discussion. Rideau snapped into command, telling everyone to pull back for now, and even though Alan didn't want to, he swallowed his doubts and agreed, because he could feel how serious this was. Mary shot Victor a grateful smile for saving the day, and he answered with a steady calm that proved he was in this for real. Then, once the decision was locked in, Rado barked for Victor to carry Matilda, and the whole crew geared up to bolt. No more arguments, just one shared, desperate mission: get their companion out, no matter what. Even with potions and healing magic thrown at it, Matilda still couldn't beat the venom. 2 days and 3 nights later, her life finally slipped away. Even though an antidote had finally been found, it was already too late when Alan came back. He demanded to know how she was, and the truth hit him hard. She didn't make it. When the news slammed into him, the whole world went dead silent. Devastated by Matilda's death, Mary couldn't take it anymore and broke under the weight of what came next. She snapped that she couldn't stay in that group, because every thought kept dragging her back to Rick's loss and Fitz's vanishing. And it was just too much to hold anymore. Victor tried to comfort her, but Alan stayed ice-cold, shuffling ahead like nothing mattered. Tears poured as Mary snapped, asking if Alan had any heart left, because she couldn't wrap her mind around how he could be so ruthless while they were drowning in pain. Frustration swallowed Alan as he rued the fact he couldn't save Matilda, but then he snapped back, already zeroing in on who could step in and replace the group. Fuming at all the refusals and the way other adventurers brushed him off, he started to wonder if his name had finally lost its worth. His mind snapped back to Mary, furious that she'd dare challenge him, the way someone like him thinks of a healer. Then the memory of her confrontation hit again, and his rage kept spiraling, feeding his resentment until it burned. Rage took Alan over the moment he realized everyone around him was underestimating him, so he snapped, smashed something nearby, and tore through the streets like a wildfire. While Alan was on the move, a mysterious man crossed his path, looming with a shadowy figure at his side, so Alan stepped in and challenged him right there. But the man stayed stone calm and snapped, "I'm Alfred Blythe," all impatient edge and aggression. Then Alan told him to get out of the way, refusing to talk. A tense storm hangs between them. But even with Alan's hostility spitting like fire, Alfred stays ice calm. He blurts out that he's here on the king's own orders to deliver a letter, and that bombshell snaps Alan's whole attitude on the spot. He's stunned, voice dropping as he repeats the king's name in disbelief, and the whole atmosphere snaps, tension slithers away, replaced by sudden curiosity and a serious weight settling in. Alan read the king's letter out loud, and for everything he'd already done, he still couldn't shake the weight of that recognition. Turns out his latest dungeon attempts didn't just fail, they pushed past the line of tolerance completely. A letter lands with a bombshell. The Senate is weighing an official move to strip his hero title, and Alan explodes in shock and righteous fury the moment he reads it. Even with the nightmare of losing his title looming over him, Alan gets a lifeline. If he conquers some dungeons, he can claw back redemption and keep his status. He's stunned by how easy the proposal sounds until it hits him. There's a hidden condition lurking underneath. The first suggested target is that exact dungeon everyone's been buzzing about lately, the very place he already tried and failed. The tension snaps back into the group, and Mary braces with pure concern. The dungeon master, still stuck on what to build next, admits he's hunting for monsters that hit like a truck, then slowly lets on. He's starting to look for smarter, faster ways to run the whole place, and with his options multiplied, the weight of his choices crushes him, so he turns to Yuri and asks for her advice, trusting her sharp instincts and years of experience. She's stunned, but she leans in and listens hard because Yuri feels the weight of that trust the moment they hand her such an important responsibility. She vows to lend a hand in every way she can, glowing with pride for being useful to her master. And he answers her with a warm smile of thanks. Together, they step into the dungeon's current mess and start a brand new round of fixes, testing, tweaking, and leveling it up for real. While she's studying the dungeon layout, Yuri starts firing off ideas. We can make this way scarier. And she pushes to split it into floors, so getting through becomes a brutal test. He leans into it, pushing harder and slapping buffs on monsters to match each floor's wild environment. And when the master looks back at how simple it all started, he goes all in, tuning the setup as the talk turns dead serious and technical, making it crystal clear that defending this place is pure planning and strategy. The dungeon floor morphs into a wild, living forest right before your eyes. Yuri shocks the master by explaining this field change lets them drop stronger monsters into the wild and turns the whole area into a nightmare for invaders to push through, while also setting up the perfect defenses for the next floor. The chat wraps up with one last check on how many points they've got left, and it turns out the resources are holding steady. Yuri reveals that the dungeon just gulped down 25,000 DP from defeated adventurers, leveling it up to rank E, and when the master sees the total stacked at a whopping 36,200 DP, he's genuinely stunned. Even after all that hard spending on field tweaks and expansion, she drops the real bombshell, starting at rank E. They'll be able to build facilities that generate DP on their own, and the whole group goes wild, while the master and Yuri start hashing out how to level up the dungeon. This newly created girl watches everything unfold, then boldly decides she'll do her part too. No clue about alchemy or managing things, but she's not backing down. She throws herself into what she's good at, training, and with pure drive, she rallies that tight little crew of monsters, pushing them to get stronger. The master grins at them and urges them on, just promises them this one thing: don't push past your limits. He stares at his own reflection and realizes the only thing that ever truly feels right is pushing himself, throwing himself into alchemy, then mastering dungeon management like it was always written in his bones. He remembers a seer back in his hometown who clocked his talent and grit instantly, then pushed him to go find a specific man because that's how he'd unlock something huge. So far from Alan and chasing his own path, he can't help but wonder, will he pull off something big before this journey ends? Alan stays cocky and unshakable, refuses to even entertain the thought of losing the hero title, and insists he's still got the power to win. Meanwhile, Albert butts into the talk, insisting the nation's future should be in his hands. Yet Alfred fires back, saying this isn't just about Alan at all, because it's deciding the country's entire path. Even so, Alan digs in and swears there's only one road forward, shutting down any interference, no matter how politely they ask. Alan is blindsided when a hooded man shows up out of nowhere, praising his steel-like rigidity, then hitting him with one brutal truth: if he wants to grow, he has to learn to bend while he's still young. As soon as the man shows his face, he brings up Rick, the kid Alan sent, and wastes no time, demanding to know where he is. He clocked that nobody had heard from him in ages, and that silence screamed trouble, so suspicion started gnawing at him. Alan's eyes go wide when he spots the hooded man alive, against all odds. The visitor smirks and throws shade at how aged Alan looks, while he still wears that same dead, cadaver-thin face like it never changes. Mary shoots a confused look and blurts, "Who's that guy?" And Victor freezes because it hits him. She's never seen him before. Right then, the stranger's arrival sparks a wave of suspicion across the whole group. Albert Grace is finally unmasked as a shadowy alchemist and royal advisor, serving the court all the way back since the current king's grandfather, yet instead of staying put in luxury, he's constantly roaming out to remote regions, hunting for promising young adventurers like it's his favorite game. He always shows up when the nation's fate is on the line, so when Mary, intrigued, presses Alan's secret, asking why he kept Rick and his crew despite all the bad blood, Victor fires back that it wasn't just timing and missing support members back then. There were other reasons too, reasons that hint Albert may have steered that call. Rick only ended up in the group because Albert Grace flat out told him to, even as Alan basically treated him like dead weight. They kept him on the team just to protect Albert's name. Nobody dared cross someone that untouchable. And yeah, people whispered it was only a rumor, but the way it all played out, it screams that Alan didn't choose Rick at all. Politics shoved him into it. In the end, even Albert can't seem to recall the boy's name right. Alan snaps, exploding with pure frustration right in front of him. Victor makes it crystal clear: Rick is already kicked out of the group. He snaps that after all the years of backing him, the kid never proved a single useful thing, and Victor's crew backs that up too. Rick never pulled off anything worth remembering. Alan snaps at the idea of potential, saying they don't have time to gamble on something that might never show up, and to him, keeping Rick in the group is just dead weight dragging them down. Albert just chuckles, dead calm, while Alan's impatience boils over. He admits he sinks way too much time and talent into it, but insists that's just how alchemists are wired, constantly watching, studying, and analyzing with laser focus. Finally, he hammers it into the room: patience is everything, and Alan has zero room left to argue. A warrior bursts out of nowhere and strikes, snapping at Alan for making those reckless choices. Yet Alan's jaw drops when he realizes who it is. Albert keeps his cool as the chaos unfolds, knowing adventurers often rush head first, but his eyes still sharpen on Alan's reckless, impulsive streak. Albert snaps at Alan's attitude, yelling that if he's a hero, he has to learn the difference between courage and plain reckless stupidity. Meanwhile, Rick's in the lab mixing alchemy, and Yuri creeps in. Eyes wide, Rick grins and admits he's building something the catalog never listed, then casually says he tracked down all the materials himself. As the group huddles over that last push into the dungeon, they suddenly realize the truth: every potion, every spark of energy is running on empty. Rick throws the question out: what would you do in that situation? And when Yuri hesitates, Rick snaps: so that's your answer. Even if it's brutal, he pushes them to retreat because he's convinced the only adventure worth it is the one where everyone's still alive, even if he knows not everyone sees it that way. Rick can't ignore the brutal truth of these expeditions. If they pull back, the dungeon's layout could flip overnight, and every scrap of intel they gathered would be instantly worthless. And yeah, he still remembers Vanyurm Shimon because those so-called merm adventurers aren't on his side at all. Sabotage and bitter fights flare up non-stop, and the moment another group swoops in and takes credit for the conquest, the decision hits like a brick, proving harder than it looks. Rick admits adventurers get shoved forward even when the stakes are deadly, and Yuri's terrified of what comes next. RRJ, even if they win. Remembering that one wrong move can leave irreversible injuries, one hit could cost them their friends. Rick then pulls his ace out of nowhere. A crucial ally who can flip the whole game around. Rick flashes a golden potion, the exact kind adventurers used before they stormed and invaded the dungeon. Yuri immediately clocks it and shoots Rick a suspicious look, demanding what he's up to, while Rick just grins like there's a bigger scheme brewing, and he keeps that mystery hanging in the air. Close. Rick cracks open the golden potion and uses it to heal the Cyclops. Then he told Cruz, "Take it seriously. Just once, okay?" The girl pauses for just a beat, then leans in. Captivated, Rick's experiment has her hooked. Cruz snaps at the proposal with zero hesitation, even joking she might end up dropping the Cyclops in the chaos of battle, while Rick just shrugs and slaps down a challenge. With the golden potion's effect, the Cyclops still has to fight, and that's a huge handicap, no matter what Cruz thinks. He's not convinced it'll help at all. Still, she steels herself for the showdown, saying she's only following her father's orders. Yuri watches, stomach twisting, not sure the plan will even work. Then the Cyclops freezes, sweating like crazy. Cruz steps in, all confidence, and promises she'll end it fast and with zero pain. Rick just smirks and tells Yuri to watch like a hawk, because he's about to unleash the power of that golden potion. Cruz lunges in with total confidence. Then the instant she lands the hit on the Cyclops, something unexpected hits, and it isn't that easy this time. She swings in expecting it to fall, but shock slams her as it meets her with an abnormal kind of power. The Cyclops, juiced up by the golden potion, barely even reacts to the blow. While Cruz feels something terrifying twist inside her body, the Cyclops panics, stunned at what just hit him, yet even with the golden potion mending him, exhaustion creeps in fast. Then Cruz, pure speed and ruthless intent, relentlessly crowds him with razor-precise strikes, pinning the enemy down and keeping him under control. Even with the regeneration kicking in, she clocks that the monster's body is already burning out. Then Cruz pounces with the resistance edge, throws the fight off balance, and starts stress testing how far that potion power can really go. Cruz steadies himself for one last hit to take down the Cyclops, while Yuri panics that it might actually drop, and the master calmly shuts her worries down, telling her to watch closely. The Cyclops, despite being outmatched, digs in and charges straight toward the end with iron resolve. Cruz, all confidence and blazing momentum, rockets in to land the decisive hit, suiting the fight down with ice-cold control until the second he tries to finish off the Cyclops. Something totally unexpected crashes the moment. Even though it should have been weakened, the creature snaps into action with brutal force and shocking speed, trading hits with her blow for blow. Cruz's jaw-dropped. Turns out the Cyclops kept matching her moves even after the potion hit, and that fight, which looked already over, suddenly felt far from decided. Cruz turns the situation into a straight-up standoff until the moment the interruption hits, annoyance flares in her eyes, and the master snaps orders for her and the Cyclops to stop. He watches in amazement as the experiment lands perfectly, success confirmed. Because the point wasn't to win the fight, it was to see if the potions actually worked. Even with her mood sour, Cruz pushes forward and tells her the outcome is already proof enough. The Cyclops is still standing exhausted, but finally at peace now that the fight's over and the master lays it out. He wanted to see how the Cyclops would hold up against someone far stronger, like Cruz. He drops a bombshell. The golden potion senses danger and supercharges every power inside the user for a brief, wild surge. No wonder it's brutal to make and pricey, because the payoff is absolutely massive. Ever since it was invented, that adventurer potion has boosted survival rates by 40%, flipping brutal fights around. It's crafted to reverse critical combat situations. The master orders every dungeon monster loaded up with the golden potion, and as he does, he starts explaining it. Even when adventurers slice through monsters with teamwork and smart plans, the fight still feels unfair. Numbers and terrain are already stacked against them. And if that monster also has insane resistance, even the best coordinated squad starts to struggle. After the Cyclops experiment, the verdict hits hard. Even mid-level adventurers or anyone higher will still struggle to make real progress. He realizes his dungeon was built using golden potions and smart, shifting force combos, so only an alchemist with serious range could have cooked something like this. To mark this identity, he blurts out Alchemist Dungeon, and Yuri freezes in shock because the spot they're talking about didn't even have a name until right this second. After Albert subtly pulls the strings, Alan finally caves and jumps into the brand new dungeon expedition. The old man's stirring of his pride made it feel like he chose this himself, so when the team finally gathered for the next push, he's told to push forward and cooperate with the new guys, no matter how much he's still suspicious of everything. Alan gets introduced to his team's new recruits, and the first to step up is Christopher Perez, an A-rank mage, who praises Alan so wildly and over the top you can practically hear the compliments spill over. Next up is Aaron Seeger, another rank A healing mage, cold, calm, and straight to the point, standing there with one job, backing the next dungeon mission. But the moment Alan gets that icy welcome, the whole group's tension snaps into focus until the last new guy on Alan's team steps forward and introduces himself. Tony Richards, who already knows Alan finally, gets him on the same mission, and you can hear the rush of excitement battling the frustration in every breath. Tony looks serious and direct, but his tone screams disappointment over Alan's cold, distant vibe. And even though the team is finally complete, the tension between them already smells like the next big fight is coming. Tony goes at Alan verbally, shouting that a real hero is supposed to be a blazing symbol of hope and victory. Alan taking help didn't just change him, it branded him a disgrace to the very ideal he swore to uphold. And the moment he sees Alan leaning on others now, rage comes rushing back to him, especially the day he beat him in the past. Bitter rage burns as he declares Alan is slipping right now. Right as the tension keeps ballooning, a newcomer barrels in. Tony steps forward like a top-tier ranks hero candidate, sword in hand, grinning with confidence, swearing he'll shoulder the hero's burden. But Alan's patience snaps at the spot, and he fires back with a biting remark about someone stuck at. S has no right to judge him, because the tension between them keeps climbing into sharp rivalry, and Alan's impatience with the meeting practically bursts. The old advisor bursts in and says, "One more person still hasn't shown up." Tony shoots back, "Yeah, they'll be here any minute." Then the story jumps a few hours back. Something massive is about to hit, because this new presence could flip the whole conversation on its head. As Yuri and the Master stare into the surveillance orb, their nerves scream. Then they spot it. An intruder has busted into the dungeon. Then comes the wildest part. Their speed is so unreal that even the magical tracking system can't catch up. And as the figure barrels forward, they smash everything in their path, wipe out the guardian monsters with zero effort, and prove they're no ordinary invader. The invader finally rips off the mask and shows his face lies Clement, a top-tier rank A assassin. He looks like he's still a kid, but the way he stands and talks screams experience. Then he scoffs at the dungeon like it's beneath him. Way too easy for his level. The Master spots him, and the shock hits hard, because the intruder's identity is wild, and he never once expected someone that young to be this dangerous. The Master reels in disbelief as his monsters get wiped out by Liza's blistering speed. No matter how many he throws at him, they can't even slow him down. Leah slipped through the enemy ranks like it was a game, dancing and grinning while the battlefield erupted all around her. His power and speed are in a whole different league, so every normal strategy just crumbles in front of him. Leah pushes forward with zero trouble, weaving through every strike like it's nothing, while the monsters lunge and flail, yet every hit falls short. The Master just stares, baffled at how anyone can brush off counterattacks like they're nothing. The enemy doesn't just move fast. He seems to read your next move with ridiculous, impossible accuracy. He just stands there watching the monsters, and the second he clocks them, he realizes, wait, they're way less terrifying than he expected. After sizing everything up, he snaps to a decision. He's seen enough, and he storms out for now. He ripped through the room and vanished out the window, ditching everyone else behind him. Meanwhile, one of the guys finally blurts out that staring him down is basically suicide. He knows he'll get wiped out in seconds, and the girl next to him snaps back with furious indignation. But he just smiles, owning his limit like it's the only truth he needs. As they watch the enemies like hawks, the group realizes these fighters dodge direct clashes, but somehow they still slip through every single plan like it's nothing. And that's when they hit the terrifying conclusion. Something special is powering them. One person points out that even with everyone on the field, victory would still be a total gamble. The girl then steps up and makes the moment count. That secret card was the biggest loss of all, but the invader makes it crystal clear. The real mission wasn't to attack at all. It was to dig up information. So the group clocks at once. Adventurers, this deadly start striking again and again. They're gonna have to completely rebuild the whole dungeon layout because of this. They crack their knuckles and dive back in reviewing the plans from the very start. The whole crew crowds around a table plastered with a map of the last dungeon, and even though they didn't crack the very bottom floor, they still spill every secret they fought their way through. So one guy hypes the effort, but another snaps, "Why did you praise him before?" The leader starts to answer, rattles off a few reasons, then pauses right before he drops the real one. The girl says, "Sure, there are stronger dungeons out there, but this one is the hardest to even read. It's like you're stuck in an evolution stage." And then she adds that once dungeons get more developed, they fall into patterns you can actually predict. But the ones still growing are riddled with mistakes and wild surprises, so they're impossible to predict, like battling someone who refuses to play by the rules and never sticks to a strategy. The crew swaps rumors and whispers that this dungeon feels like some kind of mad experiment, because every step racks up casualties, and the talk gets louder with every new death. The leader clocks how the dungeon master runs things. It's like they're treating the whole dungeon like a real game. He's betting that the moment a real invasion kicks off, the enemy will catch on, scramble everything, and redraw the whole plan again, so this exploration only matters as a look-back map, not the final blueprint. The crew leans in and says, loud and clear, this mission wasn't some easy prank. He wanted answers, and he didn't just stare at the dungeon's layout. He went for the real intel. But it's not just the plan, it's the master behind it. His personality, his quirks, and the way they swear they can read his moves, even when the whole structure keeps shifting. One member says, "You decide when we hit the dungeon," while another pushes back, saying they've still got to dig for more answers first. So, for now, Shemai Jajime locks in, and they prioritize the tougher dungeons. Once he gets the meaning of that first point, it's crystal clear. He refuses to be shut out of the decisions. He agrees to the investigations but warns them, loud and clear, if they keep creeping around from the shadows, they'll need his approval first. The hero leans in and reminds his companion, "Listen, no matter what happens for now, I'm still the group leader." And he gets the royal order, and it instantly lights a fire in his chest. Irritation boils over as he demands stronger respect and way more caution in every decision. The other swallows the warning, promises they won't forget. And right after that, everyone crowds in as someone fires up the next phase, signaling, "Piling, view, the inn." The older man kicks off the meeting, talking about the group's first dungeon conquest, and one member begs for a calmer plan. Then every single member flashes a confident, hard-set stare like they're ready to win. As the girl stays emotional and silent, it looks like the group's unity finally settles something deep inside her. A bored girl grumbles that the dungeon adventurers aren't moving at all, and it's driving her insane. Meanwhile, everyone's freaking out. Whoever did this is stuck in his room for 3 whole days with 0 answers, yet somehow his meals keep showing up like nothing's wrong. That situation starts freaking out the other residents, but the man stays locked in, plotting his dungeon plan like it's his whole world. And while she tweaks the traps, boredom finally snaps her patience. Rage rips through her as she screams, "If we don't get this done right now, I'm totally going to lose it," and decides to yank her father out of the room, brushing off every warning, then marches in fiercely determined to make him leave. When the girl bursts into the room, she finds her father crumpled unconscious at the table, ringed by vials, plates, and scattered papers. In panic, she shrieks that he's dead. Then the whole place erupts in instant chaos. The man drags himself awake and demands, "Where am I?" while the girl lets out a huge breath, rushing to him with tears and pure relief. One of them suddenly flings herself on top of him the second he wakes up, and it catches him completely off guard. The girls snap at the man for vanishing 3 days straight with 0 rest, fueled only by homemade potions just to keep him alive. They shove the truth in his face. Yeah, he's still human, and if he doesn't eat, he can die. They tell him, if you fall, everything around you will crash too, and in the end, they earnestly beg him to take better care of himself. One of the girls jolts him and reminds him it's time to donate blood to her. Then he blurts out, "I totally forgot." Another snaps back in outrage, saying it's insane to drain blood from someone malnourished, and they insist he needs proper meals before anything else. As they debate the quality of human blood, the exhausted man can't stop wondering whether he's being cared for or just kept around to be treated like a walking nutrient source. The girls huddle up and decide to cook a meal to help their master recover, and they dive into the task with full, unstoppable excitement. He thanks them, leans in with a promise, and swears he'll rest until then, trusting them with every beat of his heart. Once he's finally alone, doubt hits hard. What if they don't really know how to cook? And worry starts gnawing at him as he imagines how the whole thing will turn out. Determined to save her master, the woman grabs every ingredient she can find and starts prepping. She snaps her fingers and summons a whole real crew of monsters to cook. And with that kind of backup, she's certain something amazing is about to come out. The daughter fires back. So, what are we actually making? And you can tell they're excited, but there's still no solid plan behind the hype. While she's stuck in the kitchen, debating what to cook, a thought hits her she never once really wondered what humans actually eat. She remembers a long ago talk with her father. He said alchemy was just like cooking. He'd mash a bunch of ingredients together to invent something totally new, and that whole cooking as alchemy vibe blew his daughter's mind, because now she's realizing he might not have known much about food at all. She suddenly realizes cooking is basically alchemy, and decides they can use the father's instruments to whip up the food. Grinning, she insists that with the right tools and a few smart tweaks, they're definitely going to craft something incredible. The other just stands there, staring in stunned silence, because that bold proposal hits way harder than they expected. Buzzing with excitement, the woman nods along and says the idea fits perfectly. If potions can mess with the human body, then food could do the same thing. Since it nourishes too, so she's betting everything that cooking with alchemy will work. Even if nobody there truly knows how to use alchemy, she decides it's worth a shot, as long as it isn't toxic. Not knowing what she's planning, the girl blurts out simple steps: cut the ingredients, toss them together, then cook. With total confidence, she urges everyone to just copy what they see like. That's all they need. Then she kicks off the wild, high-energy cooking chaos with a grin. Along with the monsters, the kitchen kept hissing, and while the dish was still sizzling, one of the girls blurted out that, if this keeps going, their dad's stomach is going to give out before the food even gets ready, because real cooking on low heat takes half a day. And that's when they decide to smash the rules and speed it up with a wildly unconventional plan. Summon a wyvern and unleash high-level fire that blasts the whole situation into overdrive in just a few minutes. The wyvern blasts out a blazing burst of fire that lights up everything. The group hurls everything straight into the giant pot, and the girls beam with excitement, knowing that brutal heat is about to whip their preparation into overdrive. But the second they see what's bubbling in that pot, shock crashes over their faces, and despair follows right behind. After that brutal fire, every drop in the pot vanished gone. So one of the girls blurted that she'd thrown in a resistance potion. But when the steam rolled up, it made her feel weird. While they scramble to clean up the mess, one monster blurts out that they should toss in salt because it makes you healthy, and then they start asking if coarse salt is the right kind. But the biggest one shrugs off the warnings and dumps it all at once, overdoing it so hard it's ridiculous. The bowl looks decent at first, but now the real punch hits because the taste is the problem. One of the girls dares a goblin to take a bite he chews with shaky hesitation, but right after that he blurts it all out, and the look on his face screams pure horror. But the girl's reaction tells you they'd already braced for something disastrous. The final dish turns out to be a total disaster. After one bite, the monster collapses and faints right on the floor. Still, the girl refuses to quit. She demands they start from scratch, swearing alchemy is all trial and error, so the loop keeps rolling with. As the tests got even more explosive and kitchen chaos erupted, the poor helpers crumbled into despair, whining that with so many blow-up food trials they were going to run out of test subjects. When the chaos finally burns out just wreckage and spent bodies left, this man grins anyway, gives a heartfelt thanks for what they did. He finally grasps what's really behind it all, and that truth hits him hardest. The two feelings smile too, thrilled they could show their devotion. Even as they stare down the chaos the cooking attempt left behind, the man just gave a resigned smile and told them to clean up the whole mess. And the two girls, heads hanging low and cheeks burning, silently took the order, bracing themselves for whatever the alchemy might spill. The group stumbles onto a table packed wall to wall with delicious dishes. The cook leans in and says, "I made you something built for flavor and texture because you're a spirit, Yuri, so you don't actually need to eat." For the crewies, he slid over plates piled with grilled meats, and as a twisted compliment, he mixed in a bit of his own blood he'd collected earlier. The protagonist confesses he used to cook at Alan's party events, and then drops the wild truth that alchemy and cooking aren't so different after all. He rallies everyone to share a meal, because no matter how different they are, they're still the kind of companions who fight side by side. The table erupts with all kinds of creatures, and they dig in like family sharing the food, soaking up the rush of unity together. They start digging into the mess, and the real panic hits fast. A top-tier group just rolled in and sent an assassin. Even after stopping them from pushing deeper, the enemies still managed to steal vital intel about the monsters and exactly where they were. At that moment, they can't fully swap out the frontline beasts and still sit there enjoying the meal. They're too short on resources. The character flat out declares they'll wipe out the invaders with zero trouble. They get warned. If the enemy team splits up, one side clashing with the face-off crews while the other pushes straight to the deepest level, then there's no doubt the fight ends in defeat. The protagonist slams home the warning: get ready for tougher enemies, because relying only on Cruz's raw brute strength might not cut it. The whole crew huddles up, mapping out how they'll survive if invaders come. But as the dungeon keeps swelling, it's suddenly impossible for a bunch of crewies to hold it all down by themselves. One big idea is to keep pushing the dungeon deeper, grinding enemies down while you explore, then let the monsters swoop in and finish the job. But if he pushes that expansion too fast, it'll burn through resources, and against enemies this brutal, it won't even make a dent. The group finally clicks what the dungeon's defense is missing is a real, no-jokes tank. It's a monster built to slam the battlefield shut, crowd control enemies with brute physical presence, and shrug off hits so it can hold its ground even without being the most offensively powerful. We plant this beast at the very bottom to trap the invaders, and while it holds the line, the crew swoops in and wipes them all out in one shot. The protagonist flashes back to his very first weapon, then locks in his plan. Next up is fusion, a move he needs to make his whole strategy click. Right after that, a hulking monster crashes onto the scene and roars its loyalty to the dungeon, kicking off the next brutal phase of the defense plan. The adventurers stride through the ranked dungeon like it's nothing, swaggering with pure confidence. Then one of them laughs and claims he could have cleared the whole thing alone. As they push in, someone points out Tony doesn't even bother drawing his sword. The adventurers laugh about how ridiculously easy it was, straight up admitting they were only thrown in as backup, and one even says he didn't get a second to draw his sword, because the gap was that massive. Even so, they dub it insurance, like a safety net for when everything goes sideways. One of the more analytical members leans in and watches everything like a hawk, while the leader barks a warning: don't mess with their rhythm. After the mission, the adventurers come back together, and one of them bursts in with praise, shouting how brilliant the group's performance was, while, in other accounts, he went digging for answers with the Thieves Guild. In this world, everyone swore this was the capital's top intelligence source. Even with that bold, provocative vibe, the whole scene stays surprisingly chill, like they just uncovered something important in the shadows. The crew grills the intel they snatched from the Thieves Guild. Turns out the real gold came from adventurers who crawled out of that dungeon alive. And even though everyone's wary about the king's cash being tied to shady sources, the informant swears it wasn't paid in money at all. He handed over rare, priceless items instead. With no more arguments left, everyone finally buys the explanation and moves on. An old man shows up and lounges right in the middle of everyone, and it instantly kicks up irritation across the group. He insists he's already done with his work and is just hanging around for something to do. But a woman snaps at him with pure disgust, calling him a total nuisance and telling him to get right back to the palace. The old man just shrugs off the royal orders, like, "I don't care," is stamped on his bones, brushing off anyone who follows them with cold, fearless detachment. The old man declares his one and only wish now. He wants to see how the new era's hero will rise, and when you push back, he just dares you to shut up and watch until you're just another senile old man. With a calm, teasing smile, he shrugs off the provocation like it's nothing, then lets it slip that he's not fighting back at all, just keeping his eyes wide open and watching. The whole room tightens up, everyone goes silent, eyes locked, like something huge is about to snap. The protagonist fires off yet another fusion. This time, he uses a rank A monster as the core. Even with fewer creatures than last time, he bets on quality over quantity, silently watching the whole process unfold. He can't stop wondering if this new creation will crown him with luck or drag him into misery, and the tension keeps snapping tighter with every step of the ritual. A raging cauldron spits out a monstrous dragon, and the second it appears, everyone's stunned into silence except one adventurer who barely even flinches. He stared in shock, because it wasn't just any dragon. It was the real deal. A whole new nightmare brewed from a fusion. The adventurers huddle up together, fists tight, ready to plan the next move. After they wipe out the next dungeon, they decide to step into something even nastier, because every expedition has taught them how to read each other's strengths and patch up every weak spot. They're sure they've collected everything they need to move forward without risking a thing. He makes it crystal clear he doesn't want some unwanted company. He only demands that nobody blocks his path. Even with that icy attitude, one of the group says they should still follow the hero's lead, because when they do, he can finally unleash his full potential. And the others agree. It's the smartest way to help the whole team. As the group huddled in thought, one guy leaned in and said, "I'm not here to steer Alan. I'm here to stop us from clashing with him." He admits it. People can't stop staring at the hero's crushing power, the kind of force that swallows everything whole. But that doesn't automatically mean he knows how to lead or guide others. So yeah, for the group, Alan is the perfect fighter, just not guaranteed to be the leader. Mary gets grilled during a tense chat about why she really joined the group, but she doesn't get a word out because the battle erupts and she's yanked into it at once. An injured ally screams for healing as the battle rages harder, yanking everyone out of that brief moment of reflection and back into pure survival mode. In the middle of the fight, Victor gets gravely injured and his strength starts to slip away, dragging him toward unconsciousness. Mary tries to help, but she freezes. She's scared to draw the eye patch warrior's attention, who coldly snaps at her. Mary rushes out an apology, and even another ally jumps in to call out the way she's looking. Mary's indecision finally snaps the room coldly. She's warned she can be swapped out at any moment. Then she tries to say she joined as a healing mage, but her words stall, and she blurts out an apology, mortified while the eye patch warrior laughs off her earlier question, like it's something only a total rookie would ask, insisting Mary stayed long enough that she shouldn't still be unsure where she belongs. Mary finally drops the real reason she joined the group. She's here to back someone, no matter what. She drops a hint about a mysterious man, cold and confusing on the outside, but someone she studies like she's hunting for every secret. Even if she admits he stumbles over words and has zero leadership polish, she still feels pulled to stay by his side and back him up no matter what. One character pauses and marvels at how fiercely the group backs their hero, calling it real. Burning faith. Then the eye patch warrior straight up confirms it. She'd do anything to make sure he's finally seen as the real hero, and she says the whole group feels the exact same way. Mary, Leeds, and Chris are ready to go all out for this same goal. In a quiet alley, a tense exchange of secrets kicks off. An informant hands over the scroll packed with the exact data they asked for, then gets rewarded with warm thanks. He points out the requesters' wild, unusual tastes, hinting something deeply strange lurks beneath their interests. And out in the distance, Mary stands there, stunned, because what she just saw shocks her. The informant cracks open the truth. He's been hunting the alchemist who got kicked out of Alan's group, and he never tried to hide it. He vanished after the last sighting near the forest entrance on the capital's outskirts, the very spot where a brand new dungeon entrance suddenly opened up too. The informant swore the alchemist was probably out gathering materials, but since then he's gone completely silent. Mary hears it and reels, shock slamming into her as she finally connects the dots between it all. The informant spills it. Right when the alchemist vanished, the forest nearby erupted into weirdness. Primitive animals got super restless, started acting like they were mutating into magical creatures, and he even hints that spirits might be behind it. He stares at Mary like a hawk, then hits her with direct questions, pushing the idea that she's hiding something. And he also points out that her passive vibe doesn't match Alan's good intentions. Mary staggered away, shaken to the core, barely able to speak, walking alone as her thoughts crushed down on her. She's convinced she's got nothing special, just a spark of talent and healing magic that's finally enough to make people look her way. The moment she finally got the chance to join the heroes group, she said yes, but deep down, like Alan warned, she couldn't shake the feeling that there were too many other healers out there. The way she looked and what she was thinking screamed pure inadequacy and an aching emptiness. Mary looks back on her earlier thoughts and thinks, if the chance shows up, I'll grab it and turn myself into someone truly valuable. But now she realizes the person she wanted to stand by has drifted way too far, so she refuses to support something that hurts other people. And now he feels the heavy crash of consequences from decisions he never finished, while this mysterious figure makes it crystal clear. When you don't commit, your wavering doesn't just haunt you, it drags pain onto everyone nearby. Mary drops her gaze and snaps that she can't keep going with the group. and the whole room goes dead silent as everyone stares at her in shock. Then one member blurts her name, realizing her decision is already final. Mary flashes a sad smile, then quietly bids her goodbye, her pain held tight, but her resolve blazing through. Mary barrels in on Alan, demanding answers for his reaction, and Alan snaps up from his seat, seething with irritation. But his companions grab his attention, demand he calm down, and make him listen. The eye-patch warrior cuts in, voice like iron, and commands him just this once to shut up and listen. Mary's voice shakes as she finally blurts out, "She can't go on then." The whole room freezes in stunned silence. Mary steps up in front of everyone and blurts out the truth. With her powers, she's terrified she'll just slow the group down. She bows her head, crushed by insecurity. Then, right when it seems like she'll break, she finally spills her real feelings, because she's been pushing herself this whole time just to be useful to the hero. Alan stands there silent, stunned at her honesty, while her voice trembles between heartbreak and fury, tears slipping down as she confesses. Tears streaming down her face, Mary clamps her hand down and declares that Alan isn't a hero, and the moment those words hit, the whole group freezes in shock, stunned, confused, and dead silent. Alan tries to speak, but her words slam the brakes on him. Suddenly, the whole room goes silent, and Mary steps up to face the truth she's been swallowing for years. After Mary's brutal accusation, Alan stays planted in his seat, silent, grim, and hidden, in shadow, fingers locked tight as he holds his posture like a cage, then only growls, "Continue." That calm is pure threat, daring her to spill everything, even if it cuts deep. The whole hall turns ice cold, and even breathing feels dangerous. Then Mary snaps, tears and fury pouring out as she remembers how Rick, loyal to the core, got kicked out without a second thought. She realizes she missed the signs, then snaps at Alan for never owning up to his actions, always dumping blame on everyone else when life turns on him. Her voice shakes as she declares that his attitude shattered Fitz and even got Matilda killed. And the whole room goes silent as her words lay bare the damage his ignored choices caused. Mary, seething with pain and rage, marches right up to Alan and tears into him with cutting words, calling him out for ignoring everything he's been dodging for way too long. She tells him the group doesn't expect anything from him anymore, so nobody dares to confront him. No matter how Victor interrupts, she keeps insisting, saying calling him a hero is a cruel joker. Screams ricochet through the room while Alan stays stone still, his gaze dark and unmoving, and Victor erupts with fury, shouting at him at the top of his lungs, "Don't you dare call yourself a hero." The accusation rips through the hall, heavy with frustration and pure truth, yet Alan stays frozen in his seat, motionless, his eyes swallowed by shadows, and his silence hits harder than any answer as the tension finally snaps into its peak. Out of breath and teary-eyed, Mary demands an answer from Alan then. Finally, his voice breaks the silence. Instead of backing down, he starts mocking, then slams Mary, saying her childish complaints only poison trust and drag the whole group's morale down. With a cold snap, he declares that her attitude disrespects a hero who's acting on the king's orders, and Mary, shaken and wide-eyed, starts to feel just how heavy those words really are. As Alan masks his cruelty with fake duty, he flashes a twisted grin and snaps that Mary is rebelling against the kingdom. He declares it proves she's a traitor, then snaps that she must be wiped out and charges her without a single pause. The room goes dead silent with shock. Victor yells for Alan to stop, but the attack is already in motion. The death threat lands like a death sentence then. Alan's hero mask slips off for good, exposing the real power behind his authority, and rage crashes through him as he tries to bulldoze everyone into obeying him as the hero. But before he can act, another member storms in, disarms him on the spot, and calls out his abuse of power. Victor grabs Mary and tries to slow her down before she makes things worse, but she snaps anyway, tears of rage in her eyes, as she blasts Alan for being a coward who never dares to face his own flaws. The air turns razor-sharp, everyone's nerves are screaming. And as the group watches Alan's leadership mask finally slip, they start to realize the respect he demanded just isn't there anymore. The tension snaps as the royal envoy storms in, flexing real authority, declaring that Mary's words aren't treason, and that means Alan can't use them as a justification to attack her. The emissary hears Mary's wish to break away from the group and instantly shuts it down, no objections at all, then treats it like a private team issue, and with a hard command he tells Alan to lower his sword and he announces, Right now, Mary is under his custody, then slams down a blunt warning. If this turns violent, the whole group gets judged for botching the duty heroes are supposed to carry. The royal envoy delivers the final verdict. Nobody's allowed to lay a hand on Mary until this mission wraps up, then they can do whatever they want. He demanded an agreement with everyone, and Mary rushed to apologize to end the fight. Then Alan stayed silent and the tension finally eased, and the envoy tries to smooth things over, chuckling like, "We showed you something worse than this, didn't we?" Mary bows with gratitude, while the others grit their teeth and push past the whole confrontation. When the tension finally cuts out, the group exhales and starts to reflect. One member realizes something brutal. When you carry massive responsibilities tied to the state, misunderstandings aren't just possible. They're inevitable. Victor tries to calm everything down, and he honestly admits that Alan's snap-to-temper urge is what pushed him to lose patience. But you can tell he's crossed the line. So he calls out his name, trying to pull the conversation back into something calmer and more rational. Alan shifts the whole conversation, grabs Victor's attention, and reminds him the real mission: conquer the dungeon as a symbol of the kingdom, and not dwell on what just happened. Victor tries to stay calm, but he coldly orders them to wipe out anyone who dares to stain their honor. Alan flashes a sinister, provocative grin, clocking that Victor is still stuck on Mary. Mary trembles with tears streaming down her face as she whispers Rick's name, half love, half heartbreak, while Alan keeps grinning like a monster, relishing every second of this misery. Rick on the other side snaps to attention, looking genuinely stunned and deeply moved when he hears Mary call his name. Rick reaches Yuri with a magical communication paper, and Yuri lights up, telling him everything is working perfectly. Yuri bursts in to say the dungeon build is finally finished, and with non-stop eyes on the first 2 layers, he swears everything's locked down and under control. The first dungeon layer is a twisting maze packed with deadly traps, so few monsters even bother showing up, because the real plan is to shatter invaders' confidence and make them slip up under pressure. The labyrinth was engineered to slam the enemy's advance to a crawl, buying time to study how they fight. Then, when the moment hits, monsters and other traps spill through portals to mess with their patterns, setting everything up for the brutal, higher-stakes battles waiting on the next layers. The second dungeon layer is a wild forest packed with jagged rocks, and with fewer trap-built structures, the darkness and low visibility turn it into an ambush playground where guerrilla tactics rule. The whole field is built to blast attacks in waves, smashing invaders with non-stop confusion until they're worn out, while plants and monsters lurk in perfect spots to catch them off guard. And at the entry to the deepest part of Gradmer, skeletons use the terrain and every natural defense like a weapon to spring ambush after ambush. So far, not a single soul has cleared this part. The very deepest dungeon level is the Dragon's Nest. After mowing down the enemies in the earlier layers, the intruders get greeted by a terrifying, newly made fire dragon. Its heat and roaring flames flood the whole area, ready to scorch anyone foolish enough to step inside. With the dragon looming here, this area becomes a fortress you can barely crack. Yuri even calls it her and her master's perfect love nest, the dungeon's final wall standing between them and anything that dares to come. Same-level monsters don't always cut it, so the master mixes alchemy with his own skills to pick the perfect crew for the dungeon. Every picked monster gets a golden potion that spikes its presence and power, but ordinary synthesis is brutal, and building even a tiny squad of skilled, powerhouse monsters is almost impossible, so the master's real strength comes from a special ability. He puts that slick, strategic combo to work, and the boy stares around in awe like he can't believe what he's seeing. Even with everyone asking, "Are you nervous?" he shot back that he was calm, and still somehow his strange power turned out to be used totally differently than anyone expected. Right beside him, the woman matches his excitement, itching to watch his work burst into results. Right when the moment hits, a call cuts through the air. Someone screams, asking for their father, and that roar instantly snaps everyone's attention. She's sick of being stuck behind the lines. Frustration boils over into pure rage, and it hits her hard. She feels completely useless. The boy cuts in and tells her straight up, her role is everything she has to protect the deepest point. He hammers home that this job is the deciding move against the invaders. She's the only one who can hold down the most chaotic corners of this place, and the warp is the weapon that makes it possible. Cruz gets a warm pat on the head while the crowd praises her, cheeks burning with shyness but glowing with joy. Then the boy leans in and says it all was her master plan, from the golden potion to the fire dragon, all to make her shine. Then he cracks a joke saying if they tossed her into an unprepared expedition, she'd just spark chaos and confusion. And as he keeps going, it hits him out of nowhere, Yuri, staring at him, shocked and completely silent. The boy shoots her a heartfelt thank you for every bit of guidance so far. And then right there, he cuts off mid-sentence. Like something bigger. He promises to guard the place meant for them. And the woman, struck by his words, suddenly breaks down with emotion. Then he starts sobbing, like it's a performance, shouting that he's his master, while the guy just stands there, totally baffled, watching the tears spill without any real clue why it hit so hard. They throw a wild celebration for the deal sealed with the master, and you can see it. Yuri has leveled up like crazy. Then someone tries to cool the chaos, because Mati Sashin Sunai steps in and reminds them, this isn't the finish line. The real battle starts now. The very next second, something slams into a forest creature with brutal force, igniting a brand new showdown. A squad peers into the dungeon and realizes its energy is already calling out wild monsters like they haven't even stepped inside yet. They realize the place's power has skyrocketed ever since high-level monsters started crawling out of their lairs. So they clench their resolve and push ahead, conquer the dungeon, and they're convinced they'll finally tear themselves free from that whole ridiculous farce for good. The whole group couldn't stand it anymore. They snapped, begging to end the mission fast, and one of them grumbled that he was sick of seeing his teammates' gloomy faces. Someone else nods, sensing the tension snap tight in the air. While over in a totally different, dead quiet space, someone's pushing back, asking if it was all truly planned. Like there's a whole lot more hiding behind what's happening next. Thanks to what the Thieves Guild spilled, a nasty scandal about the hero exploded across the capital like wildfire. Even if he pulls through, that heroic name of his gets completely shattered. He's blamed for taking advantage the whole time. The whole crew decided to turn the dungeon incursion into their shot steal, the image of what a real hero should look like, for themselves. The group finally spills their deadly plan, assassinating Alan Cole. With this move, they're going to wipe the old hero from history for good. One conspirator leans in and promises that soon, their ally will finally step into the role of the true hero they've always worshipped. All while they push their goal loud and clear to redraw the whole meaning of hero and bend everything to match their own ideals. In the tense standoff, they lock eyes and stand their ground. One shrugs off consequences, like it doesn't matter who he has to face, while the other grins with zero doubt, daring him on the spot, ready to explode into a fight the second it starts. A calm-looking man gets the shock news Alan Cole and his crew just kicked off the attack on the final dungeon. He stays calm in bed, eyes open, taking it all in like he's letting the info hit just right. He grins with total confidence, daring the hero candidates to prove right there that they're worthy of him. A whole group is being put on. The spotter, they really the kingdom's hope. Then one guy drops Tony Richards' name, the legendary S-rank adventurer who once had everyone calling him a hero candidate, and the room goes quiet as others gasp. We've heard of him before. They start trading details about Tony's crew to his mage and his healer, the two companions standing right beside him. They finally clock it. This kid was Tony's team scout, and it was him who slipped in days ago. They spin around and spot even more sketchy strangers lurking nearby. Then the boy blurts, "Dora! Grain!" And the girl freezes, totally baffled by what's going on. The whole group brings up Victor, then makes it crystal clear. He'll never quit being their team leader. They snapped to attention when this time's intruder wasn't who they guessed at all. An unseen, shadowy figure materialized right in front of them. Alan Cole bursts into view in front of them, eyes burning with menace, and the boy instantly recognizes him, shouting his name in pure shock. The girl beside him double-checks if her memory's right, stunned that he's actually here. Alan and Tony roll in together with their crew, and the whole group is caught off guard by this invasion they never saw coming. Then the protagonist locks eyes with Alan, the same guy who tossed him out, while staring at the team marching ahead like the hero's own squad. He'd sworn he didn't care about invaders, but now that they're clearly targets with names and faces, he admits this time feels different. He can't stop thinking that, sooner or later, he's going to be forced to collide with Alan and the rest of that crew. He can't shake the feeling Mary leaked something the moment the dungeon incident happened, especially since he's not even in the right rank anymore. So when Mary finally showed up, he'd already braced himself for the inevitable showdown. The protagonist snaps that he's okay, then grits his teeth. He's about to throw everything he's got at Alan and Victor. He tells himself this isn't bitterness, it's freedom. By burning down the place that once belonged to him, He finally gets to chase his own ideals for the very first time. Right on cue, the protagonist flings a straight-up challenge at Alan, then Alan's crew heads into the dungeon. And they're quick to notice the first floor is built like a classic labyrinth, but it sure looks nothing like before, so they huddle up, trading doubts and hoping the old recon will finally clear their path forward. Dorma gets called into action, and with a jolt of instinct, he drops a weird new device right onto the ground. The protagonist watches it with sharp curiosity, trying to figure out what that device is, but then realizes it doesn't have a thing to do with alchemy. The device snaps to life, blasting out a weird crackling energy that races down the dungeon corridor like it has a mind of its own. The protagonist stares in total shock, clueless about what they just did, and fear crashes over them as that mysterious machine's power hits. Dorma can't stop bragging. He built the device himself, and it maps dungeons on its own by spotting the same materials in totally different spots. Even with Tony ripping into the messy explanation, Dorma just shrugs it off and explains, it's a tool that builds a map of a place you've already been to. Even without sensing traps or monsters, they prove one thing. Just pointing out the shortest route turns the device into gold, so Tony steps up and decides to lead the crew from there. Tony cracks that disarming traps is no big deal, but warns that surprise monster attacks are the real nightmare, so he orders Victor, with his insane endurance, to go first. Victor snaps back that he doesn't trust Tony at all. Then Tony drops the bomb. He's got a special skill to handle this mess, leaving Victor completely stunned, eyes wide as confusion crashes over him. The protagonist suddenly figures out how the automatic mapping item works. Freedom turns into a nightmare because it swipes almost everything the labyrinth was offering. Yuri's worried, but he steadies her and says, "Relax, only one out of the hundreds of strategies is useless." Then he snaps into action and fights back, mapping the tightest route in his head and firing off monsters to slam into the enemy group mid-charge. Tony watches the assassin on the other side and realizes their agility is unreal. This person can slip past monsters and dodge traps like it's nothing. He puts two and two together and figures it's the same assassin who did the recon. And even if the target acts all relaxed, Tony admits he's a nightmare to handle and decides the first move has to be getting rid of that assassin. 30 minutes into the exploration, Tony's crew barrels forward with zero trouble, only one trap. So far yet, it feels weird, like the dungeon's holding its breath before the real attack hits. But once you follow that shortest route, it actually clicks still. Tony can't shake the feeling when everything goes too quiet, and suspicion hits like a lightning bolt. Suddenly, the air snaps, an ambush explodes as monsters drop from nowhere and slam into the group, shocking everyone blind. Victor yells for leads, panic flaring, but his companion steadies him and vows to take the threat head-on. Tony tells them, "Up until now, we've been riding on the hero's raw, overwhelming power, so you've never really seen what you can do." He slams into a technique called absolute evasion, and boom, his body reveals a skill that dodges every single attack on its own, leaving the monsters stunned as their strikes keep missing again and again. Tony tells him that his power only kicks in when both hands are free, and he lays out the exact conditions that must be met before it activates. Victor frets about sending the kid out first, but Dorma snaps back and shuts him down, revealing that Tony, despite how he looks, is actually the oldest in the whole group, and Victor's jaw drops. Alan, dizzy and barely standing, blurts out, "Who are you?" to the opponent right in front of him. The other lets out a sinister grin, then launches forward and lands the finishing strike, smashing the fight shut with one decisive blow. Alan unleashed a brutal sword strike and mowed down several monsters in one swing. Each one got hurled across the room, smashing into the wall with bone-jarring impacts, while he stood there, steady and unshaken, owning the battlefield. The protagonist peers through the orb and realizes, with a jolt, that Tony's dodge power isn't luck at all. It's pure, proven skill. He clocks that Tony can auto-dodge hits even from blind spots, and it hits him that maybe this power only kicks in when you're not actively attacking. Then the memory slams back. During the last invasion, Tony showed the exact same defensive, anticipatory moves. The protagonist considers slipping past the front line, going straight for the targets behind the sense attacks, only to realize that the blasts that don't hit Tony can't be countered. But Yuri snaps, reminding him that Dorma already handed the assassin a provocation potion. It's what makes the monsters go berserk, fixated on whoever takes the drink, so trying to hit anyone else at that moment would have been pointless. In that moment, the protagonist clocks the whole plan. He figures out the enemy group, thought of everything. Every trap is spotted before it snaps. The monsters can't land a hit on the target, and they can't even change who they're aiming for. Yuri pushes the idea of trapping the room to choke off every escape route, then snaps that it still won't help. No space to run means even an evasion skill turns into dead weight. The hero reasons that even if they choke the room with traps, the enemy will just rip them apart fast, so they can't afford to burn resources on that when those supplies are meant for pushing deeper dungeon floors and brewing the key potions. In the end, he decides they're smarter if someone else sets off the traps for them. The protagonist spirals into confusion, convinced that even if someone else sets off the traps, the strike still won't land on the real target. But then, they kept pushing the plan using someone else as the fall guy, making another person step on the traps so they wouldn't have to. He lights up with pure excitement, bursts out the strategy to Yuri, and then commits to the plan on the spot right then, no hesitation. The protagonist decides the final room only needs a few quick tweaks. Right by the first floor room, Tony's crew comes barreling in, spots that the passage is blocked, and using the map figures that the head has to be the entrance to the dungeon's second floor. Tony nods like it all clicks. This has to be the last room of the first floor. Tony's crew stumbles into a corridor packed with suspicious wires. This is a trap, no doubt, and Victor immediately snaps that the dungeon's design doesn't feel careless, just there. Tony snaps at Leeds to kill the trap. Leeds shrugs like it's nothing, then starts ripping the whole thing apart. As Leeds starts tampering with the trap, a rank B armored boar bursts from the shadows, snagged and tangled in the wires. He stares at the thing for a beat, stunned. It's a monster. Then it all clicks. He realizes it's a trap. The animal shatters its chains and barrels straight at him, and Tony realizes the provocation effect has locked the monster onto his path, no detours. He refuses to touch the trap, baiting it to spring on the boar instead, certain his dodge skill can handle whatever comes flying. Then he spots the magic circle igniting right between him and the creature, and his confidence instantly evaporates. Partway through, Tony gets snared by a trap that slams him with a weight-increasing curse. He's stunned as his body keeps growing heavier, and suddenly he knows this is way more serious than he thought. Before he can even react, the armored boar slams into him with full force, and as Dorma screams his name in panic, the chapter cuts out. The armored boar slams a weight curse into the whole room, crushing Leeds with double his weight, while wrecking every defense he had. This spell is usually made to help attackers hit harder, but since Leeds only ever dodged on pure agility, it becomes a death sentence. The boar hurls him hard, and he can't fight the impact at all. The protagonist and Yuri throw their heads back in triumph, celebrating how the plan nailed it. He lays it out. The weight curse is a nightmare for agile assassins, but he spots the perfect trick pair it with the armored boar's brutal, heavy body charges, and boom. The hit slams in like a cannonball straight into the target, and Yuri can't help but praise the master's genius, because he predicted that even without landing the direct blow, the curse would still wreck them. The protagonist studies the evidence and lands on one terrifying conclusion. The weight curse likely stopped Litz's automatic dodge skill from ever triggering. He kept skating because it only works if you stay locked into a razor-thin weight limit, so the gear has to be insanely light, and every adjustment has to be spot on. Then the attack finally landed on his weak spot, shattering his main defense for good. The crew tears into Lates and finds his skeleton smashed to pieces. Somehow he's still breathing, but with no patience left to keep vigil over a man on the edge, Alan snaps that they have to leave him behind. Even after she warns them, there's still a slim shot that he might pull through. Alan decides they'll charge straight to the dungeon's second floor by taking the fastest route, Dorma's mapping item in hand, so they can dodge every trap. Meanwhile, the eye patch man steps up and shouts that he'll make the whole crew move right now, then cuts himself off, insists it won't be needed, and makes it clear he wants to deal with the assault his way so the enemy can't squeeze out more time to mess with the next floor. As the group watches, a badly hurt man fights for breath and stammers out a desperate try at Tony, barely scraping the name through his lips. Then the eye-patched man steps in, voice ice cold, and admits he's the one behind the king's assassination attempt, proving exactly why he showed up. 10 years back, inside the royal castle of Arledge, Lord Albert stared in shock as he realized someone that dangerous had been left alive. He smirks, saying he doesn't care what people did before, only the skills they've got and what they can build tomorrow, and that's exactly why this guy's talent saved him and kept him off the chopping block. The hooded man declares that this prisoner will shake everyone's fate, and when they demand his name, the prisoner grins. "I've got none. Call me whatever you want," turning mystery into a threat. "Yeah," someone fires back, hitting him with, "Do you really think you can be a hero just by talking pretty?" The thoughtful protagonist stares at the horizon and snaps that he'll chase his ideals no matter what it costs, and the other guy agrees, saying it's exactly those pretty words that keep hope burning in everyone's heart. He vows to swallow every ounce of darkness and grime on the road himself, so the others can chase their ideals clean without ever having to soil their hands. So the mysterious prisoner turns the tables and demands one thing: when this darkness is finally finished, don't leave him behind, discard him too, and he'll take his shadowy role without a single second of doubt. Before he leaves, Alan shoots one last look at Leeds, thanks him for everything up to now, then tells him to get his hands dirty from here on out. Right after that, Alan doesn't hesitate. He lands one final, fatal hit on Leeds and wipes out the ally who'd been serving him so faithfully. After they wipe out Leeds, the eye patch man shoots an apology for the hassle, then tells everyone to move on fast. Alan lets out a sharp breath and snaps that he should have done it from the start then. Just as the group gears up to move, the man turns back, locks eyes with a heavy stare, and silently vows to Leeds that they'll meet again someday. The one-eyed man with the patch stares ahead, dead determined now Leeds' part is done. He's going all in to seize the hero title. Meanwhile, the protagonist stares through his orb, breaking down every detail, and he realizes the plan to grind the group down on the first floor backfired because they showed up on the second level with way more energy than expected, all thanks to two S-level strength adventurers. The protagonist throws out the original plan and charges the enemy group on the second floor, then orders his ally to buy him time and stop them from pushing forward. She grins and says, "Easy," like it's already over. He even hints they should be wiped out on the spot, but instead, he just tells her not to go too far. Then the chapter cuts off, leaving the air packed with tension for the next confrontation. Alan keeps his eyes locked on every detail, scanning the place like it might bite. Finally, he pushes deeper into a forest of towering trees, and when he heads for a shadowy entrance, the birds burst out of the branches, sudden, loud, and warning him that something dangerous is near. Alan and his crew push deeper until they hit a brand new dungeon zone that looked like the outdoors forest trees and a sky overhead even though they were still trapped inside. Dormo stared, stunned by the warp space, while the others explained that dungeons like this always follow patterns, and this one's theme was forest and fortress. Alan spotted the layout from a distance and said they should cut straight through, but Dormo snapped at him, warning him to think before he moves. The group leans in and admits the truth: this floor is even deadlier than a regular labyrinth, because there are no walls and no man-made roads at all, just the forest stretching everywhere. Most of those rookie teams don't get wiped out by monsters at all. They vanish into the wild, get hopelessly lost, and end up exterminated by nature itself. Dormit spots the perfect moment, slams the auto-mapping item, and cracks the route open safely. The crew realizes the Dorma scanner goes haywire in open areas, and Dorma snaps, grabbing it like it's useless trash and blasting the device as garbage. Alan then points them toward old-school natural clues like watching where moss creeps thicker on the north side, and insists that for a fortress this massive, that alone will be more than enough. Right after that, he demands a golden potion from Dorma, and the mage eyes wide with nerves hands it over without hesitation. Alan explodes in fury and blasts Dorma as an idiot for squandering time on arguing, roaring at him to just obey, only for Dorma to snap back that they've got only a handful of members and they're still stuck at the start of the second floor. Meanwhile, Victor keeps his eyes on everything and tells Yuri not to panic. Alan's calm right now, but his movements feel guided by a wild animal instinct, so it's freaking him out a little. The protagonist's crew huddles up and reads the room, and one of them blurts out, "This floor could be hiding a monster way stronger than we expect." The protagonist realizes that taking down the assassin early basically dumped a huge pile of points into their hands. Then the bill hits. Every golden potion they'd saved gets burned to buff the monsters on the second floor, because the enemy rush is way faster than they planned, and now fear is whispering about what could crash in next. The whole crew gets blindsided by a brutal enemy attack, so one guy screams, "Watch out!" while the hero, visibly annoyed, snaps that they're just a bunch of weaklings. The light-haired woman snaps orders to the crews buy her time while she brews more golden potions, power up the monsters that still stand, and she keeps her eyes locked on the incoming clash, dying to see what the hero can truly pull off. The crew creeps forward with bated breath as the long-haired man snaps, "Don't drop your guard." He explains that the dungeon's wild outdoor zones pump the monsters full of fertile mana, supercharging their power, and while he's talking, the hero meets a creature's leap head-on, slams it down, and locks into combat. Alan, Victor, and Tony lock into a reversed formation to shield the support group. Victor takes the rear, the deadliest target spot, and together they steel themselves for combat, ready to slam back any threat that charges straight at them. Doma slings out reinforcement potions, and Iron unleashes a choking smoke that heals his allies and blinds their foes. Christopher pounces on every opening, lacing his spells into the perfect targets and keeps the whole squad firing in perfect sync. The crew spots it immediately. The enemy crew is adapting fast, and this long battle just got way tougher. They're gearing up to strike at the very peak of the first wave, ramming chaos into the ranks and shattering their formation before the second wave even hits. Meanwhile, Victor can't believe how many monsters are out there and how they just won't quit, flooding the area non-stop even though they're supposed to be common. Alan spots something off and yells for Victor to dodge, but the hit lands anyway too late. Victor's eyes go wide with fear as a brutal strike smashes into him without warning, and suddenly, the group's deadly danger is staring them right in the face. The villain grins at the group like she's savoring the moment. Victor's sprawled on the ground, and Alan stands guard until she taunts them, calling Alan rude and sneering that she wants to see what kind of parents could raise someone like him. Alan shoots back with pure disdain, completely unshaken. So Alan and Victor snap to attention when they feel the dangerous presence of the woman standing right in front of them. Even though she looks harmless, Alan's gut screams that she's worse than any monster they've fought so far. Victor tells him not to fall for appearances, and Alan admits that ever since they stepped onto the second floor, he felt that dark aura building until he finally pinpointed where it was coming from. Victor watches the irritated, mysterious woman snap her finger at the group and start trashing them. Then she grins and strides right up to Victor. He's stunned. There's zero time to dodge. Boom. Her brutal attack lands and hits him hard. Monsters surge forward as Victor lies gravely injured, spitting blood that paints the air, and the whole group freezes in shock. Then Doma erupts in furious screaming. The enemy snaps into command and orders her monsters to wipe out everyone in the rear while she plants herself at the front, refusing to move until she leaves the cowardly Doma behind. Victor plants his feet and rips into the monsters with a brutal magical blast, sweeping them away in a violent explosion that turns the battlefield to rubble, while the woman watches with ice-cold eyes, sizing up every last detail. The blast tears the field apart, but the woman only smirks. Victor's speed has her genuinely impressed. She gasps that it's the first time anyone has ever managed to tear her skin, and while Victor pants through his irritation, he fires back, getting ready to keep fighting beside his companions as they shout to hold the line. Victor rockets forward with a vicious scream. He's going to be the one who drops the enemy. Sword held high, he charges straight at the woman, and Alan watches as his comrades lock in and move with total resolve. Victor explodes forward, charging straight at the mysterious woman while roaring with sheer determination like he's about to break the whole moment open. Right as he closes in, the ground erupts. Tiny projectiles burst out and swarm around him, locking on, but he barrels forward anyway. No hesitation, eyes only on the target. Victor lunges to strike, but the woman snaps a brutal kick into his face, grinning like it's even better than she imagined. And Victor's somehow entertaining her more than expected. The punch lands dead center, jarring his whole body and snapping his head back as he howls in agony. Cruz stared, realizing the woman wasn't fighting at all. She was just toying with Alan. He's stunned. He thought she could only trade blows with him. But she's running the whole fight, controlling every moment and beating him with effortless ease. Then it hits. Alan, this woman isn't just a threat. She's terrifyingly out of his league, and he admits it to himself. The gap is way bigger than he ever imagined. Meanwhile, she shoots back with a cold taunt, saying this is all kid stuff, mocking his strength and pressing him like, "Is that really all you've got?" Alan scrambles to trigger his power, but the woman clocks him with a brutal hit, already bored of him, and tells him to just die already. He keeps telling himself he can work his power, but nothing happens, and it weirds her out, because she expected a reaction too. Out there, Cruz watches it all, stunned, since Alan should have already been pressured enough to trigger his power. Power hits Alan, snaps into shock, realizing he could be finished, staring like, was that really it? Meanwhile, Cruz watches too, stunned and baffled. unable to believe the fight just ended so fast, like it was already over. Then the woman lunges in to finish Alan, and the moment he crumples to the ground, you know he got struck. Tony barrels in to shield Alan, slamming his way between the enemy's strike and declaring he's already got the rear guard under control. Alan snaps, shocked and annoyed, asking what happened to the rear support. Then Tony answers with cold, confident certainty. At the same time, a shadowy, intimidating figure steps onto the field, and the whole fight tightens into something far more dangerous. Alan stares in total focus as Domo's massive runic golem erupts from the ground, powered by magical symbols carved into the soil. Domo stumbles out of breath yet grinning, and rushes to apologize for the delay, then explains he geared everything up after spotting the raw strength gap between them and their enemy. Alan just growls, fury flaring at the mess, but knowing that golem power could still turn everything his way. She gasps in shock as a towering runed golem surges up out of the ground right in front of her, and her face twists with raw disbelief and confusion. As she scrambles to figure out what that colossal monster even is, it suddenly crashes into the scene, shattering the whole fight's momentum in an instant. The second floor's ground is packed with magical energy. The monsters have been stockpiling, and that raw power supercharges the runic golem, especially with the runes carved right into its body. Meanwhile, the whole group stares, stunned. The woman with glasses grins and admits the alchemist behind this is way sharper than she ever guessed, while the rival snorts, studies everything, and declares the golem is nothing more than a dumb puppet, yanked around by someone else's control. Cruz marches forward with total confidence, blasting. Size doesn't matter, strength crushes. But before he can strike, an ally lunges in to warn him, and the golem instantly snaps into action. So he set the stage for a brutal counterattack that blinds everyone. Then boom, a massive monster crashes onto the scene right beside the girl. She plants herself in front of her, ready to brawl as the golem charges closer, and she stays stone calm watching it line up as its giant body becomes her living shield while the clash explodes into chaos. The monster beside the girl suddenly starts twitching, blasting weird sounds and flashing lights, shocking everyone. And the black-haired boy snaps to the truth that it wasn't a bluff at all, panicking fast, while the girl just stares, utterly lost and confused, not having a clue what's happening. The boy's heart drops. Turns out the golem was nothing but bait, and the real target was the weakening runes carved into its body. Once they shattered it, the moment the victor struck, a brutal debuff trap slammed down on them. When he spots the danger, he roars for the crews to retreat right now, but she freezes, blindsided, and snaps back with irritation. The squad pulls back to stop the damage from getting worse, betting everything on clearing the problem at the fortress, because they're terrified that if they push forward too fast, the crews will get hit with that brutal debuff. Meanwhile, that woman with the monster finally admits the truth: he couldn't get into the fortress because he's just too big. Yeah. Before she even leaves, she snaps a warning. The next time is the end for them. And the hero can't help but stare back in pure tension. Look, she drops one last threat, tells them to pray, and orders them to wait for the worst. First, the group watches in silence as she and the monsters back away, and when the monsters finally start retreating, relief hits hard. Victor can't even hide his shock, because somehow they actually survived that disaster. Alan snatches the mage by the collar and rips into her, warning her not to get a big head, because ever since they stepped into the dungeon, she's been running solo and brushing off every one of his orders. The mage tries to explain herself, but he snaps, screaming that she only has to do what he says, just follow his damn orders. While she stands there, the other companion leans in and says she's alive because of that, and Alan adds she wasn't even out of strength yet, because she still had some left from the golden potion. Alan takes a step back and admits, I never saw Doma's help coming, not even from the start. Victor still steps in, praising Doma's work to lift his spirits, telling him to shrug it off because Alan's only snapping since he finally got knocked around for the first time in a long while. Victor rips into Doma, snapping that it's still a problem to move without orders, even if he gets the why. And just moments later, Doma hesitates before calling Victor, and when he crafted the golem, he stumbled on something weird lingering by the monster corpses. Victor raises a vial and demands, do you recognize it? And that's when the truth crashes in. This is what Doma discovered. Meanwhile, Cruz, injured and seething that she hadn't wiped out a single enemy, gets comforted by her allies. who tell her the mission's already done, and that chasing them any further would be pure reckless. So Cruz and her crew look at the page and go, "We've got enough golden potions to wipe out the heroes before they even make it to the 3rd floor." They grin and say they know Alan and Victor inside and out, then point out the real nightmare. That enemy mage can switch from offense to defense in the blink of an eye, and the healer's smoke doesn't just heal, it hides the battlefield too, so every move gets harder. They break down Doma and straight up warn you. He's way more unpredictable than anyone figured, popping in with hidden tricks that keep catching everyone off guard. Yeah. Cruz points out that better alchemist than them wasn't just talk yet. She can't shake the feeling that something about him still feels off. Her eyes were fixed on him, like she could feel there was more to it, something she just couldn't fully put into words. Meanwhile, Yuri gets all flustered and starts doubting herself, saying her skills don't even compare to the master's genius. Then this page kicks the group into gear as they finally connect the dots on Doma. They spot that he's using inventions way beyond normal alchemy, and the order probably didn't come from Alan at all, which means Doma is here for a reason far bigger than they thought. They're convinced Alan picked Doma not just for his alchemist talent, but because he could obey every single demand to the letter. Plus, ever since they stepped into that dungeon, only Alan grabbed the golden potion, so they're starting to suspect that group's real weak point is exactly that. And to make it worse, they're sure there's a human somewhere on the monster's side, armed with advanced alchemy. On this page, the crew huddles in secret. Whispering under pressure, Victor cuts in and warns them not to tell Alan, not yet. Then he swears he'll find the right person at the perfect time. And as they talk, one truth hits hard. Only a handful of alchemists can even make the golden potion a treasure so rare that even they can barely believe it. Then, Victor narrows his eyes at Rick, his thoughts buzzing with doubt. Could it be you? And just like that, it's clear he thinks Rick's behind what's happening with the monsters. Or maybe something far darker. Right here, the crew rips into the aftermath, counting every loss and every piece of damage from the fight. They admit they've already buried a companion, and the hero? He staggered out looking wrecked and badly hurt. Seeing that fallen foe felt like a crushing blow, and they swear it was probably a rare direct ancestor, something you don't get to witness. Then they start asking the real question. Why risk everything to save someone in the middle of battle? Their concern turns into sharp reprimands at that reckless impulse. As the crew huddles up, they rip into honor and what it really means to be a hero, until one guy snaps that if the hero had gone down, his title would have been stained, and a true hero would never swoop in on a fallen enemy like some vulture. Then he draws the line, to become the real deal, you have to take him out with your own hands. The moment the other guy realizes arguing won't change a thing, he just swallows it and accepts it. Meanwhile, Doma claims he wired an auto system into the golem to snatch any weirdness on sight, tells his partner to quit the panic and just focus on recovery, and the guy nods back with a quick, yeah. Victor and Doma lock eyes and mutter that only a handful of alchemists can brew golden potions. Then they stare at Rick like he's hiding something. They finally reveal Rick's the kind of kid who taught himself he was never in the alchemist society at all, and once upon a time, he fought alongside the hero's old crew. Doma then spits him off the Alan team, cold as ice, saying he's not even worthy to belong to their group. Rick grabs the potion the moment Doma delivers it, who leans in and explains it's a special version of the golden potion. It's made to supercharge whoever swallows it, but Rick's totally thrown off. He can't tell why Doma says it like that, and the alchemist finally explains the truth. The boost hits everyone differently, based on their own potential. Doma stares at the potion, sparks of irritation flaring. Rick messed with the legendary golden potion formula, and he wasn't even a certified alchemist. Still, she admits Rick isn't useless. He really does have skills since he was part of the hero's crew. Yet when she digs deeper, she spots something off in that potion, freezes in shock, and can't quite figure out what she's seeing. Rick just watches with a faint smirk as Doma stares at the potion, utterly stunned. She realizes it's not just off at all, it screams amateur hour, like someone copied what they saw with no clue what any of it even meant. Rick drops a bombshell. He recreated the golden potion from zero, swapping in completely different ingredients, something that took years of genius-level research to finally nail, proving just how huge the achievement really is. Doma, stunned, gapes at the lab and tries to convince herself she could build something just like it. Because in her eyes, Rick is nothing but an amateur. But the truth gnaws at her. If alchemy is just a hobby to someone, How could they ever outshine alchemists who've devoted their entire lives to it? It rocks her to the core. Rick squeezes through the chaos, and suddenly the past crashes back into his mind in that crowded hall. Then Fitz met him with mockery and laid down the group's basic rules. Because Alan is not getting angered, not even once. You can feel how much power the hero has there, swaying even the strongest, most confident fighters. Matilda leans in and proudly tells them, "I'm the mage." Mary the healer steps in and welcomes the newcomer, while Fitz breaks it all down. Yeah, people cycle in and out constantly, and the group never swells past 8. The team's mood screams unstable, and Rick realizes with a jolt that he stepped into a spot after someone got tossed aside the moment he arrived. The group blurts out the truth. Every single one of them shows up for selfish reasons like fame, fortune, or debts, things you toss aside without a second thought because the hero swaps them out at a snap. Between them, the air crackles with provocation and straight-up distrust, yet they still admit they were picked for their skills. She clocks the group as nothing but lazy, spineless goof-offs, then catches herself. No matter how messed up it gets, they're still the hero's party, so she'll grab whatever she can, even if it means choking down her pride. 2 months later, the alchemist steps up and demands more budget resources. He's trying to lock in a steady potion-making line, swearing it'll fuel their expeditions. Irritation flares in the hero as she corners her and demands to know, "Are you really pulling your weight in this group or just pretending you are?" In the middle of it all, the hero rips into the alchemist, blasting her for failing to even master what little she's got. Then she crumples into nothing but dead weight. He barks at her to get back to her room and lock in on exactly what she's supposed to be doing. Even with solid resources and a great research setup, she can't hide the truth: her alchemy is still painfully restricted. After another failed experiment, the alchemist snaps with frustration, staring at the wasted hours like, "How much longer can I keep chasing empty wins?" And she starts to wonder if she should keep showing up for the hero's group and joining those dungeon expeditions. Will totally shape her future and give her real value from here on out. A man steps up to Doma and rattles off her name like he's known her forever, shocking her. Not just because she's tied to the hero's group, but because it hits way deeper than that. But because of her thesis, she dared to publish a hybrid work blending alchemy with magic, something the cold, conservative academics despised, refusing even to acknowledge it until it visibly rattled Doma right to the core. A man gushes about Doma's research, and he tells them her work is honestly just mind-blowing. He suggests she could keep studying, but do it with them by her side. Doma listens, then cuts in fast, asking what they want in return. And you can tell he's interested but doesn't trust them. The chapter slams shut right there. An hour has already ripped by since they kicked off the dungeon exploration. On the first floor, the assassin bragged that he'd been killed. On the first level of the forest, Alan's crew clashed head-on with Cruz and the Horde. But they didn't fold. Rune Golem's power, forged by alchemist Doma, helped them slam the assault back. Doma pushed his crew forward with the golem blazing at the front, acting like a living shield and scout, even if it guzzled fuel like crazy. With the dungeon floor packed with rich mana-rich soil, the whole creation came together way easier, because Doma's convinced his invention is going to flip the adventurer world upside down. While Alan hammers home that they can't let dreams of profit hijack their focus, even if a dungeon patent could mean a fortune. The whole crew snaps back to reality. Yeah, they're still trapped in the dungeon, and they remember the assassin was the very first to drop, all because he charged in recklessly. Then one of them blurts out, "So, why does everyone else look so innocent and lucky?" The researcher believes that if she wants back into academia, she'll need a mountain of money and real, solid results to prove it. Tony and his crew's support built the automatic map in Rune Golem in the first place, and if Tony proves these tools really work out there, everyone's going to reap the benefits. The man decides he's going to crown Alan as a hero. The crew's mission is simple: take Alan's life. But the woman who's desperate to get back into academia pushes her charm, swears that killing him will crown her the real heroine, and demands everyone's cooperation. Yet even if she hadn't made that bargain, the plan was going to happen anyway. Later, they storm the dungeon where Alan fell mid-battle, and then seize the hero title they claim he earned. So there's only one play left. She has to dive in alone. The fortress had one mission, and it wasn't an assault at all. It was infiltration from the shadows. They're stunned to see the golem charging straight at them from the front, because with its massive size, they never saw it coming like this. They realize they're basically trapped in a full-on siege, and it's about to slam into a brutal no-escape showdown with the fortress. Skeleton archers line the walls and loose a rain of arrows at their targets. The golem is holding the line for now, but cracks are spreading as it takes hit after hit, because they can't strike back from range, and that weakening rune only works when they're up close, right in its face. Alan orders them to smash the golem straight through the fortress gate, no matter how bad it gets. Meanwhile, the elf just watches with a grin, like this whole mess is nothing at all. And she admits the whole mess caught her off guard too, because the elf points out Alan actually gets excited when things turn brutal, and that shocks her, since she never saw it coming. Alan just shrugs and says, somehow, it makes him happy. And that's the wild truth she lands on. Alchemy is all about turning surprise outcomes into brand new discoveries, and yeah, that's exactly why she feels the same way. Alan smirks at the golem like a dare, praying it blows his expectations out of the water. Almost instantly, the golem slams into the fortress gate, shattering it wide open and clearing the path forward. Alan barks the order, and the whole crew charges forward at full sprint, right behind the golem, as it smashes through the defenses again and again. Then something massive and pitch black starts to shift, and the whole room's attention snaps to it. Pure shock hits them all. A wyvern swoops in and starts attacking the group, and suddenly everyone's exposed and outmatched in the open field. So Alan barks for the others to push forward toward the fortress. He stays behind, clamps down on the creature, and shields them while they slip out. The wyvern rips in with savage fury, blasting a chunk out of the defenses and catching Victor off guard while Alan and the researcher freeze in shock, yelling Victor's name over the chaos. Alan's shaken to his core as he spots Victor wounded, but he snaps into action fast. He barks for everyone to stop whining and keep moving fast. The researcher stalls, but he doesn't budge, snarling that he'll only rethink it if they're willing to die right here for being too weak. Doma nods and admits Alan is dead on. With the escape route sealed off and monsters swarming the fortress, pushing forward is the only move that actually makes sense. When night falls, the researcher shoves a night vision potion his way, but Alan snaps back, refusing it and insisting he doesn't need the glow to see in the dark. The rival crew sneers that Alan's side has nobody left and says they're ending this right now. Alan and his allies feel it instantly. The enemy's been fully locked in for war, even after Alan's partner is gone. Still, Alan clenches his resolve and barks the order advance. The whole group starts freaking out over Victor. They start to panic. What if time's running out? Lose this floor and it's all over, because the only place left is the third level, where the fire dragon is waiting. The master steadies Yuri and tells her, this was always the plan when disaster strikes. We rebuild the dungeon, proving he'd been ready for this exact kind of setback all along. They figure the enemy's still got 5 heavy hitters left, and even if they unleash a fire dragon, they'll only buy themselves 5 minutes. The master figures that even with crews sent out, they still won't crack what Doma is cooking, and he fears he'll make the same mistake underestimating him as some harmless alchemist. Everything he's built so far could vanish in an instant, and it tears him up inside as he wrestles with his next move. While the protagonist gets slammed with brutal force, memories of Yuri and the others and every alchemical dungeon they forged together crash over him. He roars in his mind, rips into his father as an idiot, and feels every bit of his life's work slipping toward collapse. Krusa stands face to face with the master, daring him. You didn't even need to fight, just give the order to attack together. She reminds him that back when the enemy invaded, they all showed up, and he promised them he'd give everything he had. Now she's wondering, wasn't this supposed to be about facing danger side by side, with everyone sharing the same grit? Not just his own idea of what giving it everything is supposed to mean? The elf claims Yuri was almost dead before he even managed to save her and backs up Cruz, saying that's the real truth. Then Yuri's words hit harder. She tells everyone she feels zero regret for offering her life. When he saved it, he practically begged the protagonist, don't hesitate to side now, and the moment those words hit, the protagonist froze, shocked and deep in thought. The elf thrusts her hand forward, flashing a reminder that he's the dungeon's true master. Then he glares at her and his allies, and the thoughts start racing, and locks it in his mind. Yeah, it's true. He's the one who's responsible for every single thing. He thinks you shouldn't fear chaos, because alchemy has always been a gamble, trial after trial, failure after failure, until the truth finally clicks. And then he realizes nothing ever really changed. With a moment screaming for action, he seizes it. Flash a confident grin, then thanks Yuri and Cruz for standing right there with him. He knows this is a make-or-break moment, one massive gamble, but he still meets it head-on with a stubborn, determined smile. He eyes his allies, steels himself, and confidently blares, "All right, let's kick off the experiment." Alan's squad strides down a corridor carpeted with monster corpses, and every step feels like a warning. Doma studies the map, snaps a warning that the main hall is ahead, and tells them to stay sharp or get boxed in while Alan keeps his mouth shut. Silently locked in, eyes forward and laser-focused, Alan bursts into a massive courtyard, and the enemy is already waiting, ready to strike. He grins with total confidence and declares this is where the final showdown will be decided. And you can see it in the enemy's hard, determined faces. The battle's ending is about to slam into place. Beneath a blood-red eclipse, Alan stands frozen, staring on with fierce, unblinking focus. Then the enemy closed in, laughing like he already owned the moment, taunting Alan about the little army he'd left in the forest, warning him not to celebrate yet, because this fight was only just getting started. Alan watches the enemy call up a high orc and a boss troll, and the woman snaps that she can't afford to waste any strength or resources on them. She readies these monsters as her battlefront, then slips out of the shadows to smash right into Alan's group. The enemy snaps that she has to save her strength for the next wave, and Alan's fuse finally blows. He grills her, asking if she seriously thinks there'll even be a next time. She tells him to stop obsessing over everyone else, needles him with a mocking smile, and even prays that the little one saves him again, until Alan clenches his teeth, furious. Alan barrels forward, fury blazing, screaming, "Don't mess with me." And then he crashes in with a crushing strike. While his allies stare in shock, they call out for him because the rage hits and suddenly his strength explodes. Back in that forest, the power gap between Alan and Cruz was painfully obvious, but Alan's strength still couldn't be dismissed, and the narrator reckons that if they charge him head-on, Alan could absolutely throw the whole group's movements off. So he orders the two monsters at the front to grab Alan and keep him trapped. While the monsters pin Alan at the front line, Cruz rockets forward to strike the rear, because that's the move that actually turns the tide. Doma snaps for the iron. They immediately catch on. Got it. And lock in, ready to move in perfect sync with the plan. Cruz snaps when she watches a smoke curtain crawl up, insisting that won't work on her. Then Doma just smiles calmly and unleashes his magic, and everything erupts in an explosion. A savage flash detonates out of nowhere, and it catches the Cruz off guard right in the middle of their attack. The magic explosion detonates like a thunderclap, tearing open a massive crater and blasting a choking cloud of debris into the air. Meanwhile, Eren spots Cruz's movement at 1 o'clock, locks in the exact spot, and braces to intercept. Alan slams into the troll's attack to stop it cold, but Eren gets nailed and gasps that she has to take out the little one first, calling out Cruz. At the same time, the Cruz tighten their focus and stay ice cold, getting ready to launch a new strike. Cruz's jaw drops when Alan keeps pace with her. No reinforcement, no tricks, just pure speed. Meanwhile, they lay it out. Eren is a smoke magic specialist. He can fling flammable dust and even listen for movement through the particles hanging in the air. And Tony? He reads the enemy's next move from the tiniest flicker in the smoke. In the dungeon, that means total dominance. Nothing like the forest. Tony snaps a magic missile spell. Alan screams mid-chaos, and then Tony's body seems to vanish into mist, leaving the opponents completely baffled. Right when the explosion smoke thinned, Tony watched closely as Alan slipped into the mist and vanished, leaving them stunned and scrambling. Alan watches them move and realizes this is what true teamwork looks like. A squad of rank S adventurers who never bet everything on one plan, always covering each other's weak spots, and then decides they're going to swap who's holding Alan. Because Cruz isn't the right pick for a perfectly coordinated threat, Tony says, and they're proving it after the last fight. They learned fast and adjusted their tactics on the fly. Tony and the others tell Alan, "Stay locked in the enemy's face. If you keep them tangled in melee, we'll swarm the target with numbers and nobody will get near your fight." And Eren adds, "Even if Doma's holding a trump card, he won't burn it if it means putting allies in danger." Seeing that, the vampire snaps into action and goes after Alan herself. And Eren instantly realizes it's the smartest move after all. Right when the timing couldn't be more perfect, Tony steadied himself and got ready to strike. He slides into position, yanks his weapon up, starts channeling raw power, and prepares to unleash a decisive strike on the enemies rushing in. The monsters suddenly froze like something snapped inside them, and the protagonist just stood there, stunned, blurted an like he couldn't believe what he'd seen. Not long after, Eren, Chris, and a brand new ally huddle up, stepping forward with total confidence, while the girl yells at them with bright excitement, like, it's go time. Because they're finally ready to flip the whole tide. The whole group snaps into action and unleashes the perfect prison spell, sealing the battlefield inside a massive glowing magic circle, while the enemies spin around, totally baffled, because they have no idea what that lockdown even means. Tony stares with laser focus as Alan snaps, "What the hell is that supposed to be?" Doma calls Tony, and the moment they're about to expose the magical trap's real purpose is finally here. Tony's crew completes the perfect prison spell, and Doman and Aaron explode into celebration. Aaron grins and yells, "We did it, Tony-san!" While Tony just nods, satisfied that the plan came off flawlessly. The whole crew moves out on the plan they swore to, and Tony even steps in to wish them luck, then he seals it with iron commitment. Right after that, the monster barrels in with violent force, shocking everyone, and as Alan fights to hold it back, Aaron just laughs like he's already certain, saying fighting is pointless, making it crystal clear they think they've already won. Tony explains that this spell isn't some simple magic trick, it runs on the same principle as walls and alloys. They refine the magic power of two people until it forges a barrier far tougher than anyone expects. And with pure confidence, they swear they'll show the academic society exactly how powerful their technique really is. Alan's fury skyrockets as the trap snaps shut. Alan glares at the magical barrier, strides forward like he owns the place, and declares they misjudged him because putting him in a cage with two was never going to hold. He fires off his power with a provocative grin, and his enemies lock in, staring like they're about to witness something legendary. The alchemist commands the magical barrier with razor-precise control, and it just keeps healing itself even after it gets smashed. He proudly labels it a perfect prison, but Alan snaps with impatient rage, tearing into their endless speeches. The alchemist finally spills the truth, the real goal behind the magical prison. Alan's ordered to capture Alan alive and keep his life energy steady, but when Alan snaps, asking what he even wants, the other just stays calm and reveals that every spell they cast is meant to make this mission succeed. She tells them, in that magical prison, you can't hurt a single person inside no matter how hard you try. To prove it, she lunges straight at Alan. Then he's stunned to find he doesn't get hurt at all, confirming the spell wipes away any injury between them. As Tony charges deeper into the main dungeon, the woman slams the rule. Alan and the other warrior have to stay behind. She tells everyone that after this, Tony plans to call the dungeon master out for a one-on-one duel, no backup. No favors, just to beat him himself and earn the hero title the right way. Alan's jaw drops in shock the second he hears it. The master studies everything, then snaps to a conclusion. If Doma's story is true, they can shatter the perfect prison by cutting the magical energy stream that the three casters are sharing. Even with a flicker of doubt, he snaps into action, then barks for the dungeon monsters to be hauled into the hall, ready to unleash the plan. The master's jaw drops when he realizes the troll and orc Tony took down were gone way too fast, so he instantly knows Tony's hiding some killer trump card. Tony grins and says he can't believe they'd let him go solo, and the elf laughs a little, like, sounds like trust. Even though it definitely doesn't feel that way. The group finally admits they let Tony push forward alone because his skills scream, trust me, but they're also watching closely to see what he does next. They told everyone to keep Tony busy, buying precious seconds while the team raced to rescue the trapped crews. It clicks that the whole dungeon assault was planned down to the last detail the moment Albert showed up. They trade stories about the wild powers hiding in this world, powers that explode the moment the conditions hit, and while Alan shoots back with pure disdain, the others break it down, like, there's an instant death ability that only awakens on the new moon night, the exact moment they're standing in right now, so Tony wastes no time and gets ready to unleash that lethal technique. They're horrified to learn the ability is pure death, one tiny scratch and it's over, so any real fighting is basically impossible. The moment the plan banked on a potion that only activates after taking damage crumbles, their whole reckless strategy collapses, and the entire crew is left scrambling in pure desperation, totally clueless about what I'm supposed to do next. They peered through magical eyes, like the universe itself had just opened up for them, that his opponent, with no special ability running, still hits with pure brute force on par with an S-rank adventurer like Tony. But because the other is barely holding on and the enemy's ability is working like a charm, he's suddenly got the odds stacked against him. And just then, his ally snaps him to attention, warning him that this is serious, no jokes. They call a quick truce. Then the young man leans in and begs for help to smash that barrier, swearing they'll settle the fight later. The woman nods, smiling like she already knows they'll win, but the alchemist rips the hope away. Joining forces won't stop it, because that wall just keeps crawling back. And the only way to break the cycle is to confront the one outside, the controller pulling all the strings. Victor suddenly bursts in, stealing the spotlight and jolting Alan as he yells his name then, with a chilling calm. Victor remarks that things are messed up again, like he's already gearing up to jump in and flip the whole situation. Victor rockets forward at full force, catching Alan off guard. Alan blurts his name as the impact detonates so hard it wrecks everything in sight, screaming just how unstoppable that punch truly is. Meanwhile, over in another place, someone stares at the wreckage and sneers, saying Rick got wiped out like trash, utterly worthless. Lately, Alan's been all off kilter, and the whole crew can't stop noticing, so they point it out, then they swap plans. Tomorrow, we're exploring a new cave. But one theory drops like a bomb. Maybe Alan's sudden change is tied to someone being replaced on the team. One of the companions snaps that Alan is finished, both as a group member and as a martial artist, then pushes a shady potion at him, claiming it boosts circulation and wipes out fatigue. But Alan's gut goes red flag crazy at the whole weird vibe. Alan's jaw drops when Victor blurts out that sudden decision, then he watches him walk away, mind racing, desperate to figure out why any of this is happening. The sting of Rick's loss hits hard, and fear crawls into every corner of the group. So Alan, shaking, tells Victor he can't keep walking beside him anymore. In a bustling tavern, Alan gets stopped by Cruz, who's all fired up. Cruz tells him he was sent by an old acquaintance, and they cheer like crazy because the crew is finally whole, ready to charge into real adventures. As Alan raises his toast, he shoots a quick, back then, goes dead silent, eyes sharp, mind racing to figure out what this all really means. An officer storms in and tells Alan the Senate wants to rip his hero title away, unless he proves himself by clearing a few deadly dungeons. Still, the officer tells Alan not to sweat it, saying he'll shoulder the hero's burden himself if things get tough. Alan's crew swears they'll stand by him, and the whole situation hits Alan so hard it feels like life is flashing right in front of his eyes. A mysterious man tells Alan he isn't the only one who saw greatness in him, then drops the bomb that Alan has a rare chance nobody else gets, before urging him to cherish every person he crosses on the road. When the old man vanishes, Alan can't stop asking. He sat there replaying every word, and a bitter laugh bubbled up, because the idea that someone as messed up as him could ever be called a hero was the cruelest joke he'd ever heard. Alan sits there watching as the man's face twists in confusion and rage, while someone bluntly tells him he doesn't deserve to call himself a hero. After a brutal silence, they turn and walk off, saying they still believe Alan can become a real hero-like even with all that harsh judgment. There's still hope he can change. Victor stumbled back, clutching his injury as sharp breaths tore out of him. He shoves through the wall, stumbles up laughing like he's exhausted to the bone, then snaps into reality. This isn't the moment to drift peacefully in dreams. He admits to himself that Alan is a lost cause without him there, and he vows to keep pushing forward and helping no matter what. Victor keeps that grin on his face, even with danger looming, stares into the swirling magical field, and calls Alan like, yeah, I kinda figured this would happen. He tries to break the tension by dropping that this has happened before, but it only shocks everyone and leaves his companions more worried than ever. Even with his head aching and him grumbling about the pain, Victor casually drags up an old mess from Alan's way that pissed off other adventurers and ended with them getting boxed in by bandits, so Alan snaps at him, demanding he quit the nonsense and get over there to kill those guys fast. The other kid snaps back that the nonsense guy is actually Alan himself. But Rick's got this, like it's nothing. Victor frantically searches for Rick, clueless where he vanished, convinced that if he gets his hands on the golden potion, he can shatter that barrier like it's nothing. While Alan wrestles with confused memories, the other man presses harder, yelling at him to stop before his soul gets exposed even more, then launches the attack, screaming that he'll end Alan completely and neatly, since Alan's body can only resist from the neck down. Victor suddenly slams into the attack with full force, exploding with impact so massive that everyone freezes because even the onlookers can't even process what just hit. Victor slams in with a brutal attack, and for a split second, he manages to cut the magic off mid-stroke. But the magical wall hasn't fully crumbled. Alan realizes the mana flow is still intact, and panic hits him fast. We're out of time. He orders Victor to chase after Tony, who already dashed off alone to square up with the dungeon master. Rick pleaded with Alan to stop trying to conquer the dungeon and trust the crew to take it from here. He locks eyes with the void, and even without a clue where Victor's hiding, he still demands that Victor protect Alan, because he's convinced Victor can pull them out of this mess. Rick nods like he's locked in, confirms he got the request, and immediately gets ready to act. He calls Cruz and Yuli, and the moment they hear him, they're stunned, because he's ready to lay out the plan right now and makes it crystal clear. Everyone's got a crucial role in this strategy. Rick can't stop thinking about how he's always the group's shield standing in front, taking the hits first, absorbing the damage like it's his job. While he shields his allies, he realizes this buys him time to read the enemy's attack pattern and craft the perfect counter. He squeezes out every last second the group needs to react, and he knows only someone standing on the edge of death can see the world like that. So that's the role he lives to play. Rick sinks into the past and admits he's always studied his own power, right down to exactly how much strength it takes to end the life, and the crushing guilt that hits the second it's done. He realizes that being able to imagine what others are really feeling it, is exactly what makes him different. But then he realizes the world has people who never pause, no fear, no mercy, no holding back at all, nothing like just someone clutching a knife. Rick watches Alan's powers surge past any rules of right and wrong, something that smashes fear and logic to bits. So everyone else only gets two choices: get crushed and swept aside, or latch on and chase it. Rick admits he picked the second path, pulled in by that power and determined to follow. But Cruz insists she's still got the exact item they need, and Rick snaps that it's the only way forward. The elves burst out, asking if Alan is really serious, and he snaps that they're still yapping, rage rising as he hates the rush, then demands why they won't just grab help from the old wizard already. Meanwhile, the others move fast to set the plan in motion. Alan taunts Cruz, calling her dad a pervert for making a monster call him dad, and Cruz snaps back, irritated, insisting he isn't a pervert. Alan keeps taunting him, insisting a dungeon master has to be in total control and daring him to admit he fell for those easy little tricks. Cruz insults her, calling her dear dad. Unimpressive then, the provocations clearly light a fuse under him. Cruz's rage explodes when Alan insults her father, and she lashes back in a furious storm, while Aaron just shrugs and says that in a place where nobody can die, it's way too easy to drop your guard. Christopher's hurt, but he waves it off and insists he's okay. Aaron's healing magic is top-notch, and they've still got plenty of time. They start talking about Victor, how he bolted ahead solo, while Christopher mocks sneers, calling Victor nothing but a wooden puppet meant to take hits, with zero hope against whatever deadly attack is coming. Victor stumbled through the dungeon corridors, panicked and lost because he never bothered to memorize the map. He remembers he's supposed to stop Tony, but exhaustion and confusion slam into him, like everything's gone on way too long then, as he thinks about Mary. A dark voice beckons him to come closer. Rick shows up in front of Victor grinning, and he starts talking about all the times he stepped in to guide him through wild adventures. Then Victor's jaw drops as Rick reveals he's got potions, so they can take down the enemy side by side. Rick pushes one into Victor's hands and tells him, "Drink it, then you'll be fine." Victor grips Rick tight and blurts, shaking, "Tell me, are you really the true Rick?" Rick just smiles and answers like it's the most natural thing in the world. Right as the fight kicks off, he panics like always and ducks for cover, while an elf frets from the sidelines, worried sick that it's way too dangerous, and praying Victor is going to make it. Rick stands his ground and swears this isn't a job anyone else can touch, only him, because for once he needs to do it with his own hands, not some comforting smile from the master. Victor makes it all work too, since Victor trusts Rick, and he's the type to live for what's happening now instead of getting stuck in the past. Rick blurts out, "Victor, are you okay?" But Victor only coughs. He grumbles about how nasty Rick's potion tastes, asks Rick to think a little more next time since the poor guy still has to swallow it, then admits he trusts Rick's homemade brews. Rick laughs, all embarrassed, and apologizes, saying he's been so slammed in research that he never even had time to think about it. Rick and Victor push deeper down the corridor, and the elf fires off a warning to the master to be careful. With that comms leaf, they finally pulled up a map spotting exactly where they were, and where the enemy sat in relation. They were right there, inches from the crucial point. Rick pushed, "There's not much left," and Victor shot back, "Okay, ready to move forward." Rick strides ahead, haunted by the thought that even after obeying Alan's orders, he still can't live up to Alan's expectations. He halts, stares at Victor and admits he feels like he's done something wrong, because that guilt's hanging on him, heavy since everything that's happened, while Victor just watches Riku in silence, showing he gets every bit of his friend's sincerity. Rick drops his eyes and blurts a shy, "Yeah," while Victor calmly says he doesn't expect forgiveness or anything, then adds, straight up, "That's not even an apology." He just knew he had to say it right then. Next thing, they're in a tavern. Victor lifts his mug, and Rick is stunned by how real and heavy his friend's words hit. Rick and Victor hit the brakes right in front of this massive door. Yuli stands there with total confidence and says, "All right then." Rick's grin lights up as he leans in and tells Victor, "Go ahead." The second he steps forward, the door swings wide and a stranger on the other side starts talking like, "You're about to begin the next encounter." Victor strides through the gate like he owns the place, and Rick follows right behind him. He declares that in the end, he'll be their shield. No doubts, no stalling. Then Alan keeps his eyes forward as the chapter shuts on Victor, squarely facing his next opponent, ready to blast himself between danger and his friends. Rick checks the dungeon rules with Yuli and makes it clear every monster created in there vanishes the moment it's killed. No matter what the dungeon master wants, defeated adventurers can still be swallowed at the master's whim, and Yuli confirms it, so Rick finally lets out a breath, knowing everything's crystal clear. Victor makes it crystal clear when you get how deep he works, everything clicks. The life force crawling out of those bodies gives him everything he needs, while Alan watches in shock, because Victor still hasn't caved in. Them rotten apple like him can't quite get out of a hero's way. Victor locks eyes with his opponent and says he gets exactly what drives him still. There's no personal beef, just business. He'll end him, because it's the quickest path to victory. The enemy snarls that his ideals won't be wiped out by some throwaway pawn, just a puppet playing messenger, then dares Victor to prove he can do better. Victor rushes forward to face Tony, and Tony lines up a deadly blow, swearing he wants to end Victor fast, without the pain. Rick stares in shock, realizing Tony is about to unleash his instant death ability. Rick tells Tony that in a dungeon, his power is almost impossible to beat, so strong it wipes out monsters like the troll, the orc, and even the behemoth with brutal ease. But he lays it out. Even those instant death powers aren't unstoppable. And that crack in them is exactly what their plan hinges on. Rick leans in and tells you the lich is crawling with undead power. And then they point out the crazy truth. Yeah, weak skeletons and zombies are everywhere. But zombie dragons don't just pop into the world like that. Undead don't just pop up out of nowhere. Only magic-crafted creations summon them in dungeons, proving this threat has strict limits. Rick coldly tells them the lich doesn't need bodies at all. He'll just churn out fresh undead, using whoever steps into the dungeon as raw material. And that answer shocks them while fear spreads, because it proves the lich is already thinking 5 moves ahead, ready to squeeze every resource for his advantage. Rick freezes in shock and tense anticipation as a mysterious enemy steps right in front of him, and Victor, cloaked head to toe so the face is hidden, and the air turns thick. Rick's gut screams trouble because he can already see something dangerous about to explode. Rick stares in horror as Victor gets swallowed by dark energy, unleashed by the lich as it chants a vile spell. Victor's body shakes violently, and his eyes go wide in sheer shock. But soon he snaps back to consciousness, breathing hard, and Rick's shoulders finally drop with relief, rage surging through him. Victor charges at Tony, screams like a madman, and smashes him hard, leaving Tony stunned. Tony's stunned, his power didn't even flare when Victor hit him, and that just leaves him grumbling that it was nothing, probably a mere scratch. Victor's face twists with frustration and doubt as his instant death skill collapses, and he glares at Tony, barking that if he thinks the hero's shield would crumble that easily, he's dead wrong, while Tony stands there stunned and confused, totally shaken, as Victor plants his feet and refuses to be beaten by something this simple. Victor, shirtless, bruised, and beaten, stares straight ahead and calmly admits he's always been ready to die if it means protecting his companions. Mary breaks down, begging him to at least start caring about himself, and Rick watches with a hard, serious silence. Victor stays calm and tells Alan, "I don't have talent like you. I only had my own body to bet on." And even then, he never lets it feel like a weakness. To him, the real treasure is what he gets to see through his friend's eyes, because that same vision means everything. And if it's for that dream, then giving up his life won't feel sad or hurtful. He'll do it, no regrets. Victor, battered and bleeding, stares at what he's done and wonders, was it enough? Because in his heart, he knows that was the only way he could have given everything. It doesn't matter if that vision is his or Alan's, what matters is that he gave it everything. Meanwhile, Alan leans in, watches Yuri and vows he'll beat him, then become the strongest dungeon master ever. Yuri's eyes blaze with determination as he screams that he too has something precious, plus the nerve to throw it all away, just to reach the vision he's desperate to see. As he speaks, memories flicker across his mind faces. He dyed a shield showing just how fierce his desire really is. Yuri leans on the balcony as she chats with an old sage, hanging on every word like it might change everything. With a sharp, serious stare, Yuri grills him about why he picked Alan as a hero clearly hooked, desperate to understand how someone like Alan got such a huge role, while the old man just stands there, silent, his mind wrestling with the answer. An old man calmly tells Yuri that alchemists never measure anything as good or evil. He tells them that even though Alan is disgraced now, he still has pure power and a self-belief so dangerous it feels like domination. And the old man admits he didn't truly hold him back. He only led Alan to the one place where he could finally unleash everything. Yuri nodded, admitting she finally got it because she'd seen Alan's power with her own eyes. The old man finally clenches something in his palm like it's the last piece of the puzzle, and the boy stares in shock because he realizes that flame over there hasn't gone out yet. The confident girl thrusts a potion into his hands and snaps, "Drink it," swearing her father made it just for this exact moment. Still, the boy hesitates, then takes the potion in silence as she needles him, daring him to say what he's really terrified of. The boy gaps when the potion turns golden, snaps, and demands how that could possibly help right now, steaming that monsters somehow made something for adventurers, while the girl smirks, calls him a little head, and says it's obvious why they're using it. With rage blazing, he grips the potion so tight it's almost crushing his hand. The girl snaps, tells the boy to shut up, and yells at him to drink the potion already. This is all the help they get. And then she demands, "Are you really going to waste time fretting over nonsense right now?" Then she drops the hint that if he drinks it, maybe his power will finally work, so he's left utterly confused, staring at her like, "Wait, what did you just mean?" The boy's mind races. Could that potion really yank his power back? He even remembers choking down a similar one before, and it did nothing. So he figures, if his abilities were ever going to come back, they would have returned right then. Still irritated, he can't stop thinking how that girl knows way too much about his ability, and it only cranks his discomfort higher. The warrior's patience snaps, "Hey," blurts, that the other's words make him shiver, and now he's stuck wondering if he should even follow a plan when he doesn't know a single thing. Staring at the golden potion, he locks eyes with Rick in his memory, and suddenly that dread hits him hard while the others watch, and one by one, they start realizing who that man really is. He remembers it clearly, how that man never once treated him like an equal, always acting like he was just a lab test. Even with that sweet little smile, his eyes rotted with something cold, like he looked at everyone as nothing but raw material. So he finally kicked him out, because he realized the interest was only ever one-sided, and hollow, crushing the honor he'd once felt standing beside him. Alan erupts in a furious scream, pounding his chest like the hero Alan Cole, and insists he clawed his way to the top with pure strength, relying on nobody. He rages on, threatening to wipe out anyone who dares disrespect him, and the people around him can only stare, saying he looks like he's completely snapped. The girl races to deliver a message straight from her father. She coldly tells her father she's got zero interest in heroes who would die there, then turns to Alan and warns him, "Swallow your pride, take the potion, or you'll be dead before you ever get the chance to prove who you really are." Fury and pride swallow Alan whole as he bellows that he's the strongest hero alive. Then he charges straight for the potion while everyone else stares in shock, watching raw courage and power explode off him. Alan, swallowed by the potion's power, erupts in searing energy as he's surrounded right before the massacre ignites. Alan smashes the magical prison to pieces with one brutal strike. Leaving Christopher stunned, he bursts into laughter. He started calling the others weak and crazy, like theory and magic were useless unless real power could back them up. Alan goes berserk, screaming that his desires and thoughts blew past every prediction, then declares he's different, strong, and straight-up incredible. Laughing like a maniac, Christopher snaps to the truth. This has to be the potion he gulped down before the resurrection skill, and then he chills Alan with a razor-cold question. Did you finish watching your life flash before your eyes? Alan locks eyes with his opponent, lifts a finger, and says he won't even let him scream, then threatens to make him try to die with barely any pain. Right after a surge of power explodes out of him, he launches forward at full speed, leaving his opponent completely stunned. Tony warns that if they blind him like that, one wrong move could cost him everything. Without him, who's even left to be the group's ace? Breaking that magical prison felt like signing a death note for everyone still standing. While Aaron and Christopher just started pushing the next phase of the plan, and Aaron's final resistance only traded one doomed person for another. A terrifying, powerful spirit starts taking over Alan's body as a living vessel. Then it follows the pack they've been chasing. The Earth Spirit King bursts into view. Alan grins like he's holding his ace up his sleeve, fully aware of how massive that summon truly is. Alan snatches Aaron, drags her into brutal torture, spits that she's a traitor, demands answers, then murders her. Aaron gasps through pure agony, realizing she's seconds from dying right there, with no way out. Alan keeps pressing the torture, spitting accusations that Aaron sold him out for money, then sneers when he sees her using that cash to crank out her devices. Aaron shoots back without flinching, insisting he's got no clue what it really means to be an alchemist. She explains that modern alchemy is forged from research passed down for generations. Yes, even her work then. Alan snaps at the press, asking if she's still going to hide behind excuses. Alan screams that Aaron will die all alone there, unseen, unrecognized, and with her research shutting down right at that moment. Aaron, bleeding and shaken, demands answers, then snaps that Alan's own heart is fighting back against everything going on. She claims the only one who can beat him is the alchemist, and it throws Alan for a loop, confused and furious because he has zero idea what she's talking about. Alan viciously beats Aaron, seething that she keeps blurting out things he never told her to say, shouting that she's useless right up until the end. Yet, even with herself battered and bleeding, Aaron can only think she was foolish for speaking up at all. Right before she dies, she squeezes out one last silent plea, begging someone to step in and handle it, because she knows it isn't fair to leave it all on his shoulders. The clash doesn't let up. It's still raging. Alan watches with ice in his eyes as the next figure swoops in, drags Aaron's body away, and snaps that Alan's just a tasteless brute. So Alan fires back with cruel laughter, asking if they're trying to teach him morality or just throwing out pity. The light-haired boy watches it all unfold, his mind racing as he wonders if he's really doing the right thing, especially because everything lands exactly the way they said it would. Then his gaze hardens, and he decides to act. Alan lunges in and smashes him with a brutal blow, then grins like a maniac and screams that he's just like them. Alan barrels in with everything he's got, and the opponent just barely slips out of the way at the last second, so the girl stares in shock, realizing Alan is even faster and stronger than before, and she instantly goes on high alert as the danger keeps swelling. Alan barrels into the enemy with pure fury, remembering the trick they pulled on him in the last floor. With a smug grin, the adversary taunts him, asking if Alan still thinks this is kid stuff. The field of fight has just turned deadly serious. Alan lunges in with a thunderous leap, aiming to slam his opponent with a fatal blow, but the other lunges in like a storm, drives him straight into the ground, and blasts a massive crater where they hit. His opponent watches the brute force everywhere and snaps. If strength rules it all, then I'm switching plans. He blasts out a surge of dark energy, and it rockets toward Alan, leaving him stunned as he scrambles to throw up a defense against the next hit. Even with the pressure crushing him, Alan keeps surging forward at the enemy, who throws sneaky tricks just to trip up his footing. Irritated, he snaps at his opponent for going right back to cheap tricks, making it crystal clear he's not backing down. Alan catches his opponent off guard with reaction speed that crushes every other human she's faced, so she has no choice but to admit he's not just ordinary, he's something else entirely. Alan gritted his teeth and surged in to end it fast, screaming at her to die. Alan decides he has to fall back and scout harder, because only then will he spot the opening. Meanwhile, the woman's eyes widen as his move hits, then monsters burst out of nowhere, surging over the battlefield and turning the whole fight into pure, terrifying pressure. Alan's patience snaps as he watches the enemy rip through his bats, one after another. Meanwhile, the adversary stays stone calm, just watches as Alan rages and screams, wondering how many more enemies he has to drop before the other one finally bites the dust. Cruz starts to drown in the pressure, and the crew realizes that even with her best efforts, the danger is way too high. The master barks an immediate retreat, shouting for everyone to sprint straight for the hall's exit before things get even more brutal. The squad scrambles to run, but the hero just stands there, smiling, cocky, mocking their getaway, then trash talks it as a pointless game. Out of nowhere, a strange distortion tears across the ground, and it snaps his world into silence, leaving him staring, stunned, and terrified to find out what it even is. The girl gets flung through the air as an army of skeletons obeys her command midair. She turns to them, thanks them for everything, then slips into an apology with a bright smile while the hero, stunned, watches her pull off a clean, successful escape. The girl stumbles back to the crew, drained but totally safe, and the leader turns to Cruz like, "That was flawless, great work." Still reeling from the insane strength that random guy just showed, she jumps and demands, "Who was he?" One of her companions finally tells her it's Alan's power, while he grumbles that it feels unfair and completely overpowered. The group debates why Alan's power didn't kick in the second he drank the potion. And even under Cruz's brutal pressure, some people insist he never showed a single spark of it. They explain that Alan's power usually shows up only when he's fighting enemies of at least S rank. He can only trigger it in true life or death moments to flip the whole battle, which is why he always locks in the win by saving his full strength for the very edge. They finally pieced it together. Alan's power wouldn't trigger because his ability only works under razor-thin conditions, and once they cracked the pattern, they realized he had only gotten to use it before. Since the master was standing right there, everything snapped into place. He was the trigger Alan needed. Then the young man grinned confidently and said the master's presence is what flips Alan's power on for good. Even before they ever met Cruz, they already had a gut feeling Alan must have snatched Doma's golden potion. After Cruz beat him, there wasn't a single hint he'd ever downed another potion. So the whole crew finally agrees breaking the seal is the price they have to pay to let Alan unleash his power. But then that tense feeling hangs in the air, screaming that something bigger is about to go wrong. They study what's happening and snap to the truth. Alan is smashing the dungeon walls and charging forward without stopping. They're staring at all the mess that's piled up since Alan and the others walked in. Doma's automaton tearing through the dungeon, Tony and the rest turning on each other. So now they're scrambling to cook up a plan to finally put Alan down. They finally figured it out. The third mistake was underestimating just how long Alan's power would keep going, because it dragged on way longer than anyone expected. Still, the group leader locks in the evidence confirming one of his wild hypotheses. Then he grins and tells the others they've got Alan beat. The crew huddles up to read the situation, and their leader snaps to a conclusion. Alan's ability is a weapon so powerful it can't be ignored. That could turn into Alan's biggest blind spot, something he hasn't realized yet. That grin spreads across the leader's face, and right then someone completely stunned blurts out, "What do you mean?" Victor grits his teeth, charges straight at the enemy, and throws a full-force punch that lands like thunder. Its brutal impact booms across the battlefield and leaves everyone watching from a distance stunned. Victor surges forward, no hesitation at all. He snaps in a direct kick that hurls his opponent hard into the wall, cracking the impact site with a brutal thud. His lightning-fast, pinpoint charge screams that he's trying to end this fight right now. Victor bursts forward in a flash, slips past the enemy's guard, and lands a crushing hit that sends him flying. The adversary scrambles to piece it all together, totally thrown off by how the situation twists out of nowhere. As Victor strides off with no clue where he's headed next, the warrior can only stare in disbelief, because his opponent keeps hauling himself back up, even after injuries that should have ended him for good. He grits his teeth and commits to finishing it. Then he lines up his shot straight for the head, praying that this will finally drop him. Alan bursts into the scene out of nowhere, cutting into the other fighters' moment with a provocative grin that practically dared them to fight back. And he was begging, "Can I jump in too?" Right before the battle kicked off. The second he's in the room, everyone goes rigid because they instantly feel the danger he brings. Alan sneers at the rivals, declaring that Christopher and Aaron are already nothing but stains on the dungeon floor for falling for such stupid trust. He needles the whole group, swears he'll wipe them out in no time, and charges at them with contemptuous laughter roaring in his throat. Alan kept needling the adversary mid-brawl, laughing at every twitch when he clocked just how irritated the guy was getting, yet somehow, the opponent didn't wear his usual icy expression. Alan's opponent clumps every last ounce of power into one desperate sprint, then slashes forward with a magic sword like it's their final chance, certain one clean hit will drop him. while Alan just stands there watching the strike close in, calm as ever, like it can't touch him. Alan snaps up his defense without effort, wrapping himself in a blazing energy aura that warps the air and bends everything around him. His opponent's jaw drops in shock, because even a magic bomb of an attack can't crack Alan's defense. He stays ice calm, locked in place, and as soon as the opening appears, he's ready to swing back. Alan studies his opponent, then coldly smirks and calls it a deadly technique one strike. And it's over. But in this current state, Alan's so sure it won't work that he declares he can't even picture getting hit by one of the opponent's attacks. Alan casually shuts them down, crushing every exchange, then glares at the opponent with pure disdain and declares, "That's what a real hero looks like." With that kind of overwhelming presence, there's no way he could ever reach it while the other just stands there stunned. Alan smirks and tells him that level is way too high for someone like him, sarcastically asking, "Got it now?" He stares his opponent down and spits in rage that he has no right to call himself a hero. Then he clutches the memory of the companions who fought for his dream and declares he'll move forward even if it means stepping over their bodies. For him, a real hero earned trust by showing up for people, then turned that faith into a blazing beacon of hope, just what he'd been craving all along. He scoffs at the idea that a hero has to trust his companions, saying that if anyone puts their faith in people who can't be sure of anything, he'll never call himself a true hero, because to him, a real hero isn't built on camaraderie. It's forged from an unstoppable power that crushes everything in its way. The warrior smugly declares he trusts nobody but his own strength, shutting down any talk of heroism built on bonds. That other character is reeling with fury, seeing someone this powerful twist what it truly means to be a hero. Fueled by pure determination, the warrior snaps into action. He knows he has to fix the enemy's ugly distortion, and once he's convinced, he swears he'll tear the evil right out by the roots. Clutch the evil in his own hands. No hesitation about the price he had to pay. Tony Richards scrolls the news about Derek, the hero who conquered an A-rank dungeon. Then Derek can't hide his disdain as he stews in his thoughts. He's convinced he'll never waste time caring for animals, because while he lives in the same era as a hero flaunting his pride and ambition, he's got bigger plans. Tony chats with the villagers in a smoky tavern, insisting he won't waste a single chance to live in an age so unreal where heroes straight out of legends still fight. They laugh in his face, sneering that even country heroes are basically extinct, and calling his dream of becoming a hero nothing but a cruel joke. Tony shouts that a true hero charges into the unknown with zero fear in their bones. A mysterious old man shows up out of nowhere, praises the boy's spirit to the heavens, and pulls him in for a warm embrace. That's exactly what I love to see. And Tony, stunned, blurts out, "Who are you?" Because deep down he knows meeting this guy could flip his whole destiny on its head. The old traveler leans in and reveals his game plan. He's hunting people of every kind to become hero candidates, and when he names Tony, the crowd gasps, because to them he's just a pastor's son with zero special talent. The old man smirks and says, if he had to name one thing worth noticing, it'd be Tony's eyes. Determination burns in Tony's chest as the old man praises him for always staring past the world in front of him, chasing dreams that stretch way beyond reach. Then, without a second thought, Tony accepts Lord Lisbert's invitation. Before they can even get going, bandits swoop in and smash the caravan during the journey. They shove everyone into battle mode as Tony charges to the capital, forging instant bonds with two other hopefuls, Ashbourne, the mage itching to level up his power, and Udrin, the swaggering warrior who's rude as hell, but deadly with a blade. Then the three of them train side by side, trading sharp taunts while their friendship snaps into something unbreakable. Tony blows his companions away with lightning-fast progress, mastering basic spells in no time and showing pure grit as he storms toward the ranks aiming to become a top-tier swordsman. Udrin clocked the spark in Tony and pushed him to help forge Tony's own faction the moment they hit the capital, turning that connection into something even stronger. And Tony catches Udrin's words. Tons of people want to crash the hero's crew because fame and power are up for grabs instantly. Tony, eyes locked and face set in stone, tells him he won't ride on the hero's glory. He'll rise through his own weight, proving he can conquer it all with his own strength. Tony and Udrin tore through the handshake, parting with hands still trembling, swearing they'd give it everything, and maybe even fight tooth and nail to become the next hero. Later, Tony finally reaches the capital, and the noble Albest sent comes to greet him, asking his name right there. His journey officially kicks off. Tony squirms with embarrassment because he hates talking about his past, so the hero tells him to shut it down and rest, because training kicks off tomorrow. Meanwhile, this girl fires off cruel jokes at him, asking if he's just a country bumpkin who got help only because of some tragic past, but Tony simply sits back and watches, totally unbothered. She leans in and tells Tony the so-called hero image is a total scam, something the rich and powerful cooked up by buying credit for everyone else's victories, then forging a perfect hero just to steer the influential adventurers. She even drags the famous Derek into it, saying he's nothing more than a noble son using his strength to guard elite interests. Tony's jaw drops, demanding why they'd go this far for some nobody adventurer. Then she cuts him off with a cold stare, asking if he truly thinks it's simple. Tony goes dead silent for a heartbeat, taking the brutal truth straight to the gut. So, he figures it out. If he wants to be a real legend, he'll have to forge it alone, even if that means crawling through the mud. His goal hasn't budged. He'll prove his worth with his own hands, and the girl can't help staring, shocked by the unshakable fire in his eyes. Tony's stubborn streak won't back down, and it makes the woman watching him break into a smile because she admits she actually doesn't hate this side of him. Right after Derek shows up and rallies everyone, he drops the bombshell. He's sending them to a brand new ranks dungeon, and it's the kind of threat that'll test them to the limit. Tony clocks that Derek isn't chasing anything new, just wants more fame again and again, trapped in the same tired loop. You're finally reunited with Tony, and he's completely stunned to find out they're on the same team this time around. They trade a few words, and Euron fires back that Tony still won't budge, not even during a rank S mission. Tony replies flat and unenthused, but Euron laughs and calls out his courage, saying the hero's crew still has him genuinely impressed. Tony jabs at Euron, bragging, "If you ease up too much, you'll never get on our level, because we've been stacking experience since we started adventuring." But deep down, Tony trusts Euron, and figures that if it's Euron, he'll definitely pull it off. Right after that, in the Ranks Dungeon Master's chamber, the decisive battle finally explodes into action. Euron, bleeding out and barely standing, panics. Is it over? Help me. And Tony sprints to him, but Euron chokes out that it's too late, because he's already landed the killing blow on the monster. It's mutual destruction, too late to save him. Tony's eyes lock in, and pure agony hits as he finally understands his friend is gone. A battered knight stares at the battlefield littered with bodies. His hope crumbles, so he can't stop wondering if that tiny group is truly all that's left of the elite. He growls that if the king ever finds out about these brutal losses, the fallout will be terrifying. As he orders them to leave the dead behind, Tony throws everyone a tense, indignant glare that screams, "We are not staying here." Tony watched the knight sneer like the whole massacre was just paperwork, promising to report every last thing to the king and shrugging off the deaths as if they meant nothing. Then it hit Tony hard. Is this what a real hero does? Staring at the man, his face twisted with pure fury, and the knight caught it, snapped, and demanded, annoyed, if Tony had really lost his mind staring at him like that. Tony stumbles in bruised and filthy, gripping his sword like its lifeline, eyes blazing with pure resolve, and he shouts that he wants to be a real hero. Then he steps up to the throne, looks the ruler in the eye, and fires back without a second thought. He wants that hero title. Tony locks eyes with the man in front of him, hit by a crushing force, and can't help wondering if this is exactly the hero the king had in mind. A cold, manufactured emblem that people clutched in terror, because fear and authority kept it standing. Desperation rips through him as he screams in agony, and he can't stop asking if a real hero exists at all in this world. Tony freezes dead in his tracks when the enemy coldly raises his weapon and spits. There's nothing emptier than ideals with no results. And hearing his own name ring back through the air makes that brutal truth slam into him. After they smashed through every trap on the way, the crew finally pushed into the dungeon's darkest depths. The fact that ability came back only proved one thing. The real danger was still ahead, waiting to strike. All that's left is to blast through that pitch-black corridor, take down the dungeon master lurking at the very end, and finally come face to face with the true ancestor who's been silently watching the whole time from the shadows. Even while the enemy lay defeated, he already knew his power still wasn't enough to take on the true target. And as they pushed deeper into the dungeon, that eerie feeling kept crawling in, thickening the silence between them until it felt like it might crush them. Right before he could make his escape, that relentless man slammed into him again, refusing to back down, refusing to quit. He crumpled to the ground, drained by exhaustion. Yet he still refused to let go of a dream he knew he could never reach, while fighting to keep his feelings buried. The terror in his eyes screamed for help, and he couldn't take another step without fear closing in. The more obvious it got, the more it looked like he was just pretending not to see the truth right in front of him. And then, finally, it hit him. The truth he'd been dodging all along. His deadliest enemy wasn't some monster or a hero built to crush him. It was the fear he kept buried inside, and every time he tried to run from that truth, it only kept growing. More. The monster of doubt and fury swallowed him whole, leaving nothing but raw rage and a total, mind-splitting confusion. He couldn't stomach what he was seeing, not one bit. Even after that man's death, the weird feeling still clung to him like it refused to let go, like something was still lurking off-screen, and the harder he tried to brush it off, the worse that unease clawed its way deeper inside him. Even without anyone saying the truth out loud, everybody knew something shifted after that run-in with the dungeon master, and the moment that power came back, all the mystery around what really went down only got louder. Still, they threw everything aside and sprinted straight into what came next. He tore away from that fallen man and vanished into the dungeon's cold silence once the battle was finally over. As the dungeon corpses started fading away one by one, the survivors suddenly flooded with an insane haul of points. Each time he wiped out another enemy, the reward kept stacking up until the hunt's final tally landed on a totally insane amount of DP. Even with chaos exploding inside the dungeon, the final result blew past everyone's wildest hopes. Those points piled up enough to finish the last preparations, even after that terrifying ability came roaring back. Even as the plans pushed forward, one brutal doubt still hung in the air. Could they really send someone back into the dragon's chamber again? While everyone else kept going, he threw in the towel and bailed before it all turned disastrous. While everyone swore the dragon's power would make them unbeatable, he noticed something worse lurking in that very confidence. To him, they were laughing at the raw power of human will, and that one blind mistake could burn it all to the ground. Alan's power looked absurdly divine. At first, everything about him surged higher, like the universe turned the dial way past safe, but underneath that wild strength, there was an even darker, way more complicated secret. After watching everything while they stayed locked in the same group for so long, they finally realized the real heart of that power wasn't magic, it was self-affirmation. Alan's own belief was the real engine behind that power. Once he started trusting himself more, his strength kept surging higher and higher, and it never looked like there was a ceiling. His power turned his self-belief into reality, and once his faith stayed solid, it sent him rocketing to truly absurd levels of strength. Even knowing exactly how the power worked, I still couldn't tell who was stronger for real between them. Ever since Alan was little, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was destined for something bigger than everyone else, and faced every fight like it was scripted for victory until, in all the options they mapped out, only Victor looked capable of cracking that unshakable confidence fueling his power. An adventurer goes into every fight with one goal burning in his head: survive the clash and come back alive when it's over. But Victor had already thrown that whole mindset out the window, ready to die in that attack. He'd slipped into a terrifying zone where someone who doesn't fear death can unleash power way beyond anyone's wildest expectations, and while everyone scrambled for a way out, that brutal choice slowly started to crystallize, staring down a power that refused to be controlled. They figured the only way to shut Victor down: I'm going to drag him down with that fire dragon itself. And just like that, the outcome of the fight finally got locked in. Right when it looked like the plan was set in stone, everything flipped again. To everyone's stunned shock, he stepped up and took on the task of facing Alan by himself, no hesitation, choosing to go toe-to-toe with that monster, even though he knew it was completely absurd. Soon enough, the whole city started buzzing as newspapers slammed out rumors, and former members of the group began hurling accusations at the hero. Watching weird behavior spiral out of control, he kept changing in ways that got darker and darker until the picture everyone used to trust about him started crumbling right in front of the public. With more testimonies piling up, the hero's old comrades finally started spilling the truth: how he subjected them to cruel abuse and relentless pressure while they fought by his side. Humiliations followed, unfair dismissals hit, and even deaths tied to his tactics began spreading like wildfire. Within no time, The public stopped calling the former adventurers monsters and started seeing them as poor souls crushed by someone who only cared about results, while the hero's name crumbled fast as the rumors tore through the streets. To everyone else, it looked like a cold, calculated hit: wipe Alan out, clear the stage, and let a brand new hero step in. But while the mess brewed behind the curtain, it became painfully obvious. The whole image he'd built was on the edge of collapse. They didn't even get a breath before another terrifying monster crashed into their lives right after everything they'd just survived. Now they had a massive, fire-breathing dragon blazing in their way, and even with his temper flaring, he charged forward no hesitation to take on yet another totally insane fight. Each step they took made the dungeons twist into something even more unhinged, and the chaos was already swallowing everything. A real fire dragon burst onto the scene and flipped the whole battlefield on its head, and the moment that ridiculous creature registered their presence, everyone started to realize this wasn't just any dungeon at all. It was a piece of something huge tied straight to the true ancestors. The second the dragon struck, the fight detonated at insane speed. While one of them braced the creature's deadly front push, the other tore across the battlefield in a blur. He prowled through the field, hunting for a fatal opening. With flames roaring and everything falling apart, the showdown against the monster finally kicked off for real. Amid the brutal clash, the dragon blasted the battlefield with a roaring wall of fire, and the flames swallowed everything around it whole. Flames licked the air around Alan, but he kept surging forward, no retreat, not a step back. As that battle pressure kept cranking up to lethal heights, everyone saw the truth before the wild destruction even ended. One slip, and it was instant death. Before the dragon even unleashed its crushing flames, Alan surged forward, fearless and unshaken. Everyone could feel it. This creature was unlike anything they'd faced before, because even his brutal strength couldn't smash through those intangible flames. And the moment he got closer, everything changed. Little by little, as they stared down the dragon, Victor realized this wasn't just a fight. He was gearing up for something way worse. And while they watched that beast, memories hit him hard. Long ago, people swore dragons never leave their treasures, trapped in their own greed. To him, that legend felt like more than just campfire tales. It was hiding something deeper, something bigger than any adventurer's story. After he studied the dragon up close, the truth hit him hard. The real key to those flames was buried inside the dragon's own body. Inside it, the metals piled up and sparked an otherworldly reaction, crafting a flammable gas meant to unleash that deadly blaze, then timing his breathing so the gas shoots straight ahead in a perfect line. The dragon turned every single hit into a catastrophic blast. Those fiery flames sparked the instant its fangs flashed, igniting the gas it breathed out, and anything in front of that searing line was wiped out on contact. And the scariest part was this thing laughed at its own flames. Fire dragons somehow shrugged off their own heat, turning every clash into a nightmare. And unlike normal drakes, it coated itself in living fire by pushing gas through its pores, then lighting it with friction from its scales. So it built an insane, defensive blaze wall that made getting close feel nearly impossible. Even knowing exactly how the ability worked, they still couldn't punch through that wall of flames until watching the fire swallow the dragon's body, and Alan finally realized no defense is truly flawless. Through the brutal chaos of the fight, he suddenly clocked the crack in the armor hidden behind those relentless flames. And just like that, he made his move before it was too late. To him, that whole mission was never just a mission. It was the ultimate test, the moment that proved whether someone was truly built to be a hero. After spawning countless adventurers for years, he finally had to admit his method had real limits. In the end, he finally realized heroism's shine doesn't last, it's temporary, and time will inevitably snuff it out. As the hero's scandal exploded, more and more people started to peel back the pretty smiles and spot the brutal truth hiding in everyone's reaction. To them, no one was really chasing a hero's win. They were salivating for the fall of the so-called villain. And that raw, desperate hunger snapped everyone into the same mission, finding a brand new symbol to believe in. Sick of heroes crashing into ruin, he burned the symbol of hope and walked away from it, and in its place, he built a brand new demon king, ready to seize everything with nothing but fear. Even before that creeping darkness has fully swallowed everything, some kept fighting tooth and nail to be believed right up to the very end, and then watching that dragon blazing in. He pointed out that those creatures moved with an unbelievably cautious kind of instinct. Even with all that terrifying firepower at their backs, dragons still kept their distance, And that's when it hit Alan. He finally understood the cowardly move, spotted the real opening in that fight, and knew exactly how to cut down their enemies without ever putting himself on the line. Even knowing it was completely insane, Alan gritted his teeth and charged forward with the only plan his mind could scrape together in that moment. He didn't flinch at the fallout. He shoved the final call into Victor's hands and bet his whole life on that fight. Before that reckless decision, they had no choice but to barrel forward and see it through to the very end. Relying on nothing but his own courage, Alan came charging straight at the dragon with zero fear, and Victor sprinted in behind him, ready to back him up all the way to the end. He swallowed the risk and agreed to stake his own life on that insane gamble, and then the two of them surged forward together to face the flaming monster, crushing everything in its path. Even as the dragon's flames swallowed him whole, he kept surging forward like nothing could hurt him. No fear, no hesitation. And while everyone stared in stunned silence at what looked like a suicide strike, something inside him had flipped completely since his run-in with Rick. For the first time in what felt like forever, suffering couldn't hold him back anymore. And as they kept watching the battle unfold, they started to realize it was all falling into place exactly the way Alan wanted. By sparing that man's life, they bought themselves the perfect window to stall things and take out the hero with deadly precision. And the scariest part is, someone had already seen this chaos coming. Cornered by that desperate situation, Victor had no choice but to turn himself into an undead, because that was the only way to keep fighting Alan. Deep down, he knew this wasn't just about beating an enemy anymore. It had turned into something brutally personal for him. That showdown finally forced him to stare down the blunders from his past and claw his way past them, even while he still couldn't fully make sense of what humans feel. She stayed loyal as ever, marching after her master's every decision right by her side. He just had to trust his judgment, then push forward without looking back or second-guessing a thing. Yeah, even as a dungeon spirit, she still carried human wants and feelings she simply couldn't grasp. As they watched everything unfold, the truth hit them hard. Those messy, impossible-to-name emotions were exactly what made someone truly human. Willpower, raw impulses, and messy, conflicting feelings. Those are the sparks that shove people forward. And honestly, it's that wild, unpredictable human spirit that makes us so damn special. As the final clash crept toward its finish, he felt it click. He finally found what he'd been hunting for his whole life. Before Alan and Victor stepped in, he stared at the perfect sacrifices, everything he needed to pull off his final objective. And just like that, the fight stopped being only about surviving it, turned into something way bigger than either of them could have imagined. Even with no pain to warn him, Alan suddenly felt it. Those dragon flames were gulping down the air around them. Fire wrapped around him and his lungs wouldn't take a breath right then. He knew the fight had finally hit its breaking point. In the roaring flames, Victor charged straight through and threw his own body in front of the dragon's strike. Collapsing or not, he chose to guard Alan all the way to the bitter end, becoming a living shield in that desperate fight. In a totally unhinged power move, Alan hurled the fire dragon straight at the enemy. Then that massive beast got smashed across the battlefield like a wrecking ball, sending the whole showdown into an even crazier, more absurd tailspin. Rage consumed Alan and he slammed the dragon's flames all at once while staring that suicidal attack straight in the face. They finally figured it out. The dragon's one true weakness was its iron obsession with guarding what it called treasures. Alan finally got it. Every last ounce of the dragon's power was forged just to guard what it valued most. Amid the roaring inferno and the mountains of stolen treasures, that creature wasn't brave at all. It cowered behind its own power like a bully with no guts. Right when Alan faced that situation, a long-buried memory from his past suddenly crashed over him. In the dead hush of falling snow, 7 years later, the memory still carved into his bones came rushing back like it just happened. 7 years before, way up in the far north of Al-Ra, there was a lonely stretch of snowbound land called the Land of the Goldsmiths. Back in that far-off place, Alan's life truly kicked off, because that's where one of the most important memories of his entire world began. Back then, Alan was treated like dirt by his own family, and the contempt showed in every single look. He got chained to brutal heavy labor, while everyone else stared him down like he was nothing. Even as the commander's son, he got shoved into isolation and treated like trash inside the castle walls. Inside the castle, Alan got mocked, non-stop servants sneered at him, and even his own family treated him like he was worthless. He swallowed every provocation in silence, refusing to react, even as everyone dismissed him as slow and talentless. while Alan got publicly humiliated by the others. A total stranger of a boy suddenly burst into view right in front of them, catching them off guard. Then he had the audacity to witness it all, and he just couldn't stand what he was seeing. As soon as he got close, he smashed one of the men to the ground, instant chaos ripping through the whole place. He refused to swallow the insults aimed at Alan, and before anyone could blink, he lunged in without hesitation. He swept in and crushed the room with sheer intensity, demanding just one thing: an immediate apology. Rage swallowed him, but right before he could go too far, someone slammed the brakes and stopped the boy. Once he chased the men off, he just turned to Alan and thanked him like that help was no big deal at all. That sudden hit was the first real time Alan crumpled in front of someone while he was still trying to piece together what on earth had just happened. He started to feel this castle was wrong in all the ways, and weirdly familiar. Like he'd been here before. Alan found out the boy's name was Victor and learned he'd be staying in that castle for a while. Completely clueless about what was coming, he just watched that mysterious stranger show up. Little did he know, that moment would flip his entire life. While Alan was talking inside the castle, those whispers hit him hard, stories of the North's barbarian nation and how they came crashing in by sea. However, against all expectations, that kingdom suddenly shifted its focus southward, completely flipping the war on its head on that continent where dungeons and monsters swallowed everything. The northern barbarians finally caved and begged for help from the very lands they'd planned to conquer. To lock the alliance in place, they shipped Victor, the barbarian king's youngest son, straight to the castle as a political hostage, even wearing the crown. Victor clearly didn't look like someone who'd ever been loved or properly cared for. As he talked about reaching the castle, everyone's focus suddenly snapped to the brutal injuries on Alan's face from the fight, while everyone else saw Alan as a pushover with zero drive. Some people could already feel an insane, rare talent hiding in him, deep down. His strength was simple. He'd stopped expecting anything from life, so when the moment came, he fought with zero hesitation and no fear at all. One day, Victor caught Alan alone by the frozen river, once again cut off from everyone. Like the world had vanished around him. Even as he tried to look totally provocative, he somehow ended up striking up a whole conversation, and they creeped closer and closer to that lone boy, step by step, as they pushed deeper into the forest. Victor finally understood this. Alan was dodging trouble on purpose, even as everyone around him looked down on him with pure contempt. While the territory teetered on the edge and monsters threatened from every shadow, Alan just kept taking the blows quietly, without a word. Totally baffled by Alan's vibe, Victor demanded why he just took everything in stride without firing back. So he just kept taking those humiliations day after day without striking back, and nothing about that ever changed. As they kept talking, a squad of soldiers stormed in, taunted Victor to his face, and blamed him for every problem plaguing the territory. Even while they kept throwing provocations and disrespect his way, Alan lunged in to stop the whole situation from spiraling out of control all over again. The soldiers kept humiliating Victor, then even raised their weapons just to light the fuse and provoke him even more. But the moment Alan saw it, his gut told him everything was about to go nuclear. The moment that sword snapped up and pointed at him, Victor moved before hesitation could even catch up. With one sharp, lightning-fast move, he sucker punched the soldier to the ground before anyone even had time to react, and shut down every single provocation on the spot. Rage swallowed Victor whole, and he made it brutally clear that excuses and status meant nothing to him. To him, those men were nothing but weak. So, of course, they crumpled in seconds. In the middle of all that chaos, a monstrous presence erupted right in front of everyone. As panic exploded across the village, Alan jerked in shock. Right in the middle of town, a troll had just appeared. The moment the troll struck, the village erupted in chaos, and everyone bolted in a desperate stampede. Victor didn't back up 1 inch. He surged straight at the monster, no hesitation at all. Right before the troll struck, Victor made it crystal clear he wasn't some coward who only preyed on the weak. With zero fear in his gut, he charged the monster solo, rushing in head-on as danger roared around him. While Alan forced himself to swallow every pain in cold, frozen silence, Victor was raised to put courage first, always. Even when a monster far stronger than him barreled in, he refused to back off and kept charging forward. Even though Victor looked like he was losing his mind, he kept slugging it out with the troll right there in the middle of the snow. And then, right in that game-changing moment, Alan finally clocked the perfect opening and went for it. Even after Alan fought that troll, he still couldn't wrap his head around why Victor kept pushing him to go back and face it. To him, life felt pointless, no reason to react, no reason to hope it'd get better, because deep in his gut he was convinced he'd never become someone important. Even when Victor looked at Alan and saw zero ambition, he still caught a spark of potential everyone else in that castle completely missed. As he geared up to head to the capital, he told Alan, "Start piling up victories, beat monsters, and the recognition will come fast." In his head, Alan told himself he only had to prove how strong he really was, so the world would quit looking down on him, maybe even lifting him all the way to the throne one day. Before Victor even left, he leaned in and told Alan, "Don't give up, you can still rise as a hero." Alone out in the snow, Alan just stared at his own hand, silent as the storm around him. Even drowned in despair, Alan refused to stop. He kept fighting all the way to the bitter end. And as the snow tore his body apart, he clung to one thing: the flame Victor had lit inside him. After that brutal fight, Victor hoisted Alan in his arms, stared as the dragon crumpled and quit, and though he was wrecked and teetering on, Alan squeezed out Victor's name one last time before everything went silent. Victor finally snapped out of it. Alan wasn't cold or arrogant at all. He'd just already surrendered to a hopeless life long ago. Furious at that, Victor slammed the refusal into place and kept charging ahead, determined to save him. As Alan stared at it all for the first time, pure shock filled his eyes. And once the battle ended, and the target finally got incinerated, Rick just stood there in silence, his thoughts locked on Victor. To him, battling side by side with the fire dragon felt like pure perfection. Exactly the kind of ending he'd been praying to see. Even after it was all over, Rick looked back on Victor's death and felt nothing but a cold, clear lack of regret. That realization hit him like a nightmare, because that sick feeling was way too close to losing an ordinary monster, making him wonder if he was slowly losing his humanity. As Rick clutched the memories of Victor and the fire dragon's deaths, a sharp wave of envy crashed over him. Watching adventurers come and go for years, he finally understood something brutal. Both of them died right in the role they thought the world would give them. Alan saw how most risked their lives for fame, treasure, and applause. But when the dust settled, only a tiny handful actually rose to become someone important in that merciless place. Rick stared at the truth. Victor didn't just follow his beliefs, he torched his own life for them. And only the rarest of people could ever do something like that. Yuri was still trying to figure out what that feeling even was. She finally leaned in and asked Rick what his purpose was going to be, starting right from that moment. Rick admitted he couldn't even wrap his head all the way around himself, but one thing was clear. Alan felt like a mystery he couldn't ignore. He made up his mind to beat him and finally uncover the answer he'd been chasing with desperation in his bones. Alone in that massive, echoing, empty castle, Alan kept walking, and Victor's words started crashing back into his head. For the first time, he finally understood how eerie it felt to keep going solo, no one needling him, no one yanking him back to reality. Even as Alan tried to talk himself out of fear, it started creeping in anyway, and the truth he'd been dodging finally hit him. Deep in his bones, he knew the truth: only one kind of person could beat him, and it wasn't some monster or warrior, but Rick, the alchemist who couldn't stop rattling his own soul with ambition, swallowed the consequences of his obsession, still shaking from the inside out. Alan started looking at everyone around him like they were throwaway tools, just stepping stones to get what he wanted. The second he charged forward, hell-bent on crushing everyone who dared stand in his way. Rick straight up vanished from right in front of Alan, and in the next second, confusion crashed in, then fury followed. Alan finally ran into Rick once. Once again, he froze in total shock as he burst out of the flames unmoved, unafraid. Rick grinned that strange, unsettling smile and simply goaded Alan like he'd finally met the real monster head-on. In the middle of all that chaos, Rick finally let the truth slip. Alan's shock wasn't random, because the man standing in front of him was Alan's own father, the one he'd thought he'd lost forever. As soon as he stepped into that place, surrounded by dragons and key figures, every buried memory and emotion slammed back into him all at once. Alan froze when everything looked exactly like the past he swore he'd bury, and that moment when the name hit, it dragged up memories that still keep clawing at his mind. While the warriors traded shocked grumbles about the ridiculous monster surge sweeping the whole region, the tension inside the fortress kept climbing hour after hour, no letting up. Nobody could figure out what started it, but everyone felt it. The defensive line was moments away from shattering. While everyone argued about surviving the ocean or seizing the continent, the leaders started clashing one against the other. While Alan watched everything in silence, the reinforcements staying away from all sides made the whole situation feel brutally hopeless. Even with the battlefield choking the air with war tension, Slode stared at Alan like nothing, and his contempt burned with it. They dragged Alan's name through the dirt, calling him a failure right in front of everyone. Victor felt it in his gut. Something weird and crushing was about to hit. Slode kept rubbing salt in Alan's wounds, dragging his name through the mud in front of everyone, calling him good for nothing but luring monsters. Even as people tried to calm things down, the man finally snapped and admitted he hated his own son so much he couldn't stand to look at him. Alan finally understood the truth. His own father wasn't just distant, he was terrified of him. While everyone scrambled to make him see Slode's wishes, Alan finally clocked the brutal truth. Behind all that authority and ambition, all that man really hid was a small, scared coward trembling in the dark. As Slode kept swaggering and poking trouble, a mysterious knight suddenly crashed onto the scene. He rode up in front of the fortress and announced he was Alrona's reinforcement, and that sudden arrival made the northern warriors eye him warily and hold their breath. The warrior Al roundly sent stepped forward and shouted that the real trouble had been brewing in the dungeon the whole time, monsters spreading across the entire region because of it. With wild confidence, he crowned himself a hero known throughout Al Round and bragged that he could smash the dungeon all by himself. Even as the hero tried to yank Alan back with memories and his father's face, his sword never once flinched, and Alan broke into an insane grin, screaming that the enemy had totally misread him if they thought he was still chained to the past. After digging into Alan's past and every single thing that carved him into who he is, the hero finally got it. This alchemist's real power didn't come out of nowhere. It was forged from every wound, every memory, every brutal experience that turned Alan into the man standing before him. With a grin that screamed confidence and chaos, Alan snapped that right now, right here, he'd prove an alchemist could beat even a hero. When Alan stepped in front of him, a weird, familiar unease surged through the hero's chest. Even though he couldn't name why, that presence slammed into him and dragged up the same deep, horrifying dread he'd felt back in the dungeon, as if Alan's very soul was wired straight into that darkness. Even as the hero tried to talk himself into it that the dungeon had cooked up an illusion, he couldn't ignore it anymore. Alan felt way too real. That alchemist's presence cracked his grip on reality, and the hero, completely shaken, started to unravel. Alan finally ripped off the mask and confessed that he was the dungeon master of this very dungeon. And the shock hit hard when everyone heard it. He froze in total shock, because that face belonged to the one person he'd sworn he lost years ago. When he locked eyes with Alan, the hero finally saw through the mask, and the truth behind it hit him like a punch. He froze in total shock and blurted, "Rick Elrod," because the dungeon master in front of him wasn't just any stranger, it was someone he'd known from his own past. Rage crashed over the hero the moment he uncovered the truth. He barreled straight at Alan, only for a single instant to shut him down. As Alan watched the scene unfold, a chill hit him. This enemy wasn't just tougher than before. It looked downright stronger. The hero finally admitted he'd kicked Alan out back when he thought he was worthless with no future, and then he nearly lost it seeing how insanely powerful he'd become. Even as the alchemist tried to poke Alan with old memories, he didn't budge. He stayed unshakably firm, burning with irritation. He finally got words he'd never once heard while he was still part of the group. The hero thought that if he dragged Alan's brutal past into the light, it would finally shatter him. But then he finally saw the truth and realized he'd been completely wrong. With a cool, calm face, Alan admitted he didn't just want the present, he wanted to dig into the hero's past too, like he was determined to figure out the real man behind the mask. Standing at the top of the stairs, staring down at Alan, the hero suddenly got hit with a question he never saw coming. What, deep down, truly shaped his very core? The second the man heard the word core, his whole body jolted with instant shock, like Alan had just brushed a deadly, life-or-death secret. As soon as the hero clocked that Alan might actually see the real truth inside him, dread crashed down. Then the alchemist's calm, steady stare yanked every buried feeling back to the surface, and the man snapped, screaming that Alan had no right to understand him just from looking him in the eyes. Right out of nowhere, the hero got yanked through space and dumped into a whole different world, totally lost, like his brain just hit a wall as he tried to piece together what the heck just happened. In the dead hush of that bizarre space, everything felt like it had stopped breathing. A shadowy figure materialized right in front of him, like it stepped out of nowhere. It just stared at him with icy confidence, like it had been waiting for him all along. The hero realized they dumped him on the alchemist's dungeon's first floor at the exact starting spot, right where it all began, the moment they brought him in. Even when they offered him a chance to run, he spat in the face of fear charging forward, rage blazing in his chest as he vowed to confront the alchemist head-on. Fury swallowed Alan as he charged through the dungeon, promising he'd rip the alchemist apart with his own hands. Meanwhile, the alchemist watched in calm delight, finally thinking he'd built the perfect setup to make Alan actually hear him. Alan tore through the dungeon at breakneck speed, sprinting for his life, blasted through twisting corridors and leapt over every trap without so much as a second thought, because it looked exactly like the spot he'd already conquered, so he strode in with full confidence in his own power. He was so sure that no cheap trap or dirty trick could ever slow him down as he went hunting for the alchemist. As Alan tore through the dungeon, the alchemist's taunting voice kept spitting that he'd finally made Alan pay attention to his words, and it drove him wild. Alan snapped shut, but the sound kept screaming through every corridor like it would never end. Before the final showdown kicked off, the alchemist stared into the dungeon and finally got it. Alan wasn't the real target. Toss him out and new adventurers would march in right after. But if they spent everything fighting him, they'd smash the bigger mission they were trying to protect. The alchemist slammed the door on his old methods, no more monsters, and he vowed to stop adding fresh traps to the dungeon. They decided to take on Alan using only what they already had, because their real goal wasn't to kill the hero, so he could smash that arrogance and make him finally get the message he'd been trying to deliver from the very start. The alchemist finally admitted he'd built a transmission spell with Alan's blood as the power source, letting his words slam straight into the hero's mind. Because you couldn't physically stop him while his power was still running, the only play left was to drag the fight out until he finally had no choice but to hear him through to the end. With the showdown looming, the alchemist finally snapped and demanded, "Why do you hate me so much, Alan?" Still seething, Alan blurted out that he'd been sick of that calm, smiling act for ages, and that this ridiculous, boiling frustration was exactly what had been powering his strength ever since the past. Fury swallowed Alan whole as he blasted the alchemist for toying with him and turning his past into some cold, pointless experiment, every sentence only stoking his rage while he swore he'd crush that smug smile that had haunted him from the start. Alan didn't just hate the alchemist, he couldn't stand how someone this strong could stay so calm and peaceful, because to him, power was supposed to roar through rage and violence, not smile like hate was never even in the room. The alchemist slashed Alan with words sharper than steel, telling him he was hollow to the core, and that his whole life hung on nothing but one label, hero. He said Alan shoved everyone around him back until that title was all that kept him whole. Take it away and nothing inside him would be left. The alchemist's words rattled through Alan so hard that he finally understood the truth. His entire self-worth was nothing but a cruel habit of pushing others down just to feel superior. He broke it down like this: existing because of who you are, and existing only because of what you aren't, might sound kinda close on the surface, but once you dig in, they're totally, completely different. Alan snapped those claims down, saying the hero title wasn't handed to him. It was the only thing that made sense from the power he fought for with his own hands. And now that his strength was back, he was convinced no one would ever steal his spot again. The alchemist leaned in and listened like every word Alan said could crack the secrets wide open. And suddenly, it hit him. Being a hero wasn't some grand destiny. It was just the inevitable result of the power he carried. Once he realized every bit of Alan's confidence was fueled by that one ability, he finally uncovered the real root of the hero's obsession with strength. That calm smile on the alchemist's face as he asked the one question that rattled Alan even harder, because the power he'd always shut out was exactly where that precious ability came from. So if he throws that away, doesn't he basically throw himself away too? While Alan stayed trapped inside the dungeon, the city exploded with rumors about the hero blazing through every newspaper and street corner. The whole kingdom begged for answers, but the rulers tried to clamp it down by flat-out insisting Alan was on a royal-ordered mission to conquer the dungeon. With the whole city drowning in chaos and dread from rumors swirling about the hero, even the nobles couldn't safely step out into the streets anymore. As tension snapped through the air, a shadowy stranger suddenly stepped out in front of the royal family. He thanked them softly, fully aware their generosity had saved him in that life-or-death moment. The king made a bold move. he invited the hero's former companion to hide inside the castle's walls. He swore he'd never mistreat anyone who had served the kingdom with that kind of loyalty. Even with that protection wrapped around her, she still looked uneasy like someone as lowly as her couldn't possibly deserve kindness in the middle of the kingdom's chaos. Even after she got the chance to flee the capital, she broke down and admitted she couldn't see a single place there or anywhere else to go back to. As she clutched the memories of her hero's old crew, horror hit. Every single one was gone. With no clue to go on, she spiraled, fearing the worst for every single one of them. Wandering the castle halls, she finally snapped and asked the question burning in her chest. What is a skill really? Right then, Alan cracked the truth. Everything fell apart because his power just died on him, and it tore through the one thing that kept the team standing. Alan's rage erupted the moment he realized his strength wasn't something he truly mastered alone. It was power he'd been granted the whole time. Pride seized him, and he snapped, asking who Rick thought he was to talk to him like that, only to get a cold, unnervingly calm answer. Yeah, turns out it was all true. And then Rick drops the most insane part of it. Alan's monstrous ability. He only snapped awake after he drank the golden potion he'd brewed himself something Alan had always shrugged off as ordinary, but which was hiding the truth. It hit the moment his power finally kicked in, and for the first time, the hero realized his strength wasn't just his. Something else was driving it. Even before Alan's rage fully ignited, Rick kept digging into his power like a real alchemist, grinding for answers. To him, it made zero sense that an invincible power could exist with no limits, especially when the hero's impossible moves left him staring, a perfect dodge that only hit with empty hands, and a deadly strike that swung with the lunar cycle. Rick realized the stronger a skill gets, the more hidden rules it comes with, and then he slammed the final truth straight into Alan's face. In that whole world of countless adventurers and alchemists, only he held the one method that could forge golden potions that awaken a monstrous power. If Alan had never crossed paths with that guy back then, the hero's power would have stayed asleep forever. And all that ridiculous strength he worshipped would have never even ignited. Maybe all of it only existed because of him. Rick finally ripped away Alan's real weakness, that crushing arrogance. He swore the hero lost because he never let anyone close enough to trust. If he'd actually trusted and bonded with his companions instead of treating them like trash, he might have cracked the real secret behind his skill on his own. Right before everything fell apart, Alan surged forward, rage swallowing him whole while Rick's steady voice cut through the corridor, dubbing him hero with cruel, perfect irony. Every word slammed into Alan harder than any blow, shattering the invincible image he'd clung to, and for the first time, doubt surged as reality hit, making him refuse the truth. Right then, Alan felt his mind start to crumble just as the little girl sprinted straight at him, shouting that this was the end. As the strike tore through the battlefield, Rick burst in with a shocking truth. Alchemy was built on a massive misunderstanding, and especially monster synthesis, because an ancient secret lay hidden there, one that could flip everything upside down. Alan thought he had a lock on his own power then. During the brutal attack, Rick snapped the truth into place. For years, everyone swore powerful monsters were impossible without terrifying base materials. But new research just proved that whole belief was dead wrong. While Alan got buried under an absolutely insane barrage of blows, he finally snapped to it. Every bit of the logic behind monster creation, and even the truth about his own power, had been dead wrong. That little girl kept hammering Alan nonstop, crowding him so tight he couldn't even breathe, while Rick finally dropped the single most terrifying discovery of all. Under the most impossibly rare, messed up conditions, they could forge monsters that completely blew past their expected rank. So yeah, these absurdly powerful creatures could get born even without legendary materials if the process hit the right weird anomalies. And while Alan got slowly boxed in, Rick leaned in and laid out the only truth his research ever pointed to about monster synthesis. No miracle, just probability, perfectly timed conditions, and everything lining up at once. Then he snapped it straight into the real world of skills, daring to question something nobody had ever even thought to ask. Do people really understand how their powers work? Or do they just take the effects for granted, never realizing the secret rules that kick in when those abilities activate? Rick then stumbled into the most terrifying thought of all: skills weren't just abilities, they were divine gifts from some plane no human could even imagine. And those powers could rattle entire nations. What if there was someone who could bend those ridiculously low odds hiding inside each skill like they were nothing at all? Alan coughs as he jolts awake, already being flung onto yet another dungeon floor. Second, he's stuck in a forest they built inside the fortress trap there, and totally lost. He blinked, looked around and realized he plummeted all the way down to the third floor. As the dungeon walls started to tell their secrets, he realized this place wasn't just a simple maze at all. Alan clawed for air on the third floor, trying to catch his breath. The little girl blurted out an apology, admitting she went way too far and basically slammed him through the ground. But Rick didn't even look worried. But with Alan trapped on that floor, he stayed cool and smug, telling them they finally had all the time in the world to talk before they ended him for good. Alan snapped to the truth. This was a ridiculous trap. As thorns and barricades surged in and choked the forest shut, Rick taunted him, laughing that even the greatest hero of the era couldn't possibly be thinking about fleeing. Then the girl finally spilled the real name of the cruel game, Tag. And right then, Alan realized he wasn't the hunter anymore. He'd been turned into the prey inside his own dungeon. Alan came crashing through the forest, sprinting like his life depended on it, and humiliation slammed into him harder than any blow because the world's strongest hero was running, breaking away like he'd been cornered, as he hunted for an exit. He realized the girl owned the whole terrain, shutting off routes and steering every step he took. Then Alan snapped back to Tony's words about Moss, and suddenly he knew which way to go. Alan snapped to the realization that escape might still be possible, and as he bolted through the forest, Rick's words kept pounding inside his head. His arrogance and total lack of trust were his biggest weakness, and even as irritation crawled up his spine, he tried to brush it off until a massive tremor rattled the entire forest. The second Alan lifted his gaze, his face went stone cold as he realized a monstrous thing had just materialized in front of him. The girl clocked something off in the little one's behavior, and the very next second, the whole forest exploded into violent trembling. Alan snapped back to what he'd seen right before the fall, a colossal golem smashing the fortress apart, and it hit him like a punch. The dungeon wasn't the only danger, because if this kept going, the whole third floor could cave in before he even got out. He crumpled to the ground, utterly swallowed by frustration. Alan's mind started cracking apart, rage exploding. He refused to swallow a single word Rick had said. He'd spit venom at the weak and useless, only clinging to the strong to stay alive. And Alan couldn't take it. Admitting his power came from someone else would shatter the hero identity he'd fought to build. Alan screamed that he'd made it there all by himself, clinging to a harsh denial, because admitting he needed other people felt like tearing apart the very person he thought he was. From way out there, I just watched it unfold. Rick immediately clocked it. Alan was in real agony, because getting your ego shattered hits a human like an almost unbearable gut punch. After crushing Alan's pride to dust, Rick finally nailed his conclusion. His voice was stone cold, with zero emotion. He ordered Kreutz to end the hero, saying there was nothing left to learn from him. And as the girl accepted the hit without a flicker, Alan finally realized this was the first time in his life he was up against someone who truly understood who he was. Even shattered to the bone, physically wrecked and mentally broken, Alan still refused to go down. With desperation screaming in his chest, he barreled straight at Kreutz, throwing every last ounce of strength into the charge. But the girl crushed every single attack with effortless ease. She kept swatting the hero aside again and again, like he was just her toy. And then, after sending Alan flying away all over again, Kreutz clocked the guy's misery in front of her and shot back a cold, almost disappointed line. Because even with Alan drowning in arrogance, cruelty, and obsession, she could still see the truth underneath. He'd once been a real hero. Alan just gaped at his own crushing defeat, refusing to face it, even as everything around him lay broken and ruined. He still swore everything was wrong, because the power to reject reality was supposed to make him unbeatable. Swallowed by despair, Alan took a terrifying breath and chose to reject reality all over again. Screaming that he'd deny it all, he pushed his power to the absolute limit. He brewed a monstrous blast so fierce it rattled the entire forest around it. After that insane blast of power tore through everything, Alan finally got his skill back online. Tony stared in stunned silence as the hero reclaimed his real power, and that's when it hit him. This is why Alan's skill came back. That golden potion the monsters gave them slammed into the hero's soul, stopping his spirit from ever fully shattering, and just like that, his power stayed on, blazing through even after he'd recovered his skill. Alan tried to slam the denial one more time, like reality would just back off. But Croyd's just stared him down, calm as ice. No matter how many times he tried again and again, the outcome never changed. Tony snapped to attention something was seriously off, because this time Croyd didn't hesitate. He charged straight at Alan like he'd already made up his mind. As the hero surged again with the power of his skill, a cold, strange fear crawled into his chest while he stared her down. A brutal surge of power blasted Croyd high into the sky like he was fired from a cannon. Alan tore loose an absurd pressure that blasted out around him, then he noticed something. Tony's stomach dropped when he realized the hero wasn't even the same guy anymore. This was someone totally new, something else entirely. Alan snapped completely and barreled into Croyd like a wild, unstoppable beast. Even under the hero's brutal, monstrous strength pressing him down, the girl only stared at it like a wild, unstoppable burst of power before. He cracked open a massive abyss under his feet and yanked him straight into the endless void. Even from the crushing depths of the abyss, Alan kept charging forward like a feral, unstoppable monster. When he realized regular hits wouldn't touch them, he snapped into action and unleashed his skill. Then they tore the last bit of Croyd's blood out of him, draining every drop with ruthless force. When Alan's plan finally clicked, Tony erupted in a desperate scream. He yelled at Croyd to bolt before it was too late, but it was already over. His skill seized her body with ruthless force. Croyd tried to figure out why Tony had cut her off. Then it finally hit Tony, and he realized the truth. Alan built his whole life on shutting others out, and now, somehow the hero snapped and turned into that raging monster, fully losing himself in the transformation. Tony realized Alan had snapped completely. He couldn't accept that his power came from others, and that denial drove him straight out of his mind. Now the hero shut out everything around him, until all that remained was a poison, devoured by his own obsession. Tony likened Alan to a slow-brewing poison spreading step by step until it destroys everything, because Alan had spent his whole life feeding on obsessions. Rejections and twisted ideals pushed him to the edge, until he finally became the poison itself. Even while that monstrous power tore through everything, Tony finally realized Alan was still spiraling out of control. Croyd kept charging at him, refusing to back off, and Tony screamed at her to never drop her guard. Then he turned to face what was next. All that insane strength was just a mask, because inside, Alan was hollow, and once Croyd showed up, he straight up threw in the towel. Overwhelmed by his own power, he snapped, ignoring everything and zeroing in on the fortress, smashing through to the next floor, because he was determined to make it impossible for anyone to stop him now. Alan charged through the fortress like an unstoppable monster, smashing everything in his way without slowing down. He surged forward, devoured by a toxic power that burned like poison. Dungeon monsters started snarling as soon as he stepped in, like they'd finally sensed a brand new absolute master. The whole dungeon turned into a war zone. Alan was completely taken over by the power inside him. He barreled forward with the monsters, carving through anyone who got in his way, and unleashing pure, total chaos wherever he went. Alan started crushing his own enemies like it was nothing, grinning with a terrifying calm, while his body surged with that monstrous power, and even Croyd realized he was slipping out of control, turning into something that didn't belong in the world anymore. Alan's energy finally detonated, monsters closing in as that insane aura swallowed him whole. Then he unleashed raw power and started smashing everything in sight, leaving even Tony and the others stunned by just how far he'd spiraled into the absurd. Alan burst into view in his final monstrous form before Tony, and with zero emotion, he declared, "I won." At that exact moment, Tony finally saw it. Once hero Alan was barely there anymore. The second Alan lost his nerve, his power started crumbling in on itself. Croyd then ripped the truth wide open, because that power of his only exists after Alan spent his whole life shouting his own ideals and shutting out everything else. Tony explained that Alan's power wouldn't just ignore anything, it rejected anything that didn't match his ideals, even the weaknesses inside himself. But once Alan realized his power was borrowed from someone else, he shut himself down too, burning away every last bit of his strength until he hit the absolute limit. Alan tried to claw his way out of defeat right to the finish line, but Tony shut him down. Everything was already over. Alan was swallowed by the wreckage of his own power, and it hit him way too late. This brutal reality was all his doing. Tony snapped back to the past, and he did it right beside Alan. They kicked back and chatted, passing around potion plans and mission ideas like it was nothing. He finally clocked it. Alan had been leaning on his creations the whole time, totally oblivious, and the biggest clue was those special potions that took years to perfect. Tony admitted that as soon as someone else stumbled onto a better solution, he'd instantly drop his own research and move on. Alan snapped with irritation when he realized it was crazy someone could just drop years of hard work like it meant nothing to them. Tony declared that alchemy was made to lift all of humanity, not to pat his ego or spark petty competition. Alan hated that whole way of thinking. He swore strength meant nothing if you couldn't win for yourself. And even when he was beaten, Rick finally admitted that maybe Alan's idealistic belief was right after all. As Alan vanished into the abyss, Rick and the monsters partied hard, celebrating their dungeon win like they just conquered the whole world. After the dust settled, Rick and the crew erupted in cheers, pulling Yui into a tight embrace as they celebrated together. Who got completely overwhelmed by the victory. But the joy didn't even get to breathe. Then they spotted something seriously strange. Even after he smashed Alan, the dungeon didn't bat an eye, and it still refused to give him any DP. Then it hit them. Alan wasn't just gone, he vanished without a trace right in front of their eyes. Rick was sure Alan hadn't really died. His power had probably ripped his body into another dimension. Even so, excitement surged through him. He insisted that if Alan came back, he'd smack him down again and keep grinding on his power. Yui just smiled, because deep down she knew Rick never, ever changes. After the brawl, they checked the dungeon and realized every single prisoner stayed trapped, no one escaped. And in that instant, every single person inside vanished like they were never there, leaving absolutely zero clues. While the others stared at it like the worst tragedy imaginable, Alan only saw one thing in that moment. The future Demon King was about to get even more terrifying. The priestess threw down her adventurer life and sprinted back to her homeland. Even though everyone revered her as the ex-healer of the hero's crew, she still snapped that the title meant nothing anymore. After spotting Rick and Alan, she snapped to a terrifying truth about the world and about who she really is. She said your real self isn't your name or title, it's the choices you make when you're dead set on what you believe in. If you squeeze your real self into the wrong role, that mask will start to crush you until you're buried under the weight of who they think you are. And at the end of the day, it isn't the name you wear, it's what you still manage to build. Yuri dropped a bombshell. Rick would become the Demon King someday, even before anyone officially crowned him, because he'd already crossed that line without even noticing. Then the sky tore open and an ancient monstrous dragon crashed into the world in SS rank nightmare, every bit as terrifying as Croy.